Hey everyone. I was definitely about to talk about the Passport Bros. I was really ready to talk about the Passport Bros, but it's been beaten. It has been beaten. I will say one thing. A lot of the people initially, I shouldn't feel vindicated because why, but a lot of the people who made video responses to a post I made in the community tab, they've deleted or removed all the videos they have made regarding me. Most of the people who are dragging me online, none of these people can drag me, but most of these people were um, have been deleting video. There has been like a mass deletion. What's this? One teacher one. I forgot this guy's name, but I remember he was covering this. And the Passport Bros, and my response to the Passport Bros, which I was just pointing out how sick it was that there were even people who think that leaning into American imperialism in terms of our American power around the globe, um, painted them in a good light. And the reality that a lot of people have always done this, and the way that they've done this was very silently. Um, and so it bothered me that, well, I knew Black men as soon as we engaged in this behavior and we started publicize it, then we, Black men, were going to become the face. We're going to become the face of sex tourism. And so, I mean, it's really frustrating. And if you guys are in the Discord, you know we took a field trip this morning and we went over to all kinds of people's live stream where people were just talking about it. I'm not going to play I'm not going to play any of it, but I'm going to show you my video that is now members only. So this video right here, I made this video and I removed it almost immediately because I didn't know if I was like helping people cover up what they were doing or if I was telling people to stop, right? And so because the video could have been used as a guide to tell people how to sort of skirt the law in some ways, because that could have been a possibility. I decided I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to talk about the extraterritorial application of American law to people who do things that are illegal in America overseas when the intent and the planning started in America. And we can prove the intent by the videos you put out confessing the intent. So I decided, you know what? I'm not going to do it. But just to be petty, I'm gonna play a little part of this video. I'm gonna play a little part of it. And the reason I'm gonna do that is I think that it is gonna be useful for us to understand what's happening. So this guy right here, he made a response to my post, and his response was exactly what you think it is. And I think it's interesting. So let's watch a little part of it. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Y'all got paid today. Receipt. Oh, yeah, he thought. So he took this video down. The guy we're talking about, forgot his name. I did message him 9 months ago when I made the video. And I said, you said that I would want to talk to you live. Please feel free to come on my live stream so we can drag you publicly. He didn't respond. So he didn't respond. So let's watch his response to my post. talk to you, please note that you're welcome to come on my channel and we can debate it. In fact, let me put it up. So this is what I said. I saw your video. There was an implication that I would not want to speak with you on my live stream. I would like to speak with you. Demas. All right. So now that that's out of the way, let's get into this person's video.
Is making some comments that got a lot of traction, and I find it troubling, to say the least. Very troubling. All right, so before we get into that, I have to pimp my Facebook page, my Facebook group. Okay, so we have this brother here. What's his name? Themis. I believe that's how you pronounce it. Themis is not too happy with you brothers traveling. Okay, he's saying so. Men are talking about going to poor countries to get women to cater to them and be submissive. This sounds extremely abusive. Keep that in mind. He's saying when you travel to these other countries to get women to cater to you, it sounds extremely abusive. Now,
no, that's not what he said. He being me. I said going to poor countries and for the purpose of getting women to cater to you. That's what I said. You can go. I would like to see you guys go to Russia, go to the UK, and do this. Right? I am not talking. I'll get into this. Let him speak.
I got some receipts for that. I got some receipts for that. Okay, so let's see what type of abuse we have going on in these different countries, according to Mr. Themis. All right, so look, what's this? Look, my man Kodak Ty every night, Durban. He's in South Africa. He made a video about South Africa. That don't look like abuse to me. Does that look like abuse to y'all?
All right. So what he's going to do here, and I'm going to skip some of this, is he is. It's not funny. He's literally, in order to push back against the abuse argument, he's going to show pictures of people having fun overseas. Again, this does nothing. There were representations, right, paintings of slaves smiling on plantations. Like, that you have a visual representation of someone smiling does not. I'm sorry, guys. I look. This is the best we had. So I know. So I can't continue to play it without putting something out there that I don't want out there because there is still an ongoing investigation. So I love that for them. But here's the thing. This is a part that I actually find fascinating. Why do you all take these videos down? I completely forgot that I had responded to his video, and he said a lot of things. In fact, two of the people that videos that were used, right, were his and the guy that got kicked out of Brazil, right? The guy that got ran out of Brazil, they were the people that I used in my initial video before I made this one. I was talking about even if you go into their YouTube page and you scroll down, they are selling specifically SEX tourism. That is it. That is what they were selling from my perspective. As soon as I went on their pages, as soon as I went on their pages, let me go on one person's page. Let's do it. Let's just do it. They deleted a bunch of these. Videos, but let's look at the pages and see what. Please tell me what this is. Now, I'm not saying we have to be like Christ like and everyone needs to not show certain things, but when your videos are this way and you were going up to women and asking them how much it is to have a girlfriend, how much it is to do this or do that, all of that was a part of the system that the young woman who essentially caused everyone to be upset about this currently, was talking about. Now, I'm not saying this person, one master teacher, is doing something nefarious. If people are engaged in this kind of work and you can pay them to model for your video and all of that, if that is happening, okay, I'm not even going to get into it, but we cannot ignore the fact that you are promoting a very specific kind of tourism to these countries. We can't do that. And we know, at least I believe, you know what you're doing because you went back and you deleted all of these videos. And the other gentleman who apparently is loving the limelight went to Thailand now. I won't even say his name because I don't really care. Um, I think they don't really understand the culture, the climate globally right now. And the fact that we're in a post Me Too era and these men are so loud and obnoxious about what they're planning to do. Today on a live stream, someone admitted that yes, this is about Passport Bros, is about sex tourism. He said that verbatim. And I was like, wait, you do know that it's a silent part that you're not supposed to be saying out loud, right? Multiple of these people are talking about they want soft, sweet, submissive women. And then they're saying, oh, I have 30 girlfriends in 30 different countries and blah, blah, blah. So y'all are not marrying them? Okay, got it. So got it. I was right. I got it. The issue I'm having with this is going to make it very difficult for someone like me who really likes to travel. The issue I'm having is these women are being, I think, they are being harmed. This is my opinion. But also, a sort of broader thing, 10 years from now, the academics are going to write about this and talk about how white supremacy is the reason for why the black male image globally is what it is. That's literally what's going to happen. I can see the academics already putting pen to paper or fingers to keyboard, ready to write books and think pieces about how white supremacy caused black men's image globally to be the way that it is. I am sorry, when that starts coming out, I'm going to be writing a counter narrative. The reason is it is unfair to blame everything that we are doing currently on everyone else. Like at some point, we need to take some accountability. And the reason I care so much about it in this moment is as I was watching the live stream, none of these men were really talking about accountability in a real way. They were talking about how they need to defend their brother Austin. Well, I didn't want to say his name. They want to defend the brother that got quote unquote kicked out of Brazil because he did nothing wrong. Even though there are people watching this, young men in particular, you're saying he did nothing wrong. Even if by your standard, he did nothing wrong, the people in this country that he went to and tried to exploit are saying he did something wrong. How are you telling people that he did nothing wrong? And there are streams after streams after streams of passport bros coming up and say, oh, he did nothing wrong. And thank God he moved to this place instead of stayed in Brazil. Now he's in Asia. You are just spreading the degeneracy. Who you are goes with you wherever you go. So it is very strange to me. It is really, really strange to me that instead of cleaning up our image, now that we have the means to do it vis a vis YouTube, right? The fact that we, instead of cleaning up our image and figuring out the best way to move forward, we are deciding, hey, we're just going to publicize degeneracy. Like, there's a part of me, and I won't say this, like, if you're going to do bad things, I guess you should put it out so people can know. But there's not going to be a separation. And this is a terrible part. When we walk, um, when we walk and we go to new countries and we start engaging with people, we are going to be, as a black man, I am going to be initially lumped in with those men who come there for sex tourism, and that's not great. That is not a great place to be in. I will point out, and I'm going to move on because I don't want to talk about this any longer. I will say, I don't think that black men are the main ones doing this, but we are the loudest. We are the absolute loudest about doing it. And what that means is when the face of this becomes a big problem globally, your face is what's going to be there. Post World War II, most groups of white men who could not find relationships in the West went all across the world for the specific purpose of getting a woman or a wife. That you are doing it now, yes, it is leaning into American imperialism. It's not a great look. It's not good. It's actually terrible. Please treat these people well, all of that. But the fact that you are doing it so loudly and you're proclaiming this to be a movement is kind of ridiculous. I'm going to stop because if I don't, I'm going to start touching on things that I really don't want to touch on. So let me do some welcomes and then actually start the video. Hey, Sober Bobo. Hey, the Haitian Empress. And also, as someone who comes from Jamaica, I'm very acutely aware of this kind of tourism, as tourism. I am acutely aware of what these people go to these countries and do. Like, I am very much aware of it. Not from a personal sort of level, but seeing it in the tourism industry in America, when you in Jamaica, when you go to Negril and Montego Bay, you saw it. Like, it was very clear, it was obvious. It's really annoying. But I'm gonna move on because this is really annoying. All right, let's actually get into this, and we'll start the video. All right. So. I made the title the way it is, and I tried to make it as basic as possible so that we would just be a few of us in here tonight. I will be quote unquote learning about my masculinity and masculinity generally at the end of the show. I mean, there's not a lot to go through, so I'm gonna go into that video later. But I wanted to start off. I wanted to thin the crowd. I wanted to thin the crowd a little bit, instead of having everyone here for the mess that we're about to get into. So the first thing is, I'm not going to cover this, but Usain Bolt losing like $12 million. When I saw that, I froze. I can't really get into this because investment firms are very strange. Not only that, but like, this makes me very uncomfortable. So if after the 10 days that he gave, if after the 10 days that he gave them to reimburse him or find his $12 million, they don't get his $12 million back to him, then I will cover it. But as of now, I'm not going to cover it. I'm just going to leave that alone. But I'm going to drop the link in a moment. Please like the stream. We're going to be talking. Let's start with Zeus. Yeah, no, as a Jamaican, I feel for him. When I said I kept refreshing my account, when I just kept refreshing my account, and then I went down a rabbit hole on TikTok where people were talking about losing money, and then I saw it on Lovely Tea where people are like losing money and money is disappearing and banks are closing down and banks are not answering when people lose money. I was like, wait, all right, we need some contingency plans set up. So I'm working through some contingency plans currently. But yeah, all right. I told you all that I downloaded Zeus Network, right? I don't know if I hope I told you. I think I told you guys this. I downloaded Zeus Network because I said I was going to be kind of intentional about investing in Black businesses and Black just things generally. Regret it. Absolutely regret it. So I downloaded it this month. It is getting canceled this month. Like I'm canceling it. Um, this also feeds into the same narrative about controlling our image, not controlling images, but controlling our image. It is absolutely ridiculous to me that a Black owned network, if you can call it that, I'm going to call it that, a Black owned network would go to the extreme length the Zeus has gone to highlight degeneracy, to promote degeneracy, to advocate for degeneracy. And I don't want to hear that, oh, it is a supply, it's a demand issue. This is what, no, 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 no. I don't care. I don't care what kind of demands is out there, what people say they want, all of that. No, you don't get to stamp yourself a Black owned network. And we see this young Black man who has his glasses on, very well put together. And this is your company, this is your network. And all you're producing is like mess, 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 mess. I was going through, and I promise you, I must have looked at the first episode of every single program on Zeus Network, and all of them literally starts the same. Someone starts yelling, and then there's a fight. You're not sure why there's a fight. I'm not sure when people are going to stop fighting. People just start throwing bottles and fighting, and it's like, I can get that we can get like trashy TV over here for like a second, and then we can move over here and have something intellectual. You might use the mess to get people in, but you're also hopefully enriching their lives, right? And I don't know what, like, I'm just gonna divest. I'm just going to divest from Zeus Network. And part of that is, as I'm starting to look into Zeus Network and I'm seeing all the lawsuits, I'm going to leave that part. But I went to find the CEO, and I wanted to see if anyone had anyone is able to like talk to him and say, hey, what you're doing is terrible. Please stop. So someone did. And let's watch this interaction quickly.
My top priority, to make sure that our sets, are safe, and that, again, the safety of our cast, crew, guests, whoever is really our top priority. So that is the reality. And so, if a claim is made, we will address it and we'll respond. But I have no idea what the claims are.
Got it.
All right. So I know you've heard, the statement that I made about your platform. That's probably a large part of the reason why you're here. For those who have not seen it, we got a clip. Let's take a look. I am very proud of the fact that we got a Black brother that has built a network that and it's profitable and he's getting shine. But to be quite frankly, brother, you built your network on trash. You built your network on trash, and you set our culture, as far as I'm concerned, with all those pieces of programming, you set us backwards. So maybe this is the chain of events needed for Zeus to take a small shift in direction. So that being said, let me, how did you feel seeing that clip? Because I'm sure everybody sent it to you. And what's your rebuttal to that?
I really didn't feel anything. I mean, look, you're entitled to your opinion. I don't agree with you at all. Our customers don't enjoy garbage. I don't agree. I think our customers are intelligent enough to understand what they're consuming.
The thing is, this is what I don't like. He's actually really smart. I didn't pick up on this the first time I watched it, but he changed it from being about him and what he is producing to what the customers want. No one is going to sit there, hey, me, not me, has been a member for a year, 12 months. Instead of owning it, we need to get into some rhetoric and rhetorical devices and how it's used generally, because instead of owning and saying, I don't believe I produce trash, I don't believe our network produce trash, he goes, I don't believe that our customers like and only want no one's talking about your customers, but we can judge me. I'm a customer, so judge me. You are producing trash. Like, I went on there because everyone was talking about how messy it is and blah blah blah. So I decided to go on there to see what is up and support a Black business, and it is trash, in my opinion. Now, Zeus Network, let me help you. No, don't let me help you, because all of the lawsuit is just ridiculous.
You know what I mean? So you saying it's garbage and trash, you know, that's one person's perspective. You know, I don't understand how you quantify or qualify, trash. How do you qualify trash? I don't understand that. You know, are you talking violence, sex, drugs, you know, etc.? I mean, if that's the case, then all of Hollywood is trash. Every production, every show, every network is trash. And then we should probably watch TBN and the Word Network every day.
I mean, we could honestly sit here and play a game of words.
A reality show about successful Black business owner, what they go through and how they get to where they are is something I'd watch. Right? Same. You could I don't want to say rip off, but the fact that the Celebrity Apprentice or The Apprentice got canceled is like annoying to me, because it might be the one thing that Donald Trump did that I actually really liked. I watched every season of The Apprentice, and I wish there were more shows like The Apprentice, not just the Celebrity Apprentice, but The Apprentice, like the initial one. Don't hide from liability this way. Thank you, Tiff. Actually would love to do something like The Apprentice. Thank you, Tiff. I would absolutely love not to play a part, to like host The Apprentice. Hey, Zeus, if you're looking, I've gotten a bunch of requests for podcast and for programming on like smaller networks. So Zeus, if you're watching, yes, I do think your product, what you're producing is trash currently. But if you want to develop something, a meaningful program, let me know. I have ideas.
Words all day long, but the fact
no, it's not words, Funky. It's not words. You said our programming and the network is trash.
Mhm.
You know, I invested my own money to create a Black-owned network because we're usually not given these opportunities, you know, to be in a position where we actually can like distribute content, fund, finance, invest in programming. And so I didn't really think about it. It wasn't like, you know, I wasn't like sitting around sad, you know, or upset. I mean, it is, you know, it is annoying. I'm a little vexed by it. However, I will say this. It's like for me, it's like,
this man knows what he's doing. This man absolutely knows what Funky Deneva is talking about. By the way, talking about making sure you do things that are meaningful, please email me at the email flashing by down below. If you want to be a part of the debate tournament next month in February, we will meet all the participants. At the end, there is a $1,000 cash prize and many other prizes. I just had to plug that.
Like this specific show, your show is called TGIF. You're talking about. I just watched your segment, right? You guys talked about Will Smith and Jada Pinkett. You're talking about negativity all day, right? Negative news. You know what I'm saying? You didn't highlight Samuel Jackson's or Quest, you know, what's the guy's name? Questlove. You know, you didn't spend a whole segment talking about how that was Samuel Jackson's first Oscar. You know, you spent all the entire segment.
All right. So Funky Deneva rightfully dragged after this, but what that is called is whataboutism, and I absolutely hate it. When you do something wrong and you're called out for something wrong, stand in it. Now, I'm not saying you can't just say what about when it's warranted, but at this point, and maybe we have too high a bar, right? Because there are so few Black networks and Black-owned media companies, when we have one or when we see one, maybe there is too high a bar for them to meet, and maybe they should get to be mediocre sometimes. The problem is that is some of the only representation of Black people where Black people control Black imagery. Thankfully, there's YouTube, so we have a variety of content that we can consume, but it doesn't make sense to me that he is pretending like he doesn't know what his network is. Like, I've been on there for less than a month and I understand what it is. I don't want to be a part of it from a consumer standpoint, but I would definitely work behind the scenes. I don't have the time, but if I did, I would develop a meaningful program that will people watch it. You cannot say people are unwilling to engage in meaningful, uplifting program if you never give them a chance. And we've not gotten a chance from Zeus. Like, we literally haven't. We have not gotten a chance from Zeus to watch something meaningful and see if we would care. And because you're saying meaningful doesn't mean it shouldn't be fun, or that it can't be messy, or that it can't be whatever sort of flamboyance you want to add to it, you can. It is about your creativity, and that's what it is. You, as a CEO, need to provide people with meaningful content. It is what it is. That's my opinion. It's too late, Themis. They've destroyed the channel reputation to the point that no credible Black program would take it seriously. It's like Jerry Springer's now. Yeah, actually, I kind of agree. And it's sad because, like, when I think about media representation, I am more and more finding out why it matter. Why some people who have the opportunity should be on YouTube and flood the market with different kinds of imagery of Blackness. Because if the one-dimensional approach to Blackness is what everyone sees, then it becomes our story, and it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy for people who are Black, who grow up being told this is what Blackness is, and that's the only way you can be Black, and that's the only way you can achieve Blackness. And even if your skin is Black, if you're behaving this way, you're not Black enough. And I think part of that has to do with what we see in the media and even in the content that we create. And I find that hugely problematic. In an era where I think this is, who said this? I think this might have been Cynthia G. I don't know. But I think in 2023, this is the most autonomy that Black people have had over their image, right? And if we waste it, if we waste our opportunity to show better imagery, I don't know what to tell you, because at this point we can't blame everyone else. We cannot blame everyone else for how we are perceived when we now are in control of a large part of our image, right? Now, let's continue down this image part, because Young Thug trial is still going on. And I, I I just assume as soon as I walk into a government building that there are cameras. Regardless of if there are cameras, as soon as I walk into a government building, I'm just going to assume there are cameras. If I walk into a courtroom, I am going to believe there is a camera. I don't care who you are. I don't care what you say to me. If I'm in there, there is a camera. You can tell me 1,000,001 times that there are no cameras, that this is not recorded. I am going to assume there is a camera. It is what it is, for a courtroom specifically. I don't even know how to introduce this video. If you're away from the screen and you're just listening to me, please come to the screen and try to look at what is happening here, because I'm going to explain it, what is happening. I think the court reporter explained what is happening, but I'm watching and I'm like, nah, that can't be right. I know this is a parody. I know this is a joke. I know this man did not just hand pills to the man on trial, Young Thug. Like I know this didn't just happen. Like I know the shade room is lying. I know this didn't happen. There is absolutely no way in the middle of a court that people are going to be exchanging pills. Like I just know that didn't happen. I know that didn't happen. Percocet. Let me play. All right. So hopefully everyone is watching. Look closely, because I'm concerned. Like I'm actually concerned. Y'all saw that? No. There's no vol. I didn't put a volume on. There's no volume. This there's no sound. I know there's no sound. Did it drop a one if y'all saw that? Please drop a one if y'all saw that. So let's hear what prosecutors say. The surveillance shows Adams walk over to where Young Thug is seated with his attorney and then drop a Percocet in his hand. A deputy confronts Young Thug and he turns over the pill to authorities. Oh my God. When deputies searched Adams, they found him in possession of Percocet, marijuana, and tobacco wrapped in plastic and food seasoning to conceal the odor of weed, according to investigators. Adams was taken to Grady Hospital after he appeared to ingest other items of contraband in an effort to conceal the extent of his crimes within the courtroom. And then they do a breakdown. I, I, what do you say to that? Like, how do you even approach this kind of content? What do you say? Do you say like, okay, yeah, lock him up? Like, do you say, free young thugs? Like, are people gonna say free young? Like, how out of it must you be? And it didn't feel like they were like being covert. Like I saw you hand him something. Like I saw you, like you didn't hug him and slip it in his pocket. Like I don't know. I honestly don't know. I don't know. Like people in the shade room comments are actually very funny about this, and I'm actually surprised that like unanimously like there was consensus. Like people are like, yeah, nah, no. It's very difficult to be out here rallying for Young Thug when he's like exchanging Percocet in the middle of a courtroom. Like, how are you being given Percocet pills in the middle of a courtroom? And so, why do you have so much drugs on you going to court? And then you consume a lot of it before they search you. Now you're in the hospital. Now you're at Grady Hospital because you tried to swallow all this drugs with. I promise you, I thought this was a joke. There's a part of me that still think this is a joke. Like, this can't be real. Like, if y'all say we are under attack, Why do we make it so easy to be attacked? Someone said Rock Nation. People on IG are saying they're set Young Thug up. Canadian black man. Wait, people are saying they set him up. So no one saw him take the pill. No one saw him take it. So they just said they forced him. They just forced him to take it. they just forced him to take a Percocet. Oh my God. By the way, I saw Beyonce was trending, so I was like music, but no, it wasn't music. I was very annoyed. I'm still waiting for those visuals. In any case, let's jump off of that and jump into some more mess, because I'm just flying through these. I want to get through it before the hour so we can watch me. I'm going to change into a very masculine man right before your eyes. Let me explain before the video comes. I have two more things before I get to this video, but I have to say that a young man who's been on this channel multiple times sent me a video, and I think he's telling me that this is what I need in my life to like become a masculine man. And I didn't watch it when I got it. I haven't watched it yet. So I'm very excited because today I'm going to learn how to be a man. I saw the light skinned guy with the locks. I don't know his name, but I already know it's a mess because I saw him. So I'm very excited about my masculinity journey. I want to watch something else.
Type to wear sunglasses inside. I feel like the voice that you're giving me, I feel like you stand in the corner of the party and just wear sunglasses.
Nah, that's not something that I normally do.
Are you sure?
110%.
I feel like you're lying.
I don't lie.
You don't lie?
Nah. At my age, there's no need to lie. You just say what it is.
So once you turn 28, you just stop lying?
Huh?
You just stop lying once you turn 28?
I'm not 28, like a bit later. I mean, earlier in life. But like, when you realize that you are who you are, and you're confident in yourself, and you know what you can provide and whatever, there's no need to lie.
Okay.
You know
All right, cool.
You know what I mean?
Are you the type to wear sunglasses inside? I feel like the voice that you're giving me, I feel like you stand in the corner of the party and just wear sunglasses.
Nah, that's not something that I normally do.
Are you sure?
110%.
I feel like you're lying.
I don't lie.
You don't lie?
Nah. At my age, there's no need to lie. You just say what it is.
All right. You want to know what's scary about that? If I weren't looking at him, I would not have known he had sunglasses on. And I think at some point, trying to convince her, he started believing he didn't have sunglasses. I think at some point, he convinced himself that he wasn't wearing sunglasses. And I'm pretty sure if she pushed hard enough, he would have gotten angry and let you know that he's not wearing sunglasses, and how dare you accuse him of wearing sunglasses and be the type to wear sunglasses. Like, there was a point at which I was like, I don't know if it's a joke. I don't know if he remembers. He is on camera. I don't know if he remembers he is on camera. Like, remember, these other men are yelling at you to vet better while lying straight to your face. Wait, let's do it. Talking about vetting, let's get into this guy. So on my Discord, the people on the Discord, by the way, are messy. Absolutely messy. I'm calling y'all out. We can't really talk about what's on there, but you guys are absolutely messy. Stop, Demas. I just spit my food out. All of today, all we did was be messy. So, here.
Bro, I see a lot of people on this here app, bro. Y'all in love with the idea of getting married, fam, but really don't know what it takes. I promise y'all don't, fam. Marriage is work, bro. And I know y'all hear that time after time after time again, but people are in love with the idea of being married and not the job of being married. Being married is a job, fam. Straight up, bro. Being married is a job. So let me give y'all a few hints to let you know if you want to be married or not. Women, if you can't hang in there when he ain't got no money for 2 or 3 weeks at a time, you know what I'm saying? Because he chasing his dream, he chasing his what he want to do. You ain't ready for marriage. You ain't ready for marriage. You ain't ready for marriage. If he got to start out at that.
Is she not ready for marriage, or is he? Like, this feels like I am not ready for marriage, not the like. If you're going 2 to 3 weeks without money, maybe you're not. Maybe you are not ready for marriage. Like, I feel like the. wait. Yeah, these men are gonna convince y'all to settle. That's what's gonna happen.
That job paying $15 an hour in order to get to the job paying $30 an hour. If you can't wait for that, you ain't ready for marriage. You ain't ready for marriage. Since it's all about money, you know what I'm saying? Because it took me some time to get the job I got. For real, my wife had to put up with me making $13 an hour, $8.25, $8.75, $17 an hour. Then it went to 22. Then it went to 27. Now I ain't gonna tell you where it's at now, because I be putting you out in my business. But she waited for that, so it's only right that I break her off, bro. Come on, man. Fellas, I gotta get on y'all too. If you gonna wanna leave her when she get big, she put on that little weight and she can't get it off because of the kids. She watching the kids all day. You wanted to juggle multiple lifestyles, being freaky with you in the bed, you know what I'm saying, and all this other stuff. If you can't wait through that, you ain't ready for marriage, my guy. My guy, you ain't ready for marriage. Cause one day, straight up, she ain't gonna wanna cook you dinner. And what you gonna do then? You gonna complain about it? She don't want to cook. And look here, fam. If she don't want to cook, get over that stove and cook yourself, bro. Straight up, my wife don't feel like cooking all the time. She watching 2 kids, and then she gotta go to work. Then she a minister at church, fam. No, I don't expect her to cook every day. I be out my mind, bro. What's wrong with y'all, bro? That's a fairy tale, bro. Marriage take work, and I'll be a fool to think that she gonna cook all my meals, watch my kids, go to work, help on these bills, fam. Like, and honestly, she don't have to help. There's no way. She ain't got to help with now bills, because I can do it, fam. But that's her intuition. She want to do that because she already know it takes wisdom. A wise woman will help build her house. A wise woman will build her house. I ain't ready for all that, bro. Marriage is a job. Marriage is a job, straight up. For real. Homie, if you gonna throw her them kids all the time and think you gonna go do what you want to do, kids with the fellas all the time, that's a wrap. You're not ready for marriage. That's just what it is. If you think you're gonna go to the club and do all that other stuff, and your husband finna pay all the bills in that fairy tale world, see, it's some people that can do that. Some people that can do that. But look, if you can't do it, don't even try to do it. Build your house with your husband's family. Y'all need to. Hey, so what, you gotta miss out on some things that you can do. That's just a part of your union. That's a part of your family. That's a part of having it established. This is women not ready to pay back for the one person, bro. It's a wrap, bro. Because them women gonna be coming, and just because you married, don't keep them from hollering, bro. Just because you married, sister, you.
Sorry. This is unprofessional. I'll be all right. Why do people do this online? Like I'm like so confused. Why do we do this? All right. Gia says, women, if you ain't ready to eat soy sauce, you ain't ready for marriage. Period. Period. Y'all think this is a game. This is not a game. This is no, that wasn't right. This is not a game. This is not a game. This ain't a period. I'm done. I'm sorry. That's wrong. When you need drugs so bad that court can stop you, period. What court? They're like, absolutely not. We're gonna do this transaction. We're gonna transact. We're gonna transact. We're gonna transact this transaction. Somehow, marriage advice sounds more authentic with shaky camera angles and shouted from the cab of an 18-wheeler. Ladies, you better snatch up the period. You ain't ready for marriage. Like, y'all play my. All right. Do I have? I think I have one more. I think I have. Please let this be the one. All right. Yeah. Y'all ain't. Yeah. Well, no, y'all ain't ready for it. Y'all ain't. Wait, let me get off screen to do this. Y'all ain't ready for these facts. Y'all ain't ready. Y'all ain't, let me stop. This is wrong. I've been practicing. I'll get it one day. I promise I'll get it. I'm just going to bust out one day and start rapping. It's going down. Basement, Friday the 13th. Guess who's playing Jason? You know what's funny? The fact that I think my gangster is Nicki Minaj. Like, every time I say, like, I'm getting tough, the first thing that comes to my mind is Nicki Minaj's song. like every single time that I'm like, yeah. Like, I was on the train the other day, and this guy was looking at me, and he was like staring at me. And for the first time, because I've been going to the gym, so I feel like bigger now, right? I feel bigger. So for the first time, I usually think I'm like a pacifist, but like for the first time, I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, all right, I am not about to get up when the train stops and go to another cart. I'm just going to stand here, and it is what it is. Today might be the day, and I might be the person. And this is the first time this has ever happened. So I'm just sitting there, and I'm like looking straight ahead, but like I'm watching him through the corner of my eyes, and he's just staring at me. And I'm like, all right. And I promise you, you guys don't know, maybe not know this song, but Nicki Minaj has a song. It's called Looking a N-Word, and it just started playing in my head. And like I'm amping myself up, or like I'm getting ready. I'm like, I can't say any of the words because literally every line is the N-word. So like I can't do it. But like I'm amping myself up, and like and I'm just like in my I'm like I'm ready. And I just realized when I got to the office, I realized how stupid I must have looked. I was just sitting there like, was I really going to fight back if someone attacked? I mean, I was. Like, it is what it is. But I was like, I can't believe Nicki Minaj is the song that came to my head when I'm trying to be hard, tough. So that happened. Theme is you're merciless with that violin. Anywho, top G, period. I am top G. Look, I've been going to the gym and I've actually started feeling like I can do this. I am now a protector in the physical sense. I, Themis and that audio clip must be stopped at all costs. Whether it is $30, $13, $18.25, 17. Period. Look, when you bulk, oh, that Nuck If You Buck song should be my amp up song from now on. Oh my god. Whether curry up and eat super chats when you need it, right? All right. Thank you, by the way. I don't know how to pronounce your name, so I'm saying, hey, I saw your comment and you sent a message to Annalicia in one of your comments, and I thought that was so beautiful. Thank you guys for just being gracious and kind to all the hosts and for the podcast. And I truly, truly appreciate all the sweet, kind comments. Kay did a wonderful job sort of moderating last week. So yeah. Wait, what is that song? There's a Jamaican song. Touch a Button. I wish I could play it. Touch a Button should have been my song, but it wasn't. It was nowhere in my mind when I needed it. So Themis shut. Period. No, as soon as I said period, that softened it, right? Like it become anyway, let's continue. I'm being annoying. So Bow had the following to say: hip hop needs a board, no different than the NBA with the Players Association, a committee that can set rules and keep things in control and protect this thing we call hip hop. And have a retirement plan for the OG rappers. I hate seeing my heroes liquored out, no money, just washed. So he's dragging people. This is not a kind statement, but I will try to ignore him attempting to drag because we know Bawa just lies about like everything. But anywho, I disagree with him. I think after your first $2 million, I think it is on you to become fiscally responsible and to prepare for your retirement. Now, I don't know if this board or association is going to be voluntary, but most of these people are not going to join because there are ways in which you can save and prepare for your future, but with all the blings and the watches and the chains and the terrible contracts, let's not leave that out. These people are not about to do it. So it is what it is. I think grown people making millions and millions of dollars should be able, absent any kind of theft or scam, should be able to prepare for their future relatively easy. So I don't have that kind of sympathy, but go off. I would steer to theme. Oh. I feel like I can't tell y'all how that story ended. But that man was disgusting. It wasn't a fighting steer. You are correct. It was not a fighting steer. It was a very disturbing steer. And I learned why that person was steering when he sat down across from me, pulled out his phone, and kind of acted like he's like on his phone, but started showing me his phone. What I saw on the screen was disgusting. So apparently I just walk around with fruitcake written all over me. I just walk around with fruitcake written all over me, and people engage with me in really disgusting ways. Thankfully, there was no communication. But yeah, so that probably shouldn't have shared that. I feel like probably shouldn't have shared that. All right. Now that we shared that, I think that is a great transition into masculinity and and learning about masculinity. Yeah, no, people are weird. People are weird. I think that would have been sexual harassment, but I don't have the time or energy. I don't care. But it's okay, Themis. It's them, not you. Yeah, that's what I tell myself. Um, Themes tonight: degeneracy, delinquents, black men create a culture of hip hop, and it's only serve themselves. And until you do right by me, everything you do is going to fail. Period. So let's get into masculinity, right? Because of all the things happening online, I decided, you know what? Maybe this guy who emailed me, not email, messaged me, DM'd me on Instagram telling me that I needed to look at more masculine things and become more masculine is correct. So tonight, I have no clue. Let me skip through to see where this video starts. All right. Tonight we're going to learn about masculinity together. I'm going to drop the link. Please don't stay up. Like, let's try to like cycle in and out so everyone can come up and tell me what they need to tell me. If you are a man, woman, child, no, there shouldn't be any children. If you're a man or woman, please come up and help me out with this masculinity journey. We're going on it together. All right. What was the race of the man? It was a black guy. It was yeah, black guy. We go.
I can paint a picture and then I can walk the steps to actually get myself, my family, my community, whatever it is, to a destination.
And your life can be different by this time. But in the meantime, let's change your life with this conversation with my brothers. Let's go.
I guess I'll start. I say a provider, protector. I want to see your lady or your woman, live life as stress-free as possible, and just taking care of the people that love you, and taking care of people that that's around your circle. That's what a man is to me.
First thought that comes to my mind is a builder, and that's someone that can take something from concept to completion. Like, I can paint a picture and then I can walk the steps to actually get myself, my family, my community, whatever it is, to a destination.
Yeah, I would definitely say, to add to that, I would add responsible. When I think of a man, I think about responsibility, and most definitely I think of somebody who's willing to sacrifice. Put a lot of things before ourselves. I think that's part of being a provider for sure.
I would say, as a father myself, definitely being a teacher, being there emotionally for your wife, your family, being a visionary.
Look, I'm taking this very seriously. I'm actually taking notes. I'm typing on a Google Doc. So I'm going to summarize. The question, I think, is, what is a man?
As Pastor talked about, painting that picture, being a visionary is super important. And that lady next to you, ladies, is being that implementer for that visionary and that support. So that's me.
So it's the trouble one right here.
Let's go, Doctor.
Dun, dun, dun. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to define myself without including you or community in it, so you can understand like what the essence of this man is.
Oh God.
Jesus.
So I can't. Hold up.
Hey, I need to ask you, what was your intentions about being on this panel today?
Thank you.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey, this is what I'm gonna do.
Because what he just said was, I am the man.
Now you asked me to come on now. After we had a conversation. So I guess men, when I say men, I'm talking about me. I want to challenge. I want to conquer. I want to define myself by my own rituals that I create for myself. And what I mean by that is my task in life is to figure out me. So then by that, I can give that to the world, to the community, to my wife, etc. And so I'm a little bit different from how men are defined today, because I grew up like fighting was normal for me. Like me and my cousins, like it was normal to dump each other on top of each other's heads, and I like that. Now I know I can't operate like that today. Like it's different. Like today is different, but you know, and the reason why I'm telling you this is because like I believe that all men want to challenge themselves so that they can figure out who they are. Like a lot of us want to experience ourselves through challenge. Now today, a lot of men are experiencing.
Wait, Demas, you have one of the most expressive things. That's not good. I'm learning. Oh, this is bad. Should I go off camera? No, I'm not going to go off camera.
That challenge by playing like NBA 2K and Call of Duty. But me, I define myself through my vision, which is where I create a lot of my challenges. And so I believe that in essence, that's what a man is. Like we want to explore, we want to challenge, we want to see who we really are, and then we can determine how we give the world who we are.
So I'll probably start off honest. My first vision of defining a man was skewed because how I was raised. Hood, get all you can all you get. So I thought a man, and most women would define him as a whore. As I matured and evolved, I realized my definition was based upon the environment I was raised in. So I had to detox from the old definition and come up with a new one. So now it's more of, I think a man is one who has the ability to evolve and not stay stuck in one arena.
You know, building.
I like the last person who's wait, I'm supposed to be learning, so maybe I shouldn't be. The one I like might be the worst one because the guy that just talked about evolving, I like that. The problem I'm having is someone said builder, someone said be responsible, being a teacher, being there emotionally, being a visionary. What did I write? I want to challenge, I want to conquer, define myself by my own ritual, figure out me to give myself to my wife. I grew up fighting, I like fighting. My vision was skewed. I was raised in the hood, thought it was a whore. I had to detox. Yeah, no, I like that one. I feel like this could apply to anyone. Wait, what is a man? I'm going to drop the link. Let's start there. The first question is, quickly, the first person to come up, you'll tell me what is a man. Because I just realized the descriptors of manhood, and maybe womanhood in this way, but the descriptors of manhood literally means nothing. Like the way they just describe manhood to me means nothing in terms of man. Like I just thought, oh, this is a human being. Like am I crazy? Yeah, no, I'm taking notes. We are learning today. All right, we have one person, no one else can come up. Concern, go ahead.
Demas, you might be muted.
I'm not muted.
Oh, I think it might be me then. I'll come out and come back in then.
Can you hear me? But you can hear me now. Your response. All right, she left. Let's continue. All right, so maybe I'm confused, but like we're going to need men to hit the link. Look, someone needs to come up here and tell me what a man is, because I just realized like, I like in my mind, like a man is a grown male. Like, oh, Concern is back. All right, Concern, what is a man? Hit me. You have 30 seconds.
I think a man is a person, an individual. I think we should stop with the label. That's my thing. I think it is a slippery slope to try to define that, and we shouldn't be interested in it.
All right, but I'm connecting with young men, so I'm trying to in tune with my masculinity. Wait, what is masculinity? Wasted energy, whatever works for you. The answer, Alex, is what is a human and a decent man. Period. See, this is what I was going with, but I might have been wrong. Yes, hair.
Yes, hair. Oh my God. All right, fine. I'll go do my hair this weekend. Jeez.
Go ahead, Miss Natural. You're the last person before we continue.
I totally agree with you. A man is an adult male. I think all these descriptors they're using to describe a man are based on their ideas around masculinity, but they don't really mean anything. I build things, you build things, we all build things. We're all strong people. We all are self-determined if we're evolved. So to me, a man is an adult male. So I don't know if that's a good answer, but that's the conclusion I've come to.
Look, apparently I don't know. Look, so I'm just learning. Are we matching? Is that black or green? I think
It's
that's
black. Black.
All right. I'm taking notes. So
Evolving, conquering. I think all of that is a great definition of what men are, right? I think where I want to go next, let's go deeper. Does a woman play a role in confirming manhood?
No.
okay, so actually it is going to get messy, isn't it? I think this is going to get messy. The fact that you just say no so quickly is very annoying. A woman, the opposite, if you want to say that, gender, would have to play some kind of role in confirming manhood, not defining manhood. Why did you say no? Like, what? Like, that doesn't make sense. Does women, does women play a role in confirming manhood? Yes. Like, wait, am I this far off? Am I the Yo, I don't know nothing about a manhood. Let's see.
No. The answer is no. Just like a man does not define what a woman is, women define what a real woman is. Men define.
See, no. You can't say that because a couple minutes ago, one of the other guys said men are visionaries and women are implementers. So right before, when they define manhood, first thing, no one asked about women there, but someone brought up that women, I forgot which one of you, but I wrote it down, being a visionary, someone said, and women are implementers. So y'all defined womanhood. In your little brief thing where you were describing manhood, you described womanhood. So anywho, I'm getting annoyed. By the way, this is the face I saw, which is why I knew I wanted to watch it, because he always does some kind of mess.
And what a real man is. See, when I hear all these things, I hear community asset. It's not a protector and provider of my family. It's about the masses, however far your arms extend. So if I can provide for my community, doctor, right? You're doing something bigger for the people. And I think men have to protect the community, not just their family. That's an easy job, or should be, right? And men have to provide an asset for the community so then we can do what? Build the community. Same thing with women, right? Women have to do whatever it is that women find for them to be defined as a woman. Us men need to define men, and we do. If you can only take care of you and your family, I know you're not an asset to us. So I leave you alone and take care of your family, and you know what I'm saying? Go ahead, sir.
I disagree.
Okay, good. Because I also disagree. I mean, I'm here to learn, but I'm going to push back. In classes, I push back. Okay, community, blah, 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 men build, blah, blah, blah. Does women play a role in confirming manhood? No one said anything about defining manhood. They said, do women play a role? Like, y'all can't even stay on prompt. Y'all can't. Why are you talking about defining manhood? All right. I'm still learning, but they're not answering the prompt, so I don't know how to take notes.
I disagree. I do believe women play a part, because without women, what are we doing all of this for? I think women give us the drive to make sure that the community is safe, make sure that we are providing for the and I disagree also. A man who is doing for his family is still doing for the community, because he's teaching those kids how to be proper people in society. So I think all of those things kind of play a part. So I think it's negligent to say that women don't play a major part in what shapes us as men, because they do 100%.
I mean, I don't want to. Let's
We're gonna have some conversation. It's a conversation. Let's go.
I'm not here to be right. I'm here to be real. What I will say is, I mean, yes, if we want to talk in general terms, there are many different things, women included, that play a part in depicting what a man is. But if we're talking about the majority term, When I see a man, I don't say he's a man because he can just provide.
Okay, y'all, I don't know what to write because this is not helpful. Does a woman play a role in confirming manhood? Does women play a role in confirming manhood? What do y'all mean majority part? Like, what are you doing? I don't know. Anyway, I'm just gonna go trash. This part is trash. We're not gonna know about women helping me with my manhood, so.
For his family. And although he might do a great job, he's a smaller man than a man who's providing for the community. See, there's levels to being a man, right? And you start off as a male, and then you gradually become a man. But in order for you to become a man, you have to add multiple different assets to the world and benefits to the world before I can say, hey, look, you're a man of, I guess, quality, right? When a woman sees a woman doesn't see a man and say, hey, he takes care of his family, he provides for his family, whatever it may look like in 2022, and thinks that he's the idealistic man. They think of the idealistic man as the man that's providing for more than one. You know what I mean? So it depends on what level you want to start at or what level we're talking.
Didn't you just say women don't define men? Now you're talking about women don't see a man who's only providing for his family as like a real man or whatever kind of man you just said. They look at the man providing for the community. So women, in the way you were talking about women's ability to define manhood, they both not only do they confirm manhood, they define manhood, they dictate manhood by your definition. This don't make sense. Wait, do I make sense? Because he kept talking about how women won't see you as a man if you're only taking care of your family. But you just said women don't define manhood. So why are you talking about? They thought the dust on the left and men on the right. Oh my God, why y'all like this?
About.
So I'm going to play the spiritual role now.
Thanks for letting us know.
Yes, I want to play the spiritual role. When God creates man, he says he created everything else and said it's not good for man to be alone. It was a reason he said that. Because we don't have the capacity to become without them. So it's not negative towards a man. It's positive to have that asset in your corner. Here's this. So when I think of what you said, I'm not here to say who's wrong or right. When I think of what you said, I think when the right woman is a pillow and a pillar, she helps you become the man.
I actually like the pillow though. I ain't gonna lie.
I'm here for the pillow.
Yeah. So and as a man, I need to come home to a pillow, but I need her to be a pillar when I give her my vision, and she can hold it. So I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying who's right. I'm saying to become a man, she helps me to become that. Now I'm not talking gender.
Yo, one thing about a black pastor is they gonna rap. I'm not even going to lie. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I disagree with this, by the way. Whatever. Anyway, I can't disagree. I'm learning. So women are pillows and pillars. Yeah. Hey, concern. 1 second before you go.
Hold on 1 second, because I'm trying to figure out what's going on with my phone. I'll come out and come back in because you're muted again.
Yeah. All right. I'm fine. One thing about a pastor is they gonna preach. Like he had me believing what he's saying. He almost got me. Let's continue. Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna have a new me come back. Hey, concerned. Hello?
Okay, so I can't hear you. but I know that you could hear me last time. What I want to say is that it's the pillow and pillar thing sounds great on paper. And I understand that the partnership is what we as women hear. But sometimes when we talk about even these guys that have, in my opinion, not trying to demonize him, but just trying to take a step back and figure out like what is our goal if we really want to have the partnership. I feel like the pillow and pillar thing is problematic because it is
the thing
still this man projecting on you, this superhero. And it's hard to have intimacy with somebody who needs you to be this Madonna, even though this Madonna is not as offensive as some of the other Madonna archetypes. He's still looking for you to be a tank for him that might make it hard for him to empathize with you when he needs to.
Yeah, but can you hear me?
I can't hear. I'm gonna step out now and figure out my life with my phone. But
yes, but like I'm kind of joking, but not really. Like I'm actually taking notes. Why are we talking about what women should and should not be in like this says exploring masculinity. So y'all sent me a video about how I should learn about being more masculine. And in the video that I'm supposed to be learning about masculinity, y'all talking about women are pillars and pillars. Period. It's a new year and same old ish. Maybe in 2024 we'll get to be people, right? Thank you. Natalie. Mona, pillars hold, not y'all, they want y'all to be strong. Pillars hold all the weight for structures, the backbone of the community as always. Hey, Obi, the panel is always annoying. Pillars doesn't sound great, LOL. An object to be used, not a two-way object at all. Yeah, no, all right, let's continue. Because I'm going to learn to be a man today by hook or by crook. Wait, is it hook or crook or hook or sinker? I don't know. One of those phrases.
I'm not talking.
I have a question for you, Pastor.
No, we good. Yeah, we good.
I'm just asking. I'm just asking.
That's Rico. Let's go.
I'm asking for a friend. Do women, so if he's not a man, what are we going to call him at that point? He hasn't found a woman. What are we calling him?
So now we got to go to what we talked about upstairs. What is your definition when you say a man? So when you say a man community, you're building a community, husband, wife, children. Now, if you're saying male, what he's birthed, that's a whole nother issue. So when you say a man, most people, I won't say male or women, most people define somebody based off of their own experience, not by the real definition. So when you say a man to him may mean something different to me, may mean something different to her. So then it all evolves around the person who you're talking to when you say
Pastor, I get that. Let's get to it.
So you want to be real? Okay.
Yeah, because we're doing a lot.
Okay.
Let's get to
Yeah, because my thing is,
what is it? Doctor, please. I talk to the pastor. I need him. I don't need a doctor right now. I need a pastor.
I love you, Rico. Y'all both are confused, but we need pastor.
I'm just curious. I'm curious because we said a woman helps him become a man, right? So my question is, does that mean he's not a man when they first meet them? And are women okay with accepting the fact that they're not meeting a man at first? That's my question, Pastor.
That's a good question.
I think the bigger question.
That's a different question.
But I think the bigger question is this, right? Is this being real? Do women even know what a man is? Because a lot of them may not have been raised by a man. So now that they got their own definition, what if women out here thinking that they have a man when they don't, and they end up getting hurt because they thought from what they was taught that they had something?
So now I'm even answer that.
Are y'all gonna tell me what a man is or no? I feel like y'all not gonna tell me what a man is. I don't feel like I'm gonna get it. Because at this point, like, how are y'all out there now talking about whether or not a woman knows if they have a man or not? She don't know. She don't know if she got a man because you don't know if you're a man. I probably should cut my hair to be a man. Be a man, be a man.
Let's be honest, some of us were boys until we met her. And she made us become a man. So I'm not, we just being real. Okay.
But you did jump over his question though.
Yeah. So
Is it
initial-
possible? Is it possible for someone to make someone something that they've never been? The argument I'm bringing up, I think it takes a real man to turn a boy into a man. And women can support a man's vision, they can affirm them, then they encourage them. But it takes whether it's from a far off role model or it's a hand-on nurturing, I think it takes a real man to turn a boy into a man. And if a wife, a girlfriend tries to turn her boyfriend or husband into a man, she's now forming and fashioning him and controlling him in a way that he will always push back against.
Here's why I'm gonna push back on that.
Go ahead.
This is why I'm
Now the pastor's pushing back?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, this is good. I know these two, they can go this.
He know we.
Lord Jesus, we ain't got that much time.
I understand what you say from afar off, but when you're raised by a single mother that doesn't have the support system, she has to have some type of attribute to contribute to who you are. Now, I'm not saying if every man say what he's supposed to be, this wouldn't be an argument. Would this be null and void? But what I'm saying, I'm not exclusively saying I'm right or wrong. I'm saying there is room for her to help me
Add
to
value.
become and add value to me becoming a man.
Definitely.
Yeah, I agree. To a little bit.
Well,
I don't believe that a woman can raise a man. I just don't.
But you introduced yourself as saying I was given a model of unhealthy men.
Exactly.
So I had to relearn manhood. Right. So even a man who's not healthy himself can't raise a healthy man. So it's not like single mom versus man. You need a healthy man to
raise up a healthy man. That's good.
All right. So we have solved the absentee father issue because women cannot raise men. So like, I don't. The one is so obviously the person who sent this to me probably was like, you need to man up. But I don't think they were doing it in like a mean. I don't interpret their messages as mean. So like, I'm confused as to what I'm supposed to do with this. Women can't raise. What is a man? Like, why can't women raise men? And if they can't, are we now all in agreement that like it's the absentee father that's like missing in the child's life that causes them to like go down whatever road? Like, all right, period. And I was taking notes again. Is it possible for someone to make someone something they've never been? I'm assuming this is the part where he's saying women can't raise men. That was kind of obvious in the way you put that question forward. This would be someone making someone else. I don't care. I don't care. I'm skipping dinner today because the word salad that they're serving is enough. They just be talking. People just talk. Like, no way. I dare someone to come up here and tell me I'm not a man anymore. Because if I don't get how to be a man by the end of this, I'm gonna like be really mad.
I'll be very transparent. My mother is a great woman. I was raised by a single mother majority of my life, okay? She's a woman who defined so many odds, and I admire her for it. You know, for her getting all 17.
Why I feel like he's gonna drag his mother. Anytime you start off that way, it never ends well. But let me give him grace and see where this goes.
Pregnant with me, 19 and pregnant with my sister, and still having no help, no support system, maintaining to get three degrees and becoming a supervisor of the Board of Ed for New Jersey. Okay, she's a dope woman, strong woman, right? Smart, intelligent, educated woman. However, she instilled so many great qualities into me, but I still was not a man until I got my stepfather, a healthy stepfather, right? And although I take a lot of the things that she taught me and instilled into me, the man had to show me how to be a man and stand firm as a man, as well as she did. You know, I'm not negating what she did, but like he was the finishing touches. You know, she put all the recipes. He was able to be the oven to.
Yeah, I want to.
Okay, so your first statement that women aren't involved, can't do it, is not correct, even if if you say it's very de minimis the amount of effort and work she put in, like that doesn't make sense then.
Say one more thing. I know we gotta, probably move on, but I gotta say this. I think
This person disrespecting a mother all the time. Really? I don't know him like that. I see clips of him. Not him. It's the hypocrisy for me.
another definition of a man that we have to add in there, fellas, is someone who know how to express his emotions. Because I was raised in a household with my mom, even though I had my dad, neither one of them showed me any type of emotions, even though I knew that they loved me. But I think a lot of times, man, we want to hear it from our women. And I think I fought it for so long, and I wasn't a good man to my women because I didn't know how to express my emotions. So I think I want to add that in there for sure.
So let's go there real quick then. Let's go deeper as men. Why do we as men have a problem? Say it. The question that was posed to me from ladies was that men have a hard time. They really do not show. We do not show our femininity side. Do y'all believe as men that we have a feminine side to us as men?
Let's talk biology, doctor.
Well, here's the thing. I think what happens with women is women want us also to be their girlfriend.
I'm so confused. How is this about women? Do men have a feminine side? I think women want us to be their girl. Wait, what? Sure, women want you to be their girlfriend, Jesus, whatever. Fine. But like, do you believe men have a feminine side? Like, I'm stay on topic. Please, I'm trying to take notes. I'm actually trying to take notes. I might start a Hustlers University 2.0 to teach men how to be alpha after this. So like, you guys need to help me out. Please. Please.
Hold up.
He didn't say he was right.
Y'all are not supposed to be talking.
Trigger alert. Look.
And what I mean by that is I will never be able to communicate with you like your girlfriend communicates with you. And to ask me to do that, you're putting me in a bad position. I'm not built like that. So a woman should never come to a man to get that.
But should a woman?
Do you have a feminine side, guy? Like, I feel like this is like not that difficult. Like the prompt is very obvious. Like my answer is gonna be yes, but like maybe like I am too far gone. So I'm not the one who is supposed to answer the question. They can't define manhood without talking about women, but can't just say it because they think it's weak. It's yeah, that's what I'm getting. Like, do men have a feminine side? Well, women want us to be like, sir, I'm asking you this.
Women ask, that's what I'm asking. You kind of
Thank you, Stephanie.
You went in, but you didn't ask the question. Answer the question.
Interrupted.
Do men have a feminine side? Do we have feminine energy?
No.
So, can I jump in? Go ahead. Go for it.
No.
We do not.
No.
Do you? Okay, answer this question. Do you believe women have masculine energy?
Some do, but they shouldn't.
So can I hold on real quick? So I wanna read something to y'all real quick. When we talk about femininity is what we're talking about specifically. So before we say it's a yes, we would need to rephrase that to sensitive, emotional, vulnerability. But when we say feminine, that takes it to a whole nother level. So femininity is qualities or attributes regarded as characteristics of women. Who would want any womanly trait in their man if that's what we're talking about? We're talking about men. So as a husband, as a father of 3 girls, I would tell you that the answer to that question is no. One, because when we're raising up these young women, we want to show them a true example of what a man is. You want them to be sensitive, you want vulnerability, you want leadership, you want all of those qualities, but you never want to show your daughter that it's okay for a man to act in a feminine way. You want to take charge of things. So for me, being sensitive, crying, different things like that, showing that. I think our culture has kind of spun that in a way to where it's not acceptable. Where growing up, I could tell you right.
How are you going to use the definition to say men don't have a feminine side, but you wouldn't use the same definition to say women can't be masculine? By your definition, like, I'm so confused. I'm actually kind of confused. How are you going to go find it? Wait, is someone going to define femininity and masculinity in this context? Because I'm sure they're talking about like emotional availability. I'm sure that when they say feminine side, it's about being softer, sweeter, kinder. Which I don't like breaking these up into masculine and feminine, but it is what it is. Well, why are we talking about what a woman is if we're talking about men? Hi, right, Jubilee? Like, thank you so much, and I'm so confused. Thank you. Well, you're disqualified, Theo. I've been disqualified. I have been disqualified. Yep, I sure have. I don't know where this is going. Anti-Black racists can only define themselves as the absence of Blackness. Misogynists can only define masculinity as the absence of feminine. Period. Get into it. Yep. Y'all need to get into the look at Ariana.
Right now, I've never seen my father cry. Never. But my daughters, they'll tell you they've seen their father cry. They saw their father cry when their hamster died because I wanted to connect with them to make sure that they understood that I felt what they felt.
The hamster?
I ain't crying over no hamster, bro. I'm sorry, bro. I was with you to the hamster.
Now listen.
Oh, I just.
Hold up, bro.
He said, let's clean this up.
Never did. But what hurt me more was that something that they cared so much about, and it was the significance of what it meant to them.
Look, this, by the way, is why they're all up here giving women advice instead of each other. Because, like, on YouTube, because until this, everyone has been trying to define femininity in like every single one. They're like, women are pillows and pillars, right? They've defined womanhood in its entirety in their mind. But they can't define a man.
That's real. That hurt me. You know, I want to touch on that culture piece, and I mentioned this on your show. I do think, man, and you mentioned this too. I do think Black men in America, specifically, culturally, we have been taught manhood in such a toxic way. And I think that, you know, as I have evolved as a man with my lady, right? It's so many things now that we're deep into our relationship now, right? So I'm able to have more real and honest exchanges with her, and none of those kind of exchanges I was able to have at the beginning. I remember you also mentioned that you was honest with a lady about how you felt. And I told you that it probably wasn't even wise to be that honest with that lady at the beginning. And the reason why I say that, man, is because our women are even indoctrinated with a toxic culture of relationship. You know what I mean? Like, you know, we're raised literally to treat our women like bitches, like hoes. That's how we refer to our women. That's how we connect. The women are trained through songs and indoctrination that you should bleed this man. You should take everything from this man, leave him dry, don't care about him. That's the way we're trained in our culture. And so it wasn't until I started getting in books that I started to like unpack a lot of that stuff and started recognizing that this is perverse. You know what I'm saying? And so now with my lady, I'm able to kind of have those more real conversations, but it took years to get to that space.
So let me answer this question because I want to get Diddy and Cyrus in on this too.
I'm not messing up. Go ahead.
No, you're the only one on this stage. You my pastor. Go ahead, man.
I'm gonna throw one thing out because I want to go back to what you said earlier when you introduced yourself. You said I grew up throwing my cousin on his head and fight and all that, but it's not accepted today. Here's the problem. We're trying to make manhood one-dimensional when there are different dimensions to a man. And here is what an unhealthy man is. A man that doesn't understand what space he's supposed to live out different dimensions. An aggressive man in the right space is a man. An aggressive man in the wrong space is an abuser or whatever it may be. And we've got to learn that manhood is sensitivity in the right place, where you're supposed to be sensitive, and aggressive in the right place. And if you don't understand that, you're talking about society. So sensitivity and feminism is now synonymous. So
I am a bit confused. if women are aggressive, is that masculine? Like, I feel like women should and can be aggressive in the right space and like soft and sweet in other spaces. Like, a woman is not going to be soft and sweet walking through like a hood or a ghetto where people are like trying to attack her, right? But maybe that will be different somewhere else. Like, I feel like this is not masculinity or maybe I'm wrong because I'm here to learn. Instead of like pushing back, I should be learning. My bad. Let me get back my notes. This is what happens when kids who don't do the homework end up in the same study group. Dumb, dumber, and dumbest go and fail the finals together. At least they can keep each other company in summer school. Maya, no. No, Maya. The panel is exhausting, trying to outdo each other. Yeah, there's a lot of peacocking. So I'm learning some things from them, not from their words, but from how they interact with each other. I am learning that there is a very competitive edge, but I also see this on panels with women. So I don't know. So yes, women do confirm manhood. Yeah, that's essentially like, yeah. LTG says, is Themis homosexual? Beta! Jesse Lee Peterson says, beta.
So we can't show our sensitive side because now you're acting like a woman. No, we can't accept this one-dimensional mindset of what a man is. A man is knowing who to be in what room at the right time.
Yeah. All right. All right. Now the pastors may not like this conversation.
Themis Santos, I think what he's trying to say is that aggressiveness is most commonly associated with men and masculinity, while softness and being amenable is mostly ascribed to women. Yeah, but when they defined masculinity before, it seems like they're saying masculinity are traits that are men, and then femininity are from women. And it's very strange to do that and then try to be, and not, when you talk about men, not exclusively talk about things that are for men, and then exclusively talk about things that are for women, because we know that there is a mix and a spectrum, and there are people who fall on all kinds parts of that spectrum in terms of presentation of masculinity. But I don't know what I'm actually curious as to the fact that like I can't answer what a man is. Like that's actually like I don't know if I've never really thought about it because I've never really cared. I just want to be a good person who does the right thing. So it's like these men who want to reach this optimal manhood, like, how do we define it? And I think the only way a lot of people can define it is this sort of boisterous, aggressive, Lamborghini having, women touting man on TV, right? Who has a lot of wealth and money and access and power, and you're not quite sure where he gets it from because like he's just that. Andrew Tate. I'm shocked that women keep coming up in this conversation. What that got to do with being a man? They seem to lack any identity outside of being partnered. Yeah, someone actually said, thank you, by the way, Brown Bobby. Someone actually said, there's no purpose of manhood without womanhood, which I understand. But can you like define because the panel is exploring masculinity, and we have not explored any masculinity in my mind. Exactly, Themis. These men understand femininity so well, but can't define what I'm at. Yeah, that's what I'm getting. I'm coping right now. I'm coping.
We about to go. Let's go even. Let's go deeper. Let's leave the church. We're gonna step out the church, and we're gonna step into Rico's world. If y'all follow Rico's show, he talks about this all the time. Let's talk about sex.
Love it.
I was dating a young lady, right? So I'm very honest. If y'all follow me, I have no shame in my game. My pastor knows this. Pastor Don said it on my show. I tell every lady, listen, man, this is what I want up front. You gotta be safe, sweet, skilled, smart, and what? Very sexual. I say it up front. First date, first time. You gotta be safe, sweet, smart, skilled, and very sexual. As soon as I put the word sexual in there, it's like, oh my gosh, all you want is sex. The first word I said was saved. The second word,
How are you Christian? How are you this overtly Christian talking about you have to be saved, but also have to be sexual? What do you mean the women have to be sexual? Isn't it like marriage before like any of that? Like, wait, if you're Christian, I'm Christian. I thought it was married before any of this. So how are you talking about you need to be sexual pre-marriage? I know one of the pastors is about to push back. I know one of the pastors is about to push back on here. The a la carte Christian, hashtag Sinji, correct.
I didn't even say sex first. I said, you gotta be sweet. And the only thing we talk about is all he wants is sex. And you know what? This is what I say. That's not all I want, but daggone it, I want it. Why is it? And forget that the ladies are in the building, right? Ladies value provision. Men value. We gonna go there. We want good sex. Let's just be real. Now y'all married, you know what I'm saying? Clearly y'all got kids. So we clearly know 30 years? It's been good in 30 years? Oh, I ain't going. My sister here. I'm gonna be quiet. So I want to ask a question because one lady told me, she said, "Hey, listen, you're not getting sex." I said, "Great, cool, no problem." I said, "So don't ask me for any money."
That's how you start the conversation?
No. Listen, let's check this out. Here's why I did it. Because if I said I want saved first, sweet next, and the last thing I said was a very sexual woman, and all you're leading with is all I want is sex, and you didn't entertain the other four things, I was like, listen, so since you're going to go there, let me go straight there too. Do not ask me to take you on no fine dining. Don't ask me to take you on no vacation. Christmas.
Well, let me see if he's going to say it explicitly before I say he didn't say it explicitly.
This is coming up. Don't ask me for nothing. Do men value, do we, the way ladies value money, do we value sex the same?
Yes.
Wait, do men think this is a trend? You know, there are people who engage in that kind of work where you exchange money for that. Like, so masculinity means what now? I'm still trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm still like, this direct transaction that popped into his mind, I think he thinks is a rhetorical win on this panel, which it might be. And maybe I'm just so far removed from manhood that I don't understand it. But do you think giving someone money or helping someone or taking someone on a date, you said no more fine dining. So taking someone on a date is like equal to, all right. So I had a debate the other day and I was like, maybe most of them aren't this and maybe most of them aren't that. But like, come on, y'all have to give me something to work with because this feels very degenerate to me. Like the fact that you think, okay, if you're not going to sleep with me and if you say this about not being sexual, then I'm not going to take you on a date, a fine dining date. Like what? I mean, and the pastors are just there, like, the funny thing is I only know one of them is a pastor, the one that I liked initially, but like, no one is gonna say anything about this. It's just gonna happen. This is a performance. Why are they always talking so slick? Preachers, players, pimps, etc. All I hear is slick, slickety slick. Yeah, same, actually. Like, this is actually kind of ridiculous now. We still haven't learned anything about masculinity. He brought up money, she didn't. Yeah. And the thing is, I feel like men are stuck in this world where they like women need their money. Women don't need your money. Like, let's be clear. First of all, y'all don't have money to give. We do not have money to be giving to women, and women don't need our money as a general matter. So the fact that y'all are thinking, oh, sex is just as equal important to me as money is to these women is kind of ridiculous, because particularly among our people, the wage gap is shrinking. Women tend to marry down in the Black community. So I'm not quite sure where this whole money thing is coming from, but it's not giving what you wait, sorry, let me get back to learning. I need to get back to learning, because I definitely I feel a drag coming on, and that's not what I'm here to do. I'm here today to learn to be a man. Be a man, be a man. Clearly, he thinks that taking a woman on a date means that she owes you sex, which is disturbing, but not surprising, since it seems to be the general vibe among men from time. Yeah, he doesn't say it explicitly, but that's literally what that means. That is literally what that means. They want a whole... Wait! Bro, Barbie, I wasn't ready. Why are you... Oh my God. Wait, am I sick? Why am I short of breath? Like, when I laugh, I can't really laugh because I'm out of breath before I... Stop. We have already established that men see their value in terms of finance, and yet even the broke ones think they are high. Wait, hurry up, Penny. All right. So I'm gonna have an award, and at the end of each quarter, we're gonna give award for best comments, because we're wasting comments like these. Curry Up and Eat is in the lead currently. Brown Barbie, that was really good.
Yes. Yes.
Rico.
Like, let's be real. I mean, I don't know about everybody here on the panel. We all have had different lives, but me, myself included, right? I know a lot of men who had sex on the first date turn into a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 year relationship. You know, sometimes they only knew each other for 5, 6 days.
Is that a long time?
I mean, for me, yeah.
5 years. Listen, that is a long time to single people.
Yeah. I mean, not compared to Pastor and you, 17, 30. I commend you both, by the way.
Stevenson, so did it state that the qualification were to be invited for the... No, be man and show up. I should have showed up. Because apparently at this rate, I can teach men. At this rate, I can teach men how to be men too. Like, at this rate, like, period. I don't know why I thought I was falling behind some masculinity. At this point, I don't need you to be a man. Just be a human being. You know what? I just want to plant like I can. That's what Annalise said on the podcast.
But what I'm saying is, I'm just saying we do appreciate sex, and sometimes I think women can get it confused that we think that, and rightfully so, because there are men that do think like this. But if they give up the sex too early, that's going to limit their chances of being taken serious. And I think that we got to actually tell them that there's a lot of other things that we're looking for, and the sex is just a bonus. You know, if you can do the other 4 things that I'm asking or he's asking, and then the sex is, you know, good, then it doesn't matter when you give it, because you're still hitting all the check marks that I'm having for you. And anybody who says that they don't value sex in here in the panel is lying.
I mean, we see, I mean, even historically, we see the exchanges always happen throughout history, where whenever parents saw a man that was successful, and then they would want to marry off their daughter to that successful man. One of the bargaining chips was not just her femininity, but her purity, and the fact that she will be sexual exclusively with you. And that's something you can look at different cultures around the world. That's something that's been consistent. So yeah, that is like one of the different fair exchanges.
But, and we have to take into consideration that
What fair exchange? Women don't need your money. Men are going to have to figure out how to define manhood for themselves outside of money and the ability to give money. Because yes, that is important. I'm not even going to pretend like that's not important, but you need other skills. Hey, Themis in chat, I'm catching out. Pillar took me. You have a long way to go. And when you get down here, it's not going to be any better. By the time you see me reading your comment, you probably have logged off. You might not even get to me reacting to your comment. That's how terrible this is. They're not teaching. They've defined womanhood, and they said women can't define manhood, but they've gone ahead and defined womanhood and haven't yet to define manhood. And they think we're in some feudal system where these lords are trying to marry off their daughters so that these daughters can get some land. I mean, these men are literally out here thinking, oh, the dads are feudal lords, and they're looking for the best suitor to give their daughter to, because the daughter in this realm is like property, and we have to do an exchange now. It's like, girl, most of these people don't even live with it. Let me stop. Let me stop. Most can say they are good men, but they can say, I have $1, and they sing it loud like they are literally little rascals. They need $1. $1 is all they need.
every woman is not very sexual. And I think that's why, like you said it earlier before, that, you know, basically being too honest too soon could be detrimental. And I think that it's a savior. If I tell you the 5 things that I need, or that I need right now, because our needs do change, right, within time, possibly, and you can fulfill those, then there's no disconnect, there's no miscommunication between us, and hopefully we build to something that's going to be better. You know what I'm saying? And I think that if I say I want a very sexual woman, I hope that the woman that I'm speaking to understands her level of sexual, you know, competence.
Do you think these men listen back to themselves and think, I did that? Do you think that happens? Do you think these men like play back and go, yeah, I killed that. I did that. Like, thank you, Curry Up and Eat. I just, how dare they hold a panel with our girl, without our girl Pearly, period. You thought you just had to burn your cape. Looks like you need to go Medea on a pillow and pillars as well. Period. Period, Natalie. How can you tell on a first date she can fulfill them, though? I mean, they didn't even describe what being sexual meant. To one person, it might mean something very different than someone else. Like, what's sexual for one person? Like, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. I don't like where this is going. I mean, I don't like where it's at currently, but I definitely don't like where it's going. And I also don't like the fact that these people are living in a world where they seem to forget that in contemporary society, men and women come together and create this weird IKEA marriage where they build together, right? Or they fail together, or nothing happens. But it's not the case that by and large, men are showing up with everything together financially, and the woman stays at home and take care of the children and do that kind of labor. That's not what's happening. So this idea that like, oh, men want these women to be sexual and that's the exchange for me to provide for them. It's like, girl, you're not providing. You are not providing. So like, does that mean Cardi B is right? Look, Goldman Sachs has defined masculinity in our community. These men have been conditioned to be our help. What? No! Ultimate enigma. Wait, let me start this comment. Just because. I needed to breathe. When a later stage boy precedes statements with, as a man or as men, you can bet your bee's knees something of very varying degree of unmanliness is coming up. It's cringy AF. No, the whole panel, the entirety of this panel is cringy. The whole thing. Thank you, Ill Doctrine. The entire thing is cringy.
Come on, Joy. I'm looking for the word. Help me out.
Sexual.
But because some women could be cool with having sex once every 2 weeks. But if my sexual appetite
that's the devil.
is
And that's what I want to talk about.
that's the devil. I'm sorry. I didn't talk.
See?
Once every 2 weeks. Women.
But notice,
I don't know this.
What? But notice what you see. That's.
I'm gonna take her out once every other month.
I'm out the church, but I'm gonna be in the church. There's a scripture.
We had sex Thursday. I'm taking you out to dinner afterwards.
Yeah, they're talking about exchanging access to dates and whatever for sex, like that. And the pastor is like, I'm in the church, but I'm gonna step out of the church. No. Be principled. If you believe fundamentally in the God of the Bible and you believe in your Bible, then do it everywhere. Don't say, I'm gonna be in the church and out the church because you want to engage in degenerate conversation. That is ridiculous. If you are going to engage fully with your principles intact. Do not preface what you're going to say by some foolishness like, oh, I'm going to be in the church, but I'm out the church, so that you don't have to be held accountable for what you say as a pastor. Well, I don't know what you're going to say, but that little preface is not it for me, pastor. And I'm annoyed because I liked you initially. They're speaking like Sims, making a whole lot of racket but saying absolutely nothing at all. Making sense to like men at home. Lady M. With men should be focused on making sure the woman feels comfortable, respected, and satisfied. Why are they talking about it just what they want? Right. Like, it's not an exchange. Okay, maybe it's not an exchange. Both people who engage in this benefit from it, hopefully in terms of pleasure. So when you're thinking about, I'm giving you money so you can give me this, you fail to realize the importance of pleasing the other person. No, they're not giving you it. They're engaging in it. They're willing participant because their needs should also be met. It's not an exchange. Like, that doesn't make sense. Like, when you do that, like, oh, I gave you money, so you give me this, you only care about yourself then, in that context. And I know this because a lot of women are complaining online, and the research indicate that a lot of women don't you know what, let me leave that alone. This is why I can't take their conversation seriously. They supposedly start with a serious open discussion about masculinity, but always detour to how to get sex and women. Red pill is like their default setting. Yeah. Yes, this is ridiculous. I didn't know where this was going, but I did know that I want to learn about masculinity. That's what I did know. Theme, if you could teach the class on manhood. I think I could now. Like, this is kind of ridiculous. The fact that the conversation is being shaped in a way where women, you should be happy that I'm giving you money. Well, first and foremost, they don't need your money, but even if you're giving them the money, fine. So now you give me this thing. When you say that, you literally take away your responsibility in making sure the other person is also pleased. Because it's your thing. They're giving it to you. No one is giving you anything. You have to work for that. These men said the only relationship between men and women should be around money and sex. But you women better not name the price. Look, Look. Everyone is now a gold digger when they come up with when they say broke. When they say broke don't deserve.
So I'm gonna be out the church, I'm gonna be in the church. There's a scripture in Solomon that says, "Don't open my love before it's time." So when he says that, opening my love sexual creates an appetite. So when I say I want my woman to be sexual, you probably need to explain your appetite to her. Because sexuality to her may be once a week, twice a week, 3 times a week. You know, that may be the exchange. So
Pastor, no, absolutely not. You should be talking about marriage. You should be talking about, unless your appetite is you explaining what you expect after the marriage, absolutely not.
if we don't have a medium of exchange, it's not that she's not sexual. I just wasn't clear when I say when I want to be sexual. Because most of our appetite is taught before we met her. So if we create an appetite throwing ones, throwing fives, and she's stripping on the pole, and then now she's working, coming home, saying ain't no poles in my house. And you're like, baby, but I'm sexual. See, we create appetite. I'm not saying we right or wrong. I'm saying we also have that communication to say, listen, this is what I'm created when I say sexual. This is my appetite. And if she can't cook that, I would suggest that you move on. So that way you don't create damage in her and you find yourself looking at a side chick.
So then based on that, right? Based on that, so you're saying, Pastor, who told me to get the booty and the body, you are saying that if a woman says that she only wants to have sex once every other week, but she's a good woman.
Move on.
I'm gonna tell you this.
Leave. Hold on, pastors. I need to get. Hold on.
Leave.
But wait. Hold on. Wait. I'm gonna be honest because listen, that's not what I was taught. My mama taught me. What did my mama teach me? If she's a good woman, if she loves God, if she can pray for you, it's not about the Bible. So y'all telling me
she ain't a good woman.
She's a woman having sex every other week. She's not a good woman.
She's not a good woman for you.
There we go. I just wanted y'all to say that.
So you talked about appetite. Let's change the conversation.
Yeah.
If she says we're only going to have food once a week,
can't happen.
Why not?
Because I'm gonna cook.
Tracking?
Right.
Now you're no. I didn't say that she's gonna cook for you once a week.
Right.
We're only allowed to have food in our house once a week.
Oh heck no.
Why not?
Because I gotta eat.
You gonna eat somewhere
So
else?
why do we think that God made us?
Eat somewhere else.
Oh, why do we think that God?
So I want to come from a different.
Hold on. Let me challenge.
Why do we think that God?
Wait. Are they approving of cheating? Are they approving of cheating? They corrupted the holy man in less than 10 minutes. He walked in there corrupt. Let me stop. Actually, I did like his take initially. It's like a caricature board of black men degeneracy. This comment is not even that funny, but the way you wrote it is like absolutely hilarious. Level of single mother.
God made us with an appetite for food, but He didn't make us for an appetite for sex.
He did?
He did? Yeah,
he said he did.
He did.
Yeah.
He did. So hold on. Now we get all extreme. So a woman that only wants us to eat food once a week, we would say she's crazy, she's trying to abuse us or whatever. Same thing for a woman that only wants us to eat sexually once a week. She's trying to make us live. Don't hold. Don't hold. So two things. Look, I'm just using once a week as an example. I'm not saying that that's law. And the other thing is marriage is something where I only win when I'm willing to serve my spouse's needs. So there's going to be seasons of her life where she's not able to give me what I need, and I've got to die to myself. And then there's the opposite. But in an ideal week,
I need you to preach that word.
you're stress-free, life is good, nothing's wrong. In your ideal week, if you only try to feed me once a week, you ain't it. We got problems.
I'm not disagreeing with you. Only thing if we're being real, not being right, in this scenario, what I'm saying is if I created an appetite that caused me to be obese.
Yeah.
Gluttony.
So
and now I'm getting married to a healthy woman. But that's not because I know.
Wait,
you must be.
So here's where the doctor comes in.
The reason why I don't get that is because I know we're not supposed to be. We're not in the church right now. But the reason why that doesn't make sense to me is because the Bible even addresses saying not depriving your spouse of sex. It never says you can have too much sex with
You
your
better
spouse.
preach.
So
anything taken out of context become a pretext to say what we want. So when he, I'm sorry.
So wait, Pat, you saying that a man can actually desire too much sex?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, from his.
Okay, why are they acting like children? Everyone knows there is something. can I say this? I don't even know what I can say on YouTube anymore. I was trying to read the new guidelines. But literally everyone knows there's such a thing as sex addiction. Like everyone know there is such a thing. Why are you guys why are y'all just feeding into the stereotypes about being horn dogs? Like it doesn't make sense to me. Like you don't have to have this conversation. You literally don't have to have this conversation right now. You don't. Yes, there is such a thing as sexual discipline. There's also a thing such as male perversion should honestly be studied and regulated. Ahmed, yeah, I agree with you. Like this is actually kind of ridiculous. Thank you. These men lack integrity. Like they're advocating the black. Is that I don't know how you feel comfortable putting this out there, particularly as pastors. Well, not the pastor. The pastor guy didn't say anything much wrong in this moment, but this idea that like, oh my God, I'm just so I have to have it. I have to have it. What do you mean I have to have it? It's just like kind of ridiculous, and like you might need help for that actually. Laid and paid, that's their new career path. Career Well, this Bible talk, how many of y'all are married? Well, apparently not enough for them to be talking like this, you know what? Let's continue.
Yes!
From his wife?
Define
From his
too
wife?
much sex. Define it. It's not definable.
Too much sex is
It's
big.
not definable.
After 30 years, she say, babe, you asking me for too much right now. I should serve her need and put my need aside and say, what do you need from me? So you now
let me say something. Whenever I want you to look outside. Whenever you suppress a behavior, it comes out vile. That's what happens.
Trash. Throw the whole stage away. Let's start over. Just actually throw the whole stage away and let's start over. This is their union meeting. Here, the pastor just said there comes time where she is unable to fulfill that desire, and it's your turn to serve their needs. So I'm imagining, oh, she's sick, right? So she can't do that. She's hurt. She can't do that. She's depressed or something. She can't do that right now. He's going to rebut that by saying, if you suppress something, it comes out vile. It feels like you're saying cheat. It feels like you're saying cheat without saying you're going to cheat. And that's what it feels like you're saying cheat.
Happens with priests. That's why they rape little boys. Whenever
apples and oranges.
Listen, no.
Apples and oranges.
With
how did we get here? Sorry, I'm knocking the desk. How did we get here? I don't know how we got here. Well, that's that on that. If I was trying to not be flagged by YouTube, it is what it is now flagged. They probably don't even need or live up to yeah. No one with things to lose will come on here and do this. No one. That's masculinity. Well, period. I can't measure up.
With Catholic priests,
Now,
they have to swear off sex.
I want to hear this.
No, hold up.
They only think in extremes. Apparently, Sinclair, thank you. And still no definition of manhood. If I'm to go with what I'm gathering from this, it's not really good, actually. They always tell the truth, then we force them to lie. They are saying money and sex. They are good at one and need the other. Just when you thought you knew them, right? Wait, so let's agree these aren't the good ones. I'm gonna need y'all to drop a 1 that you agree with me that these aren't the good ones, and then drop a 2 if you're like, nah, they're the good ones. His mind was straight to SAF boys. Very yeah, that's actually kind of disturbing. But aren't these educated lames though? Well, you guys are saying no, they're not the good ones. Good.
With Catholic priests, they swear off sex. They don't have sex at all.
Hey, Loki, I don't think people listening. I don't think people listening to what he's saying.
They're not listening.
Don't
They're not
react.
listening.
Listen to what he's saying.
Yeah.
Catholic priests do not have sex.
They're not supposed to.
What happens when you suppress a natural urge? It always comes out vile.
That's not true. I can suppress my.
Nah, Pastor, that's true, man.
He said natural. He said natural.
Pastor, he said natural.
He said natural.
Pastor, let's be real. I grew up Church of God in Christ.
Maybe suppress is the wrong word. Maybe a word like regulate would be a better word, because the way these people are coming off, it feels like we're like in caves walking around and not actually like evolved people who understand that your basic instinct and your initial drive and quote unquote what is natural isn't always what is good, and we can actually control ourselves enough. Like, I hate the word civilize, but like, let's use the word civilize. Medicine officer. Thank you. He's admitting he would be a predator if his appetite isn't set. Okay, I mean, so I didn't want to say it like that, but like, yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting. Like, you're saying if I can't get to do what I want to do, then it's going to come out in vile ways. And it's like, or you could not make it come out in vile ways. You can go punch a bag, go to the gym, pick up a book, write, transmutate whatever sexual energy you have into doing something different and positive. Like, it doesn't have to come out vile. Like, you don't have to do something bad because you're trying not to do something that you feel like you're naturally wanting to do. Like, you can do other things. Interesting how they don't support the pastor the moment he doesn't agree with them. Yeah. I guess I hope he stand on stand on his square or whatever. I hope he put me on a panel. Put me in a panel with a group of men, because I feel like everyone feels like they need to agree, and I'm not about to sit there and agree. So let's go. Let's talk. Let me tell y'all how degenerate I think something is, because absolutely not. Pearly, come control your circus. Yeah, these are the good ones. I hope not. I hope not.
I was suppressed. I couldn't go to prom. I couldn't go to football games. I couldn't do none of that. The moment I graduated high school, I went to the strip club.
That was you.
I went to see booty, butt cheeks. I was like, yo, I'll have sex with anything because it was forced to suppress.
But that was you. And that's a problem we do. We make us everybody. Since I did it, everybody gonna do it.
No, but what he's saying is that if you're saying that
So at one point in your life, when you got free, you said you would sleep with anyone. All right, girl. Yeah, I think that's a you problem. Y'all might actually need help. Like, this is not a masculinity panel. This is a cry for help panel. Like, yeah, I feel like maybe we need more sex ed. And not like in the school, high school, birds and the bee way, but like talking about pleasure and how to either engage, when to engage, and when not to engage, and self-control, and like stuff like that. Because like, this is giving, I don't know how to control myself. That's very much what it's giving. This man shouldn't be near anyone's daughter. Absolutely agreed. They are good men. They bought Hafiz suit, threaded with success. These dudes have the audacity to be ugly. By the way, concern, you're in timeout. You absolutely are in timeout. I was not ready. I was reading, I was like, oh, this is from concern. This is some like sociological something happening. I'm reading and you just they do it because they're sexual predators, not because they're suppressing their urges. This is disturbing AF. Reminds me of that college campus study where men admitted they'd commit rape if they knew they'd never get caught. Actually, that's not. Who was that? Oh my God. Was that Cancer Girl? Cancer Girl. That is a good point. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So that's not actually what happened, and that's not what was tested. I need to find this study because my professor went over it. I've never seen the study. I forgot it, but my professor went over it, but never showed it to us. She was just talking about it. So what they were testing was the word, right? So when asked if they would, men on campus would be with someone who is drunk, essentially describe RAPE without saying it, a lot, like I forgot what percent of men said yes, they would do it, right? But when they put the R word in it, some of them dropped off, but a majority still said they would do it. So what it showed is people will do the activity. At least this is the conclusion that we're drawing from it. People will engage in the bad behavior once you don't call it the bad behavior. But as soon as you call it the bad behavior, then a lot of people will step back, even though some will engage in it. Now, majority still would engage in it. Now, that study on its own is like super important if I can find it and it's accurate, and I need to read it before I put it out in the world. So that caveat. But I think what's interesting, and we see it online, where these people will come up here and confess to crimes, but because you don't call it a crime in the exact way, like you don't say the word sex tourism or whatever, or I'm not going to say it. When they go overseas or any other thing, a number of other things people say online, because I think they, in their mind, they're not computing that what you are describing is a crime, even if you don't say the actual word. And I think that's actually quite fascinating. I think that's fascinating. So who was that? I want to find that comment again. I need to remember to find this study. It's going to annoy me. I can't, all strippers or therapists, come get the cure in the club. Period. There it is. I'm going to try to save that comment because I do need to find this. We might actually need to do a live reviewing this study. They're not talking about spirituality, balance, or how to treat a woman's body. You're entering someone's body. You should do so with care. I can't. Not only should you do so with care, thank you, Lady M, I'm still trying to figure out what a masculinity is. Like, I am trying to figure out what a masculinity is.
Naturally.
He's saying natural.
He's not saying forced thing. Like men naturally want to have sex. So if you say, no, you're not having sex at all,
it can go wrong.
Something is going to happen.
First of all, I did not say at all.
Well.
Hey, you guys, I had to take a quick break to thank one of our partners, Prize Pool, for partnering with us to bring this amazing panel conversation with healthy men. You know, Prize Pool is a leading savings account in the United States of America, in my personal opinion. Why?
I literally just said, give me the scenario.
Let me give you the
She
scenario.
get
in a car accident and she can't have sex for like 3 years.
I got it.
Yeah.
You mean to tell me?
But to give you the answer, my testosterone is like 850. I have sex every day with the woman I'm with.
Damn.
So I'm not the kind of man where it works out like
you
that.
out of there.
I'm not.
So you gonna step out the house?
I don't see a ring. Do you see a ring? I don't see a ring. So is the pastor gonna say something about this or no? Is the pastor gonna say something about this or no? Are we just gonna let that slide? Like, are we gonna let that go?
House.
It's gonna be a conversation, bro.
Yeah. We gotta keep it real. Gotta keep it real.
So he doesn't say he's not. If the woman is unable to do what he wants her to do, he said there's going to be a conversation. So not that he won't cheat, that he, yeah. This is giving low vibrational. Like I wasn't expecting it to get to this place, but we are here.
Hey, but I'm gonna say this real quick. I'm gonna be honest. So I'm gonna speak from experience, right? You know, like we talked about in the back. Like I've been married for a year now, right? But years ago, way before I was married, you know, when me and my wife we first had our son, my weaknesses got exposed. And the reason why I say that is that I was used to having sex all the time. When that sex got pulled back, and I didn't understand the postpartum situation. And ladies, y'all got to educate us better on them situations too. By the way, guess what happened? I fell deep into masturbation because I wasn't getting what I was used to, and my weaknesses was exposed. So I'm telling y'all, ladies.
Christians, myself included, but I don't do this, have a very strange way of like removing accountability from things that they do. First of all, I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but whatever. But when you say you fell into masturbation, like it's like, but like, did you do it? Because when you're like, oh, I fell into cheating, it's almost like the devil had his grips around me and caused me to cheat. He's not talking about cheating. But the way he said I fell into is how I generally hear pastor, like when Eddie Long was caught with men in Atlanta, he was like, I fell into this or I fell into that. It's like, you made a very conscious choice about what you did. You didn't fall into anything. The woman I'm with is code for unmarried. Yep, I figured. What's a man and inside out female biology took black men out of the home? The womb is literally a wound after giving birth. Oh. I mean, these people can't even appreciate what it is that they're engaging in, and it's like kind of sad. Like, I don't know. The womb is literally a wound after giving birth. The way you just said that is kind of poetic, but like in a really sad way. Masculinity is the journey of individual man, period. I agree. He fell on his hand, he fell into another woman or man. Instead of being an adult website, he could have been Googling postpartum recovery, right?
I understand y'all get mad that we don't understand that situation y'all going through. Educate us. One thing about a real man, we love being educated by our queen. So I want to let y'all know that for sure.
Anywho, also nurses, teachers appearing after birth about care for the woman. Miss me with the BS. Also Google. Yeah. Their energy brings to mind watching intoxicated preteens fumble over adults' topic. Soon they'll see who can urinate the furthest and see who can talk about their raunchiest thing in the funniest way. I did it too at 11 years old. Yeah. This does not feel like a group of well-adjusted adults talking about manhood. And I know because I was going to watch something else that I decided not to. The thing is, let me not, because I don't really like Jordan Peterson. Like, I actually don't. I think his approach to men and sociology and softness and all of that is fine, but politically I find him very odd, and his take on like global warming, for example, is very strange. But I feel like he's a better guide to men in terms of like masculinity, but I don't know. I don't watch enough to say that with any authority. It's just really weird to watch these men sort of fumble through manhood and apparently womanhood and sex, and like I don't know what to do. And I agree with you, Ill Doctrine. Thank you. Demons and Thoughts, you know what? I'm actually really happy that they're having these panels exposing themselves. Women, pay attention and keep far away from men like this. I wish I believe that would happen, but I don't. I feel like they're just gonna lie, and women are just gonna believe it. Like, oh, well, we were just entertaining. It's talks like this that make us happy with our cats, dogs, or plants instead of males like these spawn. Yeah, Mick, thank you. The same dude saying, y'all have y'all wine and education, or saying educate us. Nope, nope, nope. No, we're not going to educate you. Why do we need to educate them? We are not your life coach, so get counseling. I mean, I think there's something to be said about helping your partner, but if you're going through postpartum, I'm pretty sure you're not in the mood to be educating anyone. So, like, yeah, go figure it out. Like, actually, they are getting excited by each other. Half of them were asleep until they start talking about, yeah.
One of the things, Jesus, Doc said, we're going to have a conversation. Is sex in our top 3?
Hell yeah.
Definitely.
That's number 1.
If it's
That's
not
number
one,
one.
if it's not one,
Top 2.
It's probably
Top 3, not 1.
Yeah, probably 2.
One is
Is it
one
top
is
3?
physical. One is beauty. Yeah, one is beauty. She's beautiful. That's 1.
1A, 1B.
1A, 1B.
Fast. Yeah. Hype it. Who? But you know what? I would last longer in a relationship wise. I'll last longer with a beautiful woman who has subpar sex than I would with the woman who has great sex, but she's subpar beautiful.
Facts.
I'm a visual person. If
Okay, I cannot just do this. I have to drag. All right. No, I don't have to drag. No one have to do anything. Let me say this. I've heard men, let's interview their girlfriends, call and get the right. I would love that. Having to teach your man about postpartum depression while experiencing postpartum distress. # pillar. Period. # pillar. That's not actually funny, but that's funny. Y'all in the comments gonna stop asking these kings to research. You know they don't read right. Arithmetic. Wait. All right. Let's be serious for 2 seconds. It's not a drag, it's just me being serious. Everyone in the manosphere and a bunch of other people have said this in varying degree. They're like, marriage is bad, we divorce, women take half, you don't have half of anything, so not sure what they're going to take. But all right, let's assume that's true. The next thing is men are supposed to be logical, right? Okay, if men are logical, marriage is bad because of divorce, and they incentivize the law that men created, by the way, I'm just doing that because that's their claim, incentivize women to leave and take half of your stuff. Got it. All right. If marriage, you claim, is the most important decision you can make, right? They said marriage is the most important decision a man can make. And the way you go about making that decision is looking at someone's youth and beauty. You might not be as logical as you think. Like that literally makes no sense. When all the factors, when we're thinking about the research on marriage, we know that people who are similarly situated in socioeconomic status, in terms of education, religious belief, when you're similarly situated in the Bible, equally yoked, you do better, you fare better, you actually stay in relationships longer. Right? If your goal is to maintain a healthy, long-lasting relationship based on all of the psychological, sociological, anthropological research, all of it indicate that you should find someone similarly situated with you. So when you say her job don't matter, this don't matter, education don't matter, all of that does not make sense because you're going to go into a relationship that is bound to fail. Like, that is what you're doing. When you prioritize beauty and youth, and I'm not saying you shouldn't, but when those are your like top two, and that's what it is that you need, and you're non-negotiable, you're ignoring the things that actually make the relationship work. It doesn't sound too logical, and maybe love and relationship isn't supposed to be logical, but don't claim you're so logical if you can't make decision what you claim to be the most important decision in your life. If you can't make that with logic, you're not that logical. It doesn't make sense. Hang it up, flat screen. It's going down, basement. I am over it. I think they lost the plot. They definitely did, because I'm still trying to look for manhood. I'm still trying, like, I'm literally still trying to find the manhood. I wish this randomly turned into women's trivia. What's the Can you guys see me? I'm frozen. I feel like I'm frozen. Hello, you guys see me? The voice. I think my screen is frozen. Is my screen frozen?
First of all, if I really love you, all I gotta do is really look at you. You know what I'm saying? And everything's gonna follow. If I love you for the type of person you are,
because
it's gonna take a little bit more of me.
the sex piece that can be learned. You can train. You can train. You can.
Can you guys hear me? I'm not sure if you guys can hear me, but let me try to hear myself. Can you guys hear my? Oh, you guys can hear me? All right. Hopefully I'm back. Can you guys see me? I'm not sure what just happened. Like, my lights also blinked, and so I'm not sure what's happening, but period. It's choppy and blurry. You're pixely. Yeah, something, maybe my Wi-Fi just got turned off. I'm not sure how to do it because like everything just like blinked out and came back in. It's Rock Nation. It's the I'm gonna go ahead and say it's Rock Nation. This is better. You're clearing up, signal getting better. I think Tate has taken over Beyonce's internet. Period. They're just dragging me at this point. I saw some super chats came in, and I don't like not reading the super chats, but I don't know where they went, and I'm trying to go back. Hurry up and eat. It says divorce makes it hard for roommates to split a bed. That's why they take the mattress. Eat. All right. I think I'm back. I think I'm back perfectly now. I don't know what just happened. I think the electricity, not me having dusty electricity. I was dragging too much. All right, I don't know what happened to the super chats, but I did see them and I don't know where they went. I'm gonna, oh, here was one. The next panel going to be about life after divorce and how women did them wrong. Yeah, and it's like, obviously they did you wrong because like you don't know how to choose. Because if your priorities are beauty and youth, then you're probably not going to be compatible. That's not how you find compatibility. Pearly working hard on you. Girl, they try to kill your famous, your favorite. Wait, no, I have to play that now. Wait. I have to play that. Did y'all see that Miley Cyrus thing when they tried to... I'm gonna play this. I literally have to. It's the best thing in the world.
These motherfuckers, I swear, they tried to kill your favorite bitch. They tried to fucking kill me. I'm not going down without a motherfucking fight. I'm here in London town, motherfucker. Who's running the motherfucking party? I'm back, motherfucker. These motherfuckers, I swear, they tried to kill your favorite bitch. They tried to fucking kill me. I'm not going down without a motherfucking fight. I'm here in London town, motherfucker.
Why is this woman yelling and cursing like this? Like literally, like why is Miley Cyrus yelling and going on like this? Is there a reason for Miley Cyrus to be doing this? Oh, to be clear, better them than anyone else. Like better her than like, I don't know, Tika Sumpter. Like better Miley Cyrus, because that was ghetto. But let's get back to me learning about masculinity, because I'm pretty sure I just went down 4 points in my masculinity.
It's all kinds of professionals to help on the sexual side, but you can't do nothing about that.
So are we saying that all of us on this stage agree that a woman has to be physically good looking to us, period?
Yes.
100%.
Yes,
especially if you want me to act right.
Yes,
If not, you're out searching. If she's not physically appealing,
you gonna find somebody.
Not Maya, no. Miley embracing her inner trailer part.
you're gonna find somebody else. That's the longevity of a marriage. On top of anything else, as long as she's attractive to you physically, you're not gonna go search for that.
So I got in trouble for that same question. I didn't get in trouble. So the question he asked me was that particular question. And I said, listen, salvation, I want my wife to know God. I really do. I want to know God. But I want to enjoy her beauty even more. I want to wake up and love what I see. I don't want to wake up and see her worship and I don't like looking at her. But here's the thing, beauty is subjective to the person. I would never say a woman is ugly. I would say that's not my appetite.
How do I put this properly? Do these men know that this goes the other way too? Like, I think everyone wants to wake up beside someone they are attracted to. So, do you think you look your best? Period. If you think you look your best, then period.
But somebody loves how she looks. So it's not for me to say somebody's ugly, beautiful. Yeah, that's not me. I'm not. Somebody, oh man, she's just ugly. Listen, that's not my appetite.
These dudes with these faces and 15 cents talk beautiful. Period, girl. I'm just sitting here like, so y'all really out here doing it, aren't you? Y'all really, like, period. As long as you know that You point a finger, there's 10 pointing right back at you.
I like what I like, and that's what I know. That affirms me. I want to love what I see. I want to wake up in the morning and say, yeah, my feminine side. Yeah.
So hold on, Pastor, I'm gonna ask a question. So is it wrong then for, because you said it, so I'm gonna go to this, Pastor. You already said it's not wrong. In your definition, is it, if I like booty, is it wrong for me to look for a woman with a booty?
Heck no. Hey, we try to act like God didn't make us with eyes. Yes. If he didn't just make us to be attracted to someone's spiritual walk.
Come, say that
Us to
again.
be that's how he made us. And if the church is trying to teach, you shouldn't. What the church doesn't know how to balance is the abuse of something versus the standard of God. If looks is all you care about, you're abusing something God's given you. But it is absolutely top 3 from God. And if you try to pretend that looks don't matter, you're setting yourself up to fail in the end. Now, hold on. Let me come to the backside.
Can someone find me where in the Bible it says looks is top 3 from God? I need a citation for that. I'm not saying it's not true. I haven't read the Bible in a long time. I'm going back into it now. So looks are top 3 from God. Just want to verify that that's true. Got it. God gave them eyes and no brains. Concern?
I just want to share that we're on the same wavelength, because the hardest part about watching this is the smugness, particularly from Anthony O'Neill.
Who is that?
Because
Which one is that?
he's the guy in the middle, the shorter one that's by the guy. Yeah, he's on this. Well, blue.
Him?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And his origin story was Dave Ramsey. So he comes from super conservative Christian button up, the company that literally fires people for infidelity, the company that if you are going to, if you get found out in the office that you don't have a husband and you're pregnant, you can get fired. That he came from that. And so for him to cut ties with Dave Ramsey and then make this transition over to talking like this and being so swaggadocious about things that he could not share before, like it's strange to see how hard right he was, even though obviously there's like that is not, they don't deliver it in a really disgusting way most times, but it's like he came from that as his background, Mr. Buttoned Up, I'm a high value spiritual man, to now talking like this, it's just so crazy.
It is crazy. I didn't know that, but the idea, the lead attorney said this, so I'm going to quote him on it, where he said, I don't know what integrity.
Mm-hmm. It's true. I mean, dude, it's thinking about even the guy, the light-skinned guy with the long hair. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. I might be misremembering this one because this was from a long time back. But I remember him in a pink shirt talking about 50-50. Like, so in that thing, like having this really strong conversation talking about, but mentioning 50-50 as something he wants. So for them to be like, yeah, but I'm still like, for them to be on a panel with a pastor sitting around having people hooting and hollering as if they're speaking a word, for them to be on a panel being so validated for this buffoonery when there are receipts for that's not even who they are is crazy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, people are saying that's him. Most of the panel looks like masculine bag of groceries. And they're demanding women look good. Baby, y'all are very average, very. No, but so thank you, Motivation Nation. I am concerned because like I'm trying to figure out if these are the good men. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to figure out, like, how do I differentiate the bad ones from the good ones, from the like, not quite sure where my principles lies one. Like I'm trying to because like I honestly don't know where I would put them. Like I think this is bad, but like comparatively, right? If we are thinking about them juxtaposed against the rest of the men in the community, they seem to be more put together, and not physically, but like in terms of how they dress. And like and they seem to speak without like slurs. So it's like, is that the bar? Like, because what they're saying is not good.
Yeah, I mean, we're exactly on the same page, and it's like you think about when we like where should the bar have been? You know what I mean? It's so crazy because we've all been indoctrinated into this culture as well. We are all Black. So it's like thinking about, would I even put the guys that I grew up thinking were good, upstanding men above that bar? You know?
So that's literally what I'm trying. Are they the good church folks?
Yeah, like the good church folks. Right, like the person who was a mentor to you. It's crazy because you think about particularly the self-righteousness and the smugness of it, like the way that because the only alternative is that they are truly so unself-aware that they believe this delusion. Like the only alternative that is even mildly favorable is that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's crazy to me to hear these men want to talk about 50-50, but then be talking about, and I know we've been repeating this kind of duh moment over and over again, but it's just like, how crazy do you have to be to honestly be the guy you can't stand and would call Pookie and Ray Ray? You know what I mean? And then decide that you're going to, out of the other side of your neck, talk about Pookie and Ray Ray deserving what they get. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, no, I agree. The irony of holy men saying he values his wife's body more than their relationship with God. Just get escorts, create the relationships you want. Exactly. Period. Nothing to admire. Agreed also concern. Themis is the good one and everyone else. Period. Let them know. The unicorns, y'all should sit outside. Oh my God, what's his name? What's his name? What's his name? The guy that came up here and told y'all to go sit in front of more.
I think it was Jonathan. Jonathan. I remember his voice being young.
Yeah, it was Jonathan. Jonathan, thank you, Gia. Jonathan said y'all need to go sit in front of more. These men are like swords, just draining and sink, but at least they are exposed, just draining and sink. But at least they're exposed. No.
But what do we do from here? Look, like dead serious.
No. Wait, nope. This is my night about my masculinity. I am learning about my masculinity. So when I learn my masculinity, I can lead y'all.
Oh gosh. All right, well, I'll let you have your night. I won't ruin it anymore, but this is bizarre and you know it.
No. You did not ruin the night. Don't ever think that. No, I was joking.
I know. I'm just saying, like, we can figure out what the next step is gonna be another day. Because truly, like, where do we go from here is a layered question. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I need to first find this masculinity first. So I need to learn to be a leader. Hey, Annalicia.
Hello, Themis.
Hey, can I play some more first, or do you want to jump in?
Yeah, I was only, you know me. I was going to talk about the big guy, the deep freeze guy, talking about we have to wake up next to someone that looks good. Does he own a mirror? Does he own a single mirror in his home, in the complex? Does he own a mirror? Does he own a scale?
You want to know the funny thing, though? He's the only one that I slightly agreed with in the beginning.
No, and I agree with
talking about beauty.
I agreed with him too. That's why I feel so okey-doked. Like he had so much promise, and I felt very like encouraged by that. And then he just plummeted into the depths of hell. Like, what are they talking about? What are they like? What are they talking about? They're going in on looks. Somebody said average. I would say that most of these men are below average and below my height requirements, for that matter. Like, what?
They are the majority, which is part of the whole. I would agree that I would think this is wrong, actually, because in looking at them, I would assume that they are like not the Pookies and Ray Rays, quote unquote, right? So these are the creme de la creme.
Creme. That creme, let me tell you, that creme is spoiled rotten. That creme has been out since the beginning of COVID. It's not creme, and that's what I like about Pookie and Ray Ray. That's why I use it interchangeably, because in my mind, the lead adulterer is a Pookie in a suit. You don't have to differentiate. Pookie and Ray Rays, they don't discriminate when it comes to your income bracket, when it comes to your clothing, your aesthetic. You can be a Pookie and Ray Ray. It's a mentality, it's a mindset. It's a level of degeneracy that you've incorporated into your way of thinking and being in some way. They are Pookie and Ray Rays. You can be educated Pookie. Like, of course you can. That's why I like Pookie and Ray Ray. That's why I will always use Pookie and Ray Ray. The lead adulterer, Pookie. These niggas up here, Ray Ray. It's very simple.
Yeah, I give up. Themis, will you marry? We are in a relationship, me and my entire chat. We are. So proposal accepted.
Get in line.
So it goes, Conda up, Conda corn. Stop.
Because looks is what we care about, or sex, 20 to 40, 50, 60. At some point, we're going to get to an age where sex with our wife is not our number one priority, but the legacies that she's building in our kids and how she's managing. So if we make a decision based on what only matters in a certain season of our life, and we talked about evolving, and then we ended up marrying someone that's not a blessing to us when we've evolved into a more mature version of ourselves. So it's important, but it's not the only thing.
That's good. So let's go there with we identified that men value and we need sex. It's in the top 3. And keep in mind, because you said something earlier. So I don't get married. I'm not looking for marriage for just love. I don't believe love sustains a marriage. I believe that love with a woman who can also help you build a legacy sustains marriages, because a builder knows how to get through the hard times. And I believe, right, that we have a lot of men who really do not understand how to love, and they really don't know how to build. I thought that love was an emotion. My father told me it is action. My father said, I chose your mother, and I'm going to choose her. Now, do we as men, when we think about marriage, because I'm gonna be real with you all, as much as I want to get married, I am a little discouraged of marriage because of the examples that I'm seeing out there in the world. I'm seeing men cheat left and right. I'm seeing men having 2, 3 ladies on the side. And here's the discouraging part. It's not the men cheating. It's the woman who's accepting the cheating.
I know you did not just say that. Mango juice spilling all over that stage. Get some. Y'all need to come get this free mango juice. How are you? Thank you. Curry up and eat. Sorry. Someone else take it, because I'm going to be mad.
I just want to say, men are always talking about building. This comes top of mind. You couldn't build a belt to hold that gut insert in the blue? You couldn't build some type of a belt.
Someone else take it besides Annalisa. Someone else.
You're on a stage, you're on a public stage. You couldn't build an apparatus or something to keep that gut insert? It's not cute.
All right, let me read the super chat. So if their wife were to get into an accident that kept her from being able to be intimate with them for the rest of their life, they would leave her base. Yeah, I mean, that's essentially what the one in the suit right here said. The one with the hair. Go ahead. Not Annalise. Who was that? Thank you so much, Brown Barbie. Prince Betty, they said they blame, I think, the woman who stayed and got cheated on instead of the woman. So he said, let me be clear. Let's sit this down and say he's full of it because he's talking about why he's afraid of getting married. And he says the reason he's afraid of getting married is because he sees women out there being cheated on, and these men have all these other women on the side. But his problem is that these women are staying. Why would that make you afraid of being married? You just wanted to blame the woman because the woman stayed that is being cheated on is terrible, horrible, blah blah blah. But from a man's perspective, that should not make you not want to get married. That shouldn't scare you.
It sounds like a confession to me. He's going to treat his wife poorly, maybe, and he's afraid that she'll let him. Not that you can let someone do that. That's kind of something that somebody does out of their own violation. So.
Must be a beautiful pillow. Thank you, Mona. Go ahead.
Has there been a time because I've been watching this from the beginning, has there been a time when they have not talked about women? Just like one time when this conversation has been relegated to men? Oh, exclusively. Has there been a time?
Oh, but remember, masculinity and all that has nothing to do with women. They said at the beginning. I remember that part.
Right. This is kind of buffoonery at this point. This is like actual buffoonery. Let's continue down the buffoon road.
And saying, okay, as long as I don't know, as long as he's bringing home the bag, I'm okay with it. For us as men, I want to talk to the married men, right? 30-something years, 17 years. You about to get there. What would you all say to single men who are watching this show about marriage? What is one thing that y'all say, hey, you have to put this in place for the marriage to work? And they're going to ask y'all this second question. I need y'all to be real. Do all men cheat?
I'm not here to be right. I'm here to be real.
So the first part of the question was
what is one piece of advice that you would give to single men for the marriage to work? Like, and I'm saying this too because ladies are watching, and I think ladies need to hear this as well. How do we think? How's it working? And two, I hear this from every single woman that I date. Every man at one point in time of their marriage will eventually cheat. And that bothers me when I hear that as a man.
So I think the biggest thing, like what we're seeing right now, again, it goes back to culture. I think we don't, I think, I'm trying to say this in a way. So basically, I think the younger generation, we hear about it all the time. They have issues coping. So when we talk about communication and having that raw, God to honest conversation, being open and vulnerable, to me, that is one of the major pillars of marriage, the vulnerability and communication. If you don't have that, if you can't talk about certain things, or like you said, Pastor Stephen actually said, there's three different, you're either going into a storm, you're in the storm, or you're coming out of the storm. And if you are having these conversations and you're going into one of those seasons in your life, the communication is the biggest piece of that, because that's what's going to help you get through it.
The way I don't care about that, I just need to get to is do all men cheat. These are Pookies and Ray Ray. They are the more cunning variant.
I love it.
Who emulate popular wrong ideas of better man. They are Pookie and Ray Ray, though. Ill Doctrine.
100%. Thank you, Ill Doctrine. 100%. These are Pookie and Ray Ray. It's a variant.
If only one side of the marriage, if you've got a breadwinner, for instance, let's just say that the husband's doing everything and the wife but it's not a 50-50. The husband is out, he's doing everything, and you're in a storm and you don't have that communication, your spouse is not going to be able to help you.
No, I can't let that slide. I was going to let it slide, but I can't. How?
Yes or no?
Wait, what?
No, yes or no? Is he going to say yes or no?
Well, I don't know. I haven't watched it, and he hasn't. But also, I'm kind of annoyed at this idea that if you're the one being the primary breadwinner, you're doing quote unquote everything. I don't. That doesn't sit well with my spirit, knowing what women do at home. Please tell me this is from 2008. Let's check. Nope, it's from this month. It's
That's tough.
Mika, it was this month. Period.
Through that storm. You have to be able to get through it together. And I think that that's one of the things that's allowed for my wife and I. We've been together for 23 years, but have been married for 17. We've been together since high school. And we've gotten that right from the very beginning. And it's having those conversations and knowing that if I don't know how to solve the problem, she is, because we've communicated about what the strength or weakness is in that particular issue. So that's major for me. And that's, I think, is one of the pillars for us. So if we see we're going into one, it's, babe, it's coming. What are we doing? And then she's going to look at me and say, well, what do you think you can do? And I'm going to say, well, this is what I think I can do, but I know that this is your strength.
What is he talking about? What?
No, I zoned out. I've not done this in such a long time. I literally zoned out. I was like in the chat. I was like, I heard noises around me, but I did not know he was still talking. Like I just like.
Is he talk? Okay, let's just put an X on his face. You cheat. Yeah, okay, the answer is yes, you cheat. Move on. What is he saying?
I don't understand why this is a question. Didn't the one who asked the question in the blue earlier, didn't he say that men have like this uncontrollable lust that if not satisfied, this is why priests do what they do to little boy? I mean, if that's how you're defining masculinity, then your answer should be yes. It shouldn't even be a question of will these men cheat? They will.
Yeah. Can I get the link so I can drag them for 1 minute? Paris, I will drop the link in 5 seconds. Please, one of you guys remind me to do it for Paris for a minute of dragging. The wife is at the hospital working and they're playing on the internet. I don't know who playing the bills, girl. Okay. Let me stop. I don't know who these men are.
So let me answer this question. Go deeper. You're gonna mice, right?
Second question.
Hold on. I'm about to make the second question even better. Seriously. No, seriously. Because I asked, do all men cheat? I'm gonna go deeper on that. Do good men cheat?
So I would say, because we have this conversation too. In 17 years of marriage, depending on
these serfs are in some lady lord's garage stealing Wi-Fi and betting.
on what you call that definition of cheating. If we go with the sense of what everyone knows it to be, the physical piece of going to have sex with someone outside.
Absolutely not. Not doing all of that. He cheated. The one speaking cheated. How do we define cheating? Blah, blah. You cheated. Is someone going to defend him on here? Because like I've decided he cheated.
No, he this is the thing. This is a part of their playbook, right? They preamble, they pontificate, they talk in circles, they circle the drain, all of that to say, yes, I cheat. Like this is a part of their playbook. This is who they are.
Which is interesting, the psychology here, not pathologizing, but the psychology is very specific. The question is, do all men cheat? And instead of saying, no, I do not believe all men cheat, and removing yourself from the answer, you cannot, because you have superimposed your own ideas of good man, because you have to be a good man, right? So do good men cheat? You want to include yourself in the good man. So of course they cheat. Now let me try to figure out, do good men cheat? Are we saying cheating in this way? Am I talking about kissing someone? No, you are not a part of it. Just accept that you're not a part of it without telling us. You don't have to do the psychological work here. Just say, I don't believe all men cheat. And good men cheat, but because good is before man and you want to describe yourself as good, you cannot psychologically untangle from it to answer, no, good men don't cheat. So that's what the problem is. That's what I think the problem is.
They think that they're so smart that if they articulate it in a very specific way, like, sir, I'm not going to do mental gymnastics because you don't want to just come out and say, yes, I cheated. Yes, I cheat. No, like, I'm not doing the mental gymnastics. Just say yes or no.
But he gonna say no unless you define it in a very specific way that he's going to try to define now. But what he don't know is he just told on himself. Regardless of how he comes out, he cheated. If he comes back and say, what's that thing Americans say? Sorry, I hear this a lot. Emotional cheating is not cheating, right? If he comes and say, oh, well, emotionally, no, what he's doing is he does not want to tell on himself. So he's going to try to find an out where he can say, yes, I cheated, if you define it as emotionally cheating or messaging someone or like holding someone's hand when you shouldn't have a blah, 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 right? No. You knew what it meant. And when you ask, you know you were exempt from good men if you say they don't. So you want to say good men cheat. And so you're broadening the definition of cheating to include yourself in good manhood. That's what you're doing. It is what it is. Let's find out if... Wait, Themis, have you read the recent article on the rat experiment? They put dominant rats in a colony, and the average male rat eventually just wanted to become a beautiful and eat. Strikingly... No, you're going to have to email me that. You're going to have to email me that, Joey, because Joanne, no.
Can I say something? Because I have a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. I hope that this doesn't turn into when women cheat. I hope we're not.
You're boring.
Women cheat or whatever.
So men can cheat, but women can't.
No.
Yeah. So men can cheat, but women can't. Is that what you're saying? You hope it doesn't get to?
I hope that it doesn't go. We don't go down that avenue of like, men mess up or whatever, but when women do it, it's 10, it's 100 times worse. When women do anything, it's worse. Also, if he continues to pass the mic and they continue with this whole like, it happened to a friend of mine, or like this one time at band camp, yes or no? Okay, Pookie, That's it.
Joanna, the email below, you can send it to the email scrolling across the screen. Please note that well, no one should be sending me private things at all, but all my moderators have access to this email. So please, and also people who are signing up for the debate, please do it. Again, $1,000 reward for the winner, blah, 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 blah. I will be teaching you guys how to do the debate and all of that privately in February.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that stood out to me in the whole like good men cheat blarbity blarb is the fact that we're having this conversation very likely in a place where people collect tithes, and if there are that many pastors here, then many of them are being directly paid from telling a very specific message about manhood. And so it's just several dimensions of, abuse, because we heard the crowd when they clap and jeer. A lot of the people in the audience are women, right? A lot of these guys are pastors, they're Black, so likely the majority of their people are Black, right? So how many Black women have paid these men doubly over for this message?
Well, if you're not there and say I want my money back, I don't know. On a positive note, no mention of welfare. Oh, knock on wood. Agreed to, by the way, concerned. Actually, you should have asked, do high integrity or moral men cheat? You can't avoid that question. Good is too vague. Yeah, well, it's vague. I agree with you, London. It's vague, but it's enough for him not to want to disassociate. Thank you, London.
Your marriage, the answer to that would probably be no. But does every man cheat when we're talking the emotional piece? Do you go on Instagram? Are you DMing another female? Are you confiding in that?
Yep, called it. Too easy. I can read your psychology like a book. It's not that. This is terrible, actually. I'm probably going to start going around and diagnosing people at this rate.
Issue you're having in your relationship? I think that every man's probably guilty of that. So I would say yes.
I mean, it's technically emotionally cheating. I mean, here's the thing, and I think that it's unfair. Okay, doctor.
The way I would have switched the question, because y'all can answer the question without including yourself. It's an easy no. Regardless of what you believe, you could just give an easy no. Because there are some men who don't cheat. Like, I am sure of that. I'm sure of that. And the fact that they are not giving an easy no mean they cheat. If you up there and you have not cheated, it should be an easy no. Good men don't cheat. That should be an easy no. It should be easy for any man up there to say, no, good men don't cheat if they do not cheat. But you can't, oh my God. This is the view, the new cast of Love and Marriage, Atlanta.
I'm just sick of that.
here's
Like,
my-
why don't y'all just?
Oh, by the way, my question. I would have switched it and said, have any of y'all ever cheated? I would have asked. Since y'all want to put yourself in there, I would have asked. So like, okay, so have you cheated? Your wife is back there. Have you ever cheated? I mean, they won't pull you out there. They probably lie.
Go ahead.
I didn't want to be the one to say it. I know you would.
You want me? Listen to me. I'm talking to you like a brother. Like
That's not how you started off, though.
No.
Give it uncle
This is big
vibes.
brother advice.
I like long walks on the beach.
Most men cheat. It doesn't matter how bleak that sounds or whatever it is. You can go back 8,000 years ago. It's the same scenario. We can go back to our grandparents. They had families on the other side of town. I'm just saying it's real. That is, you need to hear the truth. And the reason why you need to hear the truth is because you can't have a conversation about what's real until you accept the true nature of what's going on today, right now. Most men cheat, and the thing is, women are cheating too.
Oh yeah.
I don't know about most.
Especially
Women
today.
should tell us if most women cheat, because I need some clarity.
Question for you.
I think it's always.
Hold on. See.
We all the same.
You the money guy.
Yeah.
Right.
Demas, can I jump in real quick?
Mm-hmm.
Before we move on to trying to women to this, right?
Wait, I was right? Yes.
Right, you were right. You were exactly right. So before we move on to the inevitable, I just want to take a pause and think about something that this comment, I'm trying to find it again. It was like, when we think about you wish we could turn off their microphones and their cameras. Like, it's so crazy because the idea that we need to, like, it's like, how this is painful and excruciating to see how embarrassing this is, but like, how strange is it that it sounds like this has been such an accepted culture and and has been over legacies and legacies of men, so many women have experiences, mindset in men, that it's like, do we really want them to stop proving us whichever one you came in on, right or wrong, right? Do we really want to stop knowing the truth about it? Like, the same thing the guy said, like, we have to admit that it's true. Very much on the other side, we have to admit that it's true. And it's just like, do I want their cameras and microphones to turn off so that I could doubt it for a second and be like, maybe they've changed? You know what I mean? This seems like a barometer of the male psyche, of like listening to these manosphere chats. Like, are the men okay yet? Nope. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, it's actually, like, again, it's very difficult for me to view them as quote unquote pookies. Like, I am mentally incapable of doing it. And so because of that, I have another group that I put them in. But if these are the good men, then like what?
Where's fruit?
Like, 'cause for me, this is all trash. Not they are trash, because I'm not about to call people trash, but like this, all of it is trash. Like, start again. Like, let's redo this. Like, I should be, from a content creation perspective, I should be bored. I should be taking notes about masculinity and thinking, oh, let me go figure this out if this is true. Where did they get this from? Like, we are literally here talking about men cheating. Like, I don't like, have we ipso fact, like, is this as a fact, as a matter of fact, de facto, men cheat? Is that a thing?
I think men with no dignity cheat. Like, I think we have to realize that maybe the psyche of all men is not messed up at this stage, but it's like the idea that, like, if you don't have any self-worth, you're really capable of anything. If you are really gonna lie to yourself like this and feed into a delusion and then try to force it on other people and manipulate them and shame them for not being pushed into this reality where you're not asking me for 100% of a lie for me to pay you 50% of what I was supposed to get back from it. Like, these guys are, it's so strange to see, because we also know that all of the men in there are deeply insecure. Like, no one is confused about how, like, all of these guys are deeply insecure.
Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, if I were 7 of them, I would be deeply insecure physically. Men cheat women.
I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Wait, whoa. You didn't count the one at the end, necklace and the turtleneck?
Which one?
The one at the end. Yeah. What?
I would be lying if I say I do not understand that women find him attractive. If I had to classify, I would say all of them, but I have to be real about, like, the standard, and I do think women find him attractive.
Fine. You know what? If you guys like a man with, if you like, listen, you know what? I know. I won't even do it.
No, I mean, here's the thing. I don't see another reason he's up there, because I think they think he's like the hot one. Like, I actually think they think that. Like
his posture alone, like, he can't even, he sits slouched over. Like, that's
the thing is, like, the only reason I'm talking about the attractiveness is because the idea that women have to be attractive comes up, and it's like, you do recognize that women also see you.
Yeah, the mirrors have to exist in these men's lives. They simply, like, this is the problem that I have.
Wait, but even if traditionally women didn't see you physically because you brought money, now women bring money, so they're going to look at you physically. Like, if they were blind, if women were as a species by themselves over there, not the same as men, they were blind. They're no longer blind.
The one thing that I really because I really wanted to know, because now I'm confused, if we have to quantify, because I think we can all say that we know Black men like this in our lives, or maybe we're on the periphery of our lives. What percentage of Black men, as a general matter, do we think that their ideologies, that their worldviews represent in the Black community? Like, if we had to quantify it, honestly. Because I'm inclined to believe that it is a majority. I'm inclined to believe that.
No. So on this, I think I have to. This is not even like, I'm not going to argue critical mass on this. That was on degeneracy. On this, I think this is the predominant view. Like, I do. I think this is like the view of men. Like, it is too, like, I don't see them. Like, I can see when people say degenerate, I see a very specific image. And I don't think that's all of Black men, but like that would be like, let's say that's 30. This group of men represents maybe the best that we have to offer. And if they are the best that we have to offer, then like,
we're screwed. We are screwed if they're the best. If these are the troops that we're sending out, we're screwed. And again, at this word degeneracy, in my mind, the lead adulterer is degenerate. His worldviews, the way that he sees women, the way that he sees men.
Wait, the lead attorney?
Yes. The way
no, we don't.
Oh, right. But when you say that you have a very specific image when the word degeneracy comes up, but I'm also talking about the lead adulterers of the world, right? That is also degenerate. That mind in that bald head of his is degenerate. His approach to relationships, marriage, and love, degenerate. So it's not just like guys on the block that are doing whatever they're doing, or guys that have amassed 4, 5, 6 baby moms, or don't. That's not the only type of degeneracy that we see.
Wait, do you think there is I need to finish this, but do you think there is a personality type that goes online, myself included? Because hopefully we are the exception, both positively and negatively. Because, like, I don't know how y'all do it. If this is what y'all have,
I think it takes a certain amount of boldness, right? Like there's a little audacity in both you and Petty in great ways, right? Like we're glad that you guys are here, but I think that most men are followers, and most men, many of these guys I would say are likely to be followers in their own right, but most men are at least most Black men are looking for attention but don't want this level of heat in their life. Like they really want to have some sort of privacy, so they wouldn't want to go be Hafis and have their business running through, you know? So I would say that it's kind of like, yes, it takes a little bit of wanting to go in and change the world you want to see, or at least talk about your opinions openly, like being willing to stand in your convictions or something.
I am glad you brought up Hafiz, because the scale has tipped in Hafiz's favor.
No, Themis, I doubt it.
No. If this is what we have, Hafiz is out here preaching to men that they need to get married, that they should not cheat, and they should not have sex before marriage, even though he believed that they are going to have sex before marriage. Hafiz's new message, if real, is a lot better than every single man on this stage.
Period. And look at that. And we're talking about essentially a grifter is what we're talking. We're talking about someone who essentially grifted his way into the marriage space. Like this is sad. This is absolutely disgusting, is what it is.
I mean, for me, and I know we have to jump back to the video, but for me, when I think about the kind of Hafiz, I think that I no longer, I mean, I'm still a believer in God. I'm still a spiritual person, but I wouldn't say I'm Christian anymore. But what I will say is that I'm also very studious. So when I decided I was Christian, I like double read that Bible. So when I think about Hafiz, I really am disenchanted with the idea that I need my man to believe you don't have sex before marriage. Like, I don't need that anymore. I don't need for us to like be in a place where we have to act like it's an accident if that's how we feel while we're in the courtship phase, right? Like the man of my dreams can be that guy that does not believe that's an issue.
If anyone, look, I don't know. So would you date someone who said, yeah, I'm probably going to cheat?
Not that I'm probably going to cheat. It's just that, like, I don't want the expectation for it to not be sex before marriage. Like, I don't need you to I'm not ashamed if I'm having sex before marriage. Like, don't feel that.
No. What I'm saying is, at least he's being, well, he's contradictory, but at least now, in terms of his religion, he's being principled on the sex thing. These Christian
principled
men
on the sex thing. Yeah.
These pastors are like being kind of very progressive on sex, and I'm like, yeah, no. Whiteboard time, masculinity equals let's talk women.
Bingo.
My 2023 dating litmus test. Do you like mango juice? Is dating coach on your LinkedIn profile? Did you get your first passport after 2017? Do you ever use the phrase feminine, fit, and friendly? And yes, fail. Oh, here's one more. Maya, love this. We're creating our vetting list. Also ask, can you be the best father and cheat on your wife?
Bingo.
Throw that in there. Have you had my vote at standard? Choose better, but we all cheat. Right.
You see it, right? You see it.
Bars.
This is what we have to deal with. Oh,
wait, is Petty asleep? Why Petty not jumping in? Let me play the video. Petty?
Oh, I was looking up when you were asking if it's a majority of the community if you can quantify it. I was looking up some research that indicated something like 97% of young women have been harassed. So I feel like even if we can't quantify a legitimate number or percent of men who are degenerate, then at the very least, I do think we can agree it's critical mass. Otherwise, 97% of women wouldn't be.
Yeah, yeah, agreed.
But super last thing. Every revolution starts from a small number. Like you don't need everyone to agree with you.
A critical mass is not a small number.
I know, but like all the revolutions across time have started gaining momentum from a small number. Jesus started with 12 and he created a whole thing. We can change this still. I know.
Jesus started with God.
He did. Jesus did get it. Continue.
What percentage of people?
80% of the people in America live paycheck to paycheck.
80% of people in America live paycheck to paycheck. All right. And
what do y'all mean about women you bringing money and they bring beauty? What 80%? Y'all are living you know what? Let me stop because I'm running out of breath and cares.
What percentage of people are investing in their future, are going to have wealth to retire, all that other good stuff?
That's going to be right around like 11 to 15% of people.
So the majority of people don't have investments, aren't ready for the future. So what people will say is, well, 80% of people are no good with money or don't trust the stock, so I'm scared to invest. Why are we taking the 80% as the standard? Instead of saying, let me figure out what the 11 or 5% are doing.
Thank you.
Because I want to be in the 5%. Let me bring it home. So single folks will say, I don't want to get married because 50 or 60% of people end in divorce. Well, you didn't say you don't want to be wealthy because 80% of people aren't wealthy. You're only applying that to relationships out of fear. But
we call it being real.
Listen, I'm gonna get in trouble as a pastor. The majority of humanity sucks. They're not my standard. I'm trying to be the top 10%, and I'm not even looking at the 60 as an example of what my future is gonna look like, because my future is not gonna look like that.
So what we do is we don't use the.
Sorry, really quickly, I want Pearlie to own this. These bums are her sons, period. So they know that majority of people, because sometimes people talk and I think they think these men are out here wealthy. They know. So like the way they're talking about marriage and masculinity and being providers is like, girl, but you already know most men and people don't have it like that to be any kind of provider. So when you're talking about, oh, we bring money and you bring beauty, like, girl, you know that's not a thing. Like, you know that is not a thing. All of y'all were probably. Let me stop.
You know what's You know
Go
what's
ahead.
sad? You want to know what's really sad to me? I can see as you pause the screen that there are like, apparently is this an audience of women? Those look like women who are in the. Oh man, that's sad. That's sad.
Yeah,
that's what I said to you.
These women are congregating to find the good man and learn about men and learn about masculinity. And these men are just like taking their money to tell them like, oh, we're going to cheat. This is the best of us. Pick one of us. You better be sexual. If I give you food and dinner, you have to sleep with me. Like, this is degenerate. This is degeneracy. And I think everyone involved in this is participating in that degeneracy, including the women, right? And I understand the need with 2 million more women than men. Sociologically, this is going to happen. Women are going to turn to men to tell them women are going to treat men, quote unquote, like they're the prize, unless you decide, okay, let me open my options up. And I find it so terrible that these women are in here like looking at these men trying to understand masculinity while they're just talking about women.
But Themis, the worst part about it is that it is the biggest self-own because they're so proud of this numbers ratio of men between women. But the Black community is unique in that it's not the levers that are creating the deficit of men are really scary. And you want our empathy for the fact that your numbers are low. You want to smack in my face. Huh?
The thing is, this notion that Black women don't follow Black men's lead is a problem. When you look in this room, you see a bunch of Black women sitting there trying to find themselves a good man. And on the stage, you see a bunch of Daryl, whatever. I'm ready because I'm about to head out. Let me play some more. Wait. The loud noise you heard was the self-esteem of the woman in the audience falling to the floor.
Yikes.
Motivation, like, yeah. It's just, I don't know. I don't know. And I know nothing I say is going to change this. Women are going to follow these men. Women are going to follow men and follow men to try to get men and try. Like, these women are literally there probably like trying to be better. Women were watching Kevin Samuels trying to be better. Women were trying to get these high value men. And like, look at the numbers. They don't exist.
Yeah. I mean,
These men do not exist in this community like that. It's not a thing.
I had a friend who's female who who told me that when I brought up the Megan Thee Stallion thing and Tory Lanez, and I said, hey, it's a good day, Megan Thee Stallion got justice or whatever. I don't remember what I said. She was like, I see things differently. We are no longer friends. Like the level of insanity it takes to have to believe that this makes sense is insane to me.
Yeah, I am dependent. Who will like to super chat these? Men could never. Sole providers needed.
The one
Go ahead.
the one thing I want to say is that this is why I have a hard time when it comes to, for lack of a better term, holding Black women accountable, right? Like that's why people will, it's so easy for people to look at me and say, hey, she's a misandrist, she hates men, or more specifically Black men, because I can recognize that Black women are literally looking to men. They're looking to men, not just looking to these Black men to figure out how to acquire a Black man, a good Black man. They're also looking to men to figure out and learn how to be women. Like that's how bad it is. That is how compelled they are to be better women. That's how compelled they are to follow men's lead, directly or indirectly, consciously or subconsciously. They're looking to men to figure out how to be women. That's why it's so hard for me to look at Black women and not see them as cogs in a wheel. Like I don't know. It's difficult for me because I could just it's hard. It's hard.
Yeah.
But we are also Black women.
Wait. I can't define masculinity, but I can share that it includes sacrificing immediate gratification, regulating behavior, acting contrary to negative impulse, saying no, especially to himself. Boys in man suits can't relate. Yeah. Complete. Like this is how I would define it too. I did drop the link, London. I did. I can't define. Oh, ill doctrine. Thank you. I appreciate that. Let's continue because there's some people in the back. I'll add Paris in a moment.
Principles. If you know this, Anthony, if you coaching somebody, you're going to get a standard of 10% and say, watch them. Forget the other 90. Now, I'm not excluding the other 90 didn't happen. And that's not saying I'm not real. I'm going to say, watch that. Because what we do is we say, all men are this. So that what you just did is culminated every man and make 100%. And you put me in that boat. You said me. I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. My wife said me.
The majority of men the majority of men that have the options to cheat will cheat. That's just what it is.
Yes. To be honest, we got those.
That was a slick drag though. Wait, this is not funny, but this part is funny. He just said you don't look good enough to have options to cheat. Well, he didn't say you didn't look good enough. Let me say. He just said, well, sir, if you had the option, you would too. So the reason you don't cheat is because you don't have the option.
See that flex?
That was a drag.
No, but speaking as I said, if when you buy into beauty standards, when you buy into this, I need to wake up to a beautiful woman, or big women, or misogyny, whatever. If you buy into it, I'm gonna do it to you. I'm sorry. That's the way that the world works. Like if you are a big ting and you look like a deep freeze, like the pastor, I'm going to tell you about yourself, because you don't have the hubris to think that you can talk about looks and any intimation in any capacity whatsoever, unless you're running on a treadmill at the same time. You can't do it.
Yeah.
You cannot do it.
Also, be realistic about pastors. Forgive me.
So you said,
We have to be honest about the history of people, okay, and the history of relationships. For those of you that don't know, monogamy was a 300-year war between the Christians and the
Not this man go justify cheating, girl.
Where's his neck?
Why
are you wearing a turtleneck with no neck?
Right? We literally have evolved so much. And I'm not just talking about sort of survival of the fittest evolution. I'm talking about, as people, we've made very specific decision about what is best for the interests of the group. And we know, I'm not doing this. I'm not explaining all of this. Let me just skip all of that. Imagine I said something of meaning in response to this man, and then I'll get to this. You're just going to sit there and explain why it is that you need to cheat. Like,
and the nobles between 600 to 900 AD. And then after 900, once they won, monogamy was set to be the guidance, the guiding standard for relationships. So when we say, okay, cool, there was a war amongst this world about the way people should conduct themselves in a relationship. And now we sit here and saying, well, 80% of people possibly could be cheating. Men and women. I just learned that women cheat too.
you should have known that, bro.
I just never experienced, well, I don't know if I experienced it or not, but they must be really good. But what I'm trying to say is,
They are.
What I'm saying is, it's unfair. Like, the whole cheating idea is unfair to people, because the fact that people are going to cheat and the odds are against you, but the fact that cheating allows you to cheat yourself from a good relationship is the part that bothers me. Because there's a person who may be loyal to you and not really faithful to you. And I do think that there's thresholds. So
yeah, nope. You are not loyal to me if you're not faithful to me. There is no distinction to me.
You said that out loud in public.
If you told me you're not going to cheat on me, and then you go and cheat, you are not loyal.
But like, feminists, the weirdest things happen with that wordplay grift that they do. Like, when they have their little one-liners that they feel like they dropped the mic on, and they're so disgusting like that, it's like, it's so bizarre. It's so bizarre. It's so bizarre because he's proud of himself. He just compared the issue that the wrestling men have with cheating, to the war out there in the world. There's a war against my good Christianity. Like what? Wait.
So this is the lead attorney all over again. You can be the best father and cheat on your wife. That was his quote, by the way. I went back to listen to it. He didn't just say you can be a good father and cheat. You can be the best father and cheat on your wife, because destabilizing the foundation of a healthy child development is not. It is just something out there that doesn't have meaning, right? Now you can be loyal to someone and just be cheating on them, period. This is the logic. This is what people are saying out loud. And y'all are out here talking about, I'm dragging men. I'm not dragging anyone. Y'all are dragging yourself. They talk like they'll accept cheat. Right? Put me on the panel. Let me ask the questions.
So if he's doing everything he promised you, if he's taking care of you, he's still, thank you. That's God.
He's not doing everything he promised you, but go ahead.
No, I mean, but to be honest, if he says, hey, I promise to never cheat on you, he's wrong. Yes. Okay? But I do think that, especially right here, if he
dusty loophole. They found the dusty loophole. Look at that. They found a dusty loophole. You see that?
What just happened?
No, Themis, you're muted.
Oh, Curry up indeed said I want one of them to say just period. Go ahead, Annalicia. You said the loophole.
Yeah, this is, oh my God. Okay. They find a dusty loophole. So if he doesn't say he's not going to do it and he does it, you can't be mad. That's not wrong.
Nope.
You're wrong for assuming that he would have been loyal and faithful. You're wrong for assuming that loyal and faithful are intrinsically linked. That was on you. That's a you problem.
Oh, gross. Really? Did that just happen? He did that? Ew.
I mean, he definitely said it.
Not cheat on you and cheats on you, he's wrong.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I was lost. I told you I'm saying. Slow down.
Context.
Yeah. Okay.
That's why. But what I'm saying is it's unfair because it's like, yo, realistically, we go from a religious standpoint. There's many religions in the world, and there's so many religions that allow you to have more than one spouse. Okay. Now, I think that a lot of people don't know what.
Not in the U.S. They don't.
Or have the courage, especially young men, because we grew up in a Christian country where legally we're only allowed to have one spouse. I was taught since a kid I can only have one wife. It's going to take for me trial and error to having one wife if I deemed myself to have more than one wife to figure out that.
All right, so he's asking who gonna sign up to be his first wife. That's all I heard. Like, wait, let me stop. I want to watch some more because there are people in the back, and I want to get to a bunch before we start talking again.
That's not going to work for me. And it's unfortunate because then people get broken in this process. And I feel like we're not educating each other to say, hey, guess what? Monogamy is a choice. Okay? Monogamy is a choice. It's not a natural thing. It is our societal standard and some religious standards as well as polygamy is. But you need to figure out where you fall in line.
So
No, all right, no.
He said it breaks them? No. He said it breaks them.
Look.
Oh my God.
The computer, the mic you're on, the clothes you're wearing, they're not natural. We engage in things that are not natural all the time. Let's not use natural as the touchstone for what we should and should not do, girl. Absolutely not. Sit somewhere with that.
I gotta say this because I struggle with cheating. I'm just keeping it real. I remember high school. As a youngin, I was a cheater, 100%. And I'm not anymore. And
well, the verbiage you use seemed to suggest that you are. You didn't say I struggled with cheating. You said very affirmatively that you are presently struggling with cheating. What hot one, Demas? The chicken wing show? No. Did I say hot one? I wasn't talking about any of them being hot. I'm saying y'all might find one of them hot based on the comments that I've seen below. Not me. No, absolutely. Was someone talking? I think someone was mumbling.
Look how unattractive he is, and he was. Oh my! You know what, Anna? I'm done.
I was
Go ahead, Patty.
I was just gonna say, any man who says, "Oh, I used to be a cheater back in the day. I used to do all the cheating back in the day, but I'm a changed man," they're definitely not a changed man. I feel like within the context of a relationship, especially, they're telling the woman about their past so that the woman will be like, "Oh, well, surely he wouldn't tell me that he was a cheater in the past if he was still doing it because I would leave him." So yeah, I feel like it's like a manipulation tactic.
Yeah.
I mean, he did have a slip. He definitely still is cheating.
Yeah, he said, I struggle with cheating.
I mean, you used to, my bad.
And a lot of that is because I did make a decision to be faithful to my lady. But on top of that, I also made a decision to be faithful to what I was trying to build. And I think my overall goals, the things that I'm trying to build as not just from a financial standpoint, from a relationship standpoint, all of those things I take into consideration whenever I'm thinking about making the mistake of cheating on my lady, because I know that it can cause calamity in a lot of other areas of my life, not just between that relational piece. You know what I mean? So that's what it's about for me. So it's a choice for me.
I want to say this one thing. And let me finish the statement first. Let me finish it first. I'm not faithful to my wife. I'm faithful to God. She benefits from our relationship with him. What is he? And again, I understand different religion. I'm not knocking anybody's religion, but based off my personal relationship with God, I choose to be faithful to him. What he requires me to do, what he's asking me to do. She simply benefits from that. That's all. That doesn't say temptation doesn't come, war doesn't come, stuff not thrown at me. It's like, okay, Joseph, what is it going to cost me for the next 5 minutes? What's it going to cost me? And I am more afraid of what I would lose than what I'm getting ready to gain.
That's good.
And that don't make me perfect.
Right.
By no means. But if I can answer your first question, one thing I would tell a younger person is this: don't marry who you are, marry who you are.
Wait, quickly, just like quick yes or no or something like that. But like, can you imagine if a woman was like, I'm not faithful to my husband. I'm not here because I want to be faithful to my husband. I'm faithful to God, and he's just benefiting from that. Like, when I first heard it, I didn't care, but I just realized maybe that's the problem. But whatever. Anyway, you don't have to respond to that. Actually, I'm thinking out loud. That just seems very odd to me to say.
I mean, I think it's odd because you have to also realize that, what was going through my mind, they want women to be so bought into relationship with them, the googly eyes, this putting them up on a pedestal, seeing them as a superhero, and they don't want us to not realize that they are not even not living up to it, but they are rubbing it in our faces that they're not living up to it. But they still want us to be entering into relationship with them, pure, trusting. Like, they love to call us bitter as if it's a shame to us, but bitter is just rebranding of traumatized. If you are embittered, it's usually because of experience. So if you're saying that if you're rubbing it in my face that I'm bitter, that is an admission of guilt on the behalf of what you think I've been through, right? Like, not all, you're talking about a minority, sir. Not all, you're talking about a very low probability that you love to bring up, like, is going to be the saving grace of my womanhood and Madonna complex.
Yeah, agreed. Monogamy evolved as a mating strategy alongside the transition from hunter-gathering to agrarian. Their mating strategy, short-term or non-committal pseudo-polygamy, is a pre-nomadic hunter-gatherer. Period.
He's right. He's absolutely right.
Yeah, no, yeah. He used to struggle with cheating. He's successful at it now.
One thing about it, these men they're gonna tell on themselves. One thing that I love, and I think that I need to give these men more credit. I think they're smarter than I think they are.
Yeah.
Because they will sit here and they'll tell you what they're gonna do. They're gonna use that Bible. They're gonna listen. They will throw that Bible in your face and knock you out. And then the minute that the Bible stops working, they're gonna go to the Quran. And then the minute that the Quran stops working and they can't live the life that they want to live, they're gonna go to a hedonism or some other bull. Like, that's one thing about it. They're smart.
There is only one man on this stage that I would say is not cheating, and that's the pastor on the side who was talking about beauty. And he's not cheating because he respects the woman. He's not cheating because of God and his faith in God or whatever. If you are sitting there as a woman and you're thinking, oh, I would date these men or I'm with these men already, please note, it is my opinion that all of them, except that one guy, is cheating.
That's really good. I love asking. Say it, Rico. Yo, I love my brothers, man. Hey, I want to end our conversation tonight around this subject, a subject that's been really hitting the internet space, and the conversation bothers me, especially being a money guy, right? And especially being a guy that is evolving, right? And I'm pausing because I want to be sensitive in how I say this, right? Because I think there is some men who agree with it, and I think there's a lot of men who do not agree with it. And this whole conversation around 50-50, around the woman comes to the table, and here's why I'm sensitive in this conversation, because I made a response video. It went viral. Shade Room posted it, and this lady sent me this long video. And her video to me actually made me pause, because she said, I wouldn't have to work as hard and bring as much to the table if men worked harder and brought more to the table. So she was like, so to tell me that 50-50 is not good, when if I come to the table with nothing and he comes to the table with nothing, we have nothing. And I'm like, that's true. So then I go on and tell men, listen, if God put $1 million idea inside of you and you're only making $50,000 a year, you're letting down God. So you need to go get that $1 million idea before you focus on trying to get into a relationship, because we as men are the providers, right? So then guys call me simp. Then ladies are like, it shouldn't all be on the men, because the number one rising entrepreneur in
I was gonna say something really bad, but I wonder who are the women who are saying it shouldn't all be on the man to provide. We live in 2023. To love someone is to choose to honor them every day, even when you don't like them, even when they are not present. If he doesn't choose to honor you, I won't honor him. Cheat back.
Afro butterfly.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Afro Butterfly. Because, anywho, let's continue. I wonder who is saying, I don't know. Why women ruining it for? Tell them to bring it, and then you can bring it if you want. I don't know. But most men can, so whatever.
today's day and time is a black woman. So ladies do not want to come to the table with nothing. So
Nope. This is called indoctrination. Y'all play too much. This is called indoctrination. They want to tell women. So it's such a weird thing because no one wants independent women, blah, 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 blah. But they know they can provide, right? Not him specifically, but like men generally, right? I'll be the sole provider. So while they're bashing you for your degrees and your education, they also need your degrees and your education for them to sustain a relationship. Again, for them to sustain a relationship, they need your degrees and your money because them by themselves cannot provide for a family. This does not make sense. So stop saying, oh, women were saying, oh, well, maybe women were, because actually I've seen it in Shade Room where women are like, you should want a man with money. You should be able to provide for them and take care of them and build a man up. And I'm like, okay, it's not a white phenomenon, period. They're not emotionally intelligent enough to realize that what you do to the mom impacts the child. Kids pick up on the trauma she experienced. Ironic, since they also talk about their own mom because of how she let men treat her. Yeah. Oh yeah. Let me leave this up there while displayed. Yes. Naya, like
I think I want to have this conversation as men, right? We've been hearing the ladies clap. Let's put the blinds down. And I want to ask this question. Do we want a boss woman in our home? Do we want to go 50-50 with the woman to where she's bringing in the bag, I'm bringing in the bag, and we sharing this bag together? Like, what do we want as men? Do we want that boss woman in the house? And let me start with this.
First of all, start by defining boss woman. Please start by doing that, because if you're defining a boss woman as someone who can provide for themselves,
they don't want to define masculinity. They don't want to define man. All they wanted to define was cheating. Well, let's quantify cheating. Let's make sure we have a good, solid definition for it.
Oh yeah. Yes, they were. Thank you, Penny. They were very specific on cheating. They're like, well, if you define it this way, then you got me. But if you do it that way, and you can do it this. Yeah, I didn't even pick that up. That was a good catch, actually.
I think, remember what Petty said the other day? Well, what if I move the goalposts over here? What's going to happen now?
I mean, honestly, though, like the message about it being, you know, multi-generational, like these are the children most likely to be of the single mom just because of the way things suss out. It's so strange because it's almost like they are mad at the women that they have to date.
Wait. You have one answer. Just say it quickly. Just one word. Annalisa, Petty, and then concern. Actually, all of y'all say it at the same time. Where do you think this conversation is going?
Nowhere.
No, one word. Like, what's the topic do you think is coming next?
All
right, let me do it. Submission. I'm pretty sure submission is coming up. I am pretty sure.
Whoa, I actually didn't think that. I mean, it makes sense, though.
I don't know, but I think submission is coming up. I'm pretty sure they're leading right into submission. We don't want a boss chick. Submission.
My bet is on it going to some sort of like placating women, being like, you know, maybe not the submit, but kind of like trying to make the conversation palatable to women at the end by buttering them up. Like, I'm still the good guy.
Well, we'll see. I don't know, but I feel like it's definitely going to submission. We'll see.
Before Doc get the mic. Before Doc get the mic. But, you know what I'm saying? Before Doc gets the mic. Because Doc is ready. I think that is a conversation that most ladies probably will not like my answer. And I don't think there's a right or wrong answer here. I think I prefer a woman who can help me build. Watch this. But she's not building by herself.
I like that.
Oh God, you were right.
So that don't make sense. You want so she should just freeze in time. She should just exist outside of space and time and only help you build when you've decided to just grace her life with something that you're building. You don't want a woman to build by herself. You want to wait for you so you can. Next will be wealthier.
Oh my God, that's bad.
Pimping.
I feel like I am good at this. I feel like I now get the talking points. I get these men. I can read that. Like I get it. Like I think I get it now. Like this is like I know what's happening. I can tell you where they're going. They're not about to sit here and talk about no masculinity because why would they? They're going to tell you how to be a woman. They're going to tell you that you need to not be aggressive. You need to be submissive. I wonder which one of them is going to probably say yes, 50-50. They're into 50. This is so ridiculous.
It's going to be the dreads. It is going to be no neck, and he wants 50-50.
And I think that there are ladies who want to say, I want to go out here in the marriage and build by myself. You go over here and you build. I have my checking account, you have your checking account, and I give you part of the mortgage. Because here's the thing, I hear a lot of ladies saying, I don't want to ask my husband. And so for me, I'm like, no, sorry, that's not what I want within my home. I want to build with you, but I don't want a builder on her own.
Girl, how's she gonna build with you if she's not a builder? How's she gonna build with you if she's not a builder, girl? How's she gonna do it?
I bet he's gonna want two checking accounts when that divorce hit.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're gonna be like, oh my God, divorce hurts the man. Maybe you should have gotten a builder.
But it's crazy because these are also the dudes who are often like, let's quit acting like, and no one here said it, but a lot of times in their mind, they think they blow up during the marriage. Like, oh, I'm going to become a rapper baby one day. Don't you worry. Like, you're protecting this money. Like, you're not just going to stay an accountant, Fred.
Well,
Like, what am I running away from?
That kind of hedging works, and it's actually really intelligent because you're just living off of this woman until you become the rapper, right? If you never become the rapper, you stay there and live off of her. If you do become the rapper, you dump her and go get someone else. I'm not sure. Well, it's a self-esteem issue. I'm not getting into it. I'm actually kind of annoyed right now. So let's continue. Because why is it that, like, I have seen online, not in real life, because if I had a friend like this, it's done, in online, where women are willing to be of service to men, and you can look at this man and hear this man's speech, and you know he does not respect you. He's only with you because you're providing for him now. And it's like, let it go. They can define masculinity when they're putting Black women, yeah.
Bemis, say let it go like that again.
Wait, what?
Say let it go like that again. I love when you say let it go. Let it go.
Let's wait, let it go.
Yeah, the women need to let it go. Like let it go, like for real.
No, you're not gonna have me up here performing.
No. I'm just saying the way that you said let it go. Like let it go for real.
Period. Like Elsa, whatever her name is, the girl with the eyes.
No.
No. Listen, and let me give a little background. When you're speaking from a perspective of a man who's built, is even in the Bible. If a man doesn't have a vision, you shouldn't even be dealing with him in the first place. So if I come to you with a vision, I'm just looking to share the vision with you. I'm not looking for you to boss anything up. And the other thing that's really...
They can define. Oh, I just read that. Someone sent something else, I think. I don't have time for these people. But how is that building by herself when y'all are one? How is that building by herself if y'all share a home and right?
Wait, someone said in the chat, Themis, that is a rapist. What? Him? Someone in the chat said that he's a rapist?
Well, we can't verify that, so I'm just going to ignore it and say I have no clue what they're talking about.
A boss chick doesn't come with feminine energy. And so...
If men can't be feminine because femininity is linked to women, then how does a woman end up with masculine energy? Y'all need to define things and redefine things, because you shouldn't be laughing over here because you're the one who pulled out that dictionary and you talked about how men can't be feminine. So why is he using masculine to define a woman when women, by your definition of femininity, can't also be masculine unless the definition changed? Again, these men are not married. This is killing, period.
According to how we are defining a boss chick today, she does not come with feminine energy. It is not going to mesh with this masculine energy. We're going to be in arguments. We're going to be in a disagreeable house at home. When I say we're not eating meat, we're not eating this because we're building this and we're going to make sure our children don't have diabetes and they're obese. It's not a conversation. It's not a conversation. It's not a conversation. So if I say that we're doing something that is positive for our family, positive. Hey baby, this is how I'm gonna make this $5 million. I just need you to do this at home. When I come home.
Now I know you're not sitting up there talking about weight. All right, let me stop.
That's all I need you to do, baby. When I say we're not eating this way because we need to build a legacy that doesn't end up like my family with cancer, diabetes, and hypertension.
So we can't get no barbecue?
Nope. Yeah, get some plant-based barbecue. But what I'm trying to say is that masculine energy always wants a complement to it. Complement, not compatible. Compatible is boss energy on boss energy. Complementary is masculine, feminine, yin and yang. That's why households are divided. And so
no, they mean the same thing. Those words don't mean different things.
Wait, no. I'm not engaging with this man. You can't. Well, no, we shouldn't.
No, I can't.
I'm not engaging with this man.
I've checked out. I've left.
Yeah,
I'm done.
I'm not. I'm gonna wait till someone else talk if I can. I'm not about to do that with
Okay.
this man.
Okay, I understand.
Compatibility and complementary. I'm not doing that with him.
Okay.
A man has
just for you, yeah.
Just for you. So typically when a man has means, and I was telling this earlier because I'm in the health profession. When I see women are smarter than men in many ways, more capable than men in many ways. Even in the hospital, I was telling them, like, sometimes I would work like 16, 17 hours. I would see women doing the same thing. Capable. But the toll it takes on them is very different from the toll it takes on us over time. So every time I'm working with a woman who has fibroids, take the stress out of her life, the fibroids shrink. So yes, can you do it? Absolutely. You could probably even do it better. But the toll that it's going to take on you versus me, I'm built to take it. I always tell my girl, I'm built like a brick. Every time she says, "You all right? You need?" No, I'm built like a brick.
No.
Wait. I wouldn't quite say brick.
No.
I would use a brick to describe you.
Well, do black men think that they are the healthiest group of men on the planet?
Isn't that the irony
There's
that
a
they are
piece of
actually
it that-
the
you know what?
most unhealthy group, and black women are not the most unhealthy group? Like they are. It's just it's a craziest self-own because black men are actually the fattest, not
The
black.
only brick that you should be concerned with is the brick that's clogging your arteries, because your men and their
Nope.
cholesterol and their arteries are all mush up. So just cut it out. Stop the lies. You're not built any more than anybody else is built for these things. If you don't take care of yourself, and if you are overly stressed, it's going to take a toll on you. And in fact, men fare far worse than women anyways.
No, but here's the thing: they don't define things intentionally, so they can never be held to. And yes, actually, and the way that
Mental gymnastics, yeah.
the way that he's describing like nursing, I'm assuming, I don't know. Historically, women have been nurses, right? So like even that seems odd, but nursing is not the only occupation. And like I'm just confused and concerned as to the point being made, and I don't really care. Thinking like a brick too.
Do women live longer than men, or am I confused as well?
You are not confused.
Right. Okay.
Women live longer than men in general. And you also realize that, yes, women go through issues when it comes to our psyche, right? But all this front, this is the same group of men that want to have us have empathy when they tell us that they're the most depressed. When all over the world they're talking about how men are now depressed because they have to learn social skills. Like this level of disrespect, and they will still turn around and ask us to have empathy because they're human, when they are dealing with people being like, okay, if I'm going to vet, you don't make the cut, buddy.
Yeah. I don't like the dismissiveness and the tone, because if you're telling women not to do this, someone is going to have to work, which I'm completely fine with women not working and men being the breadwinner or whatever, but it's just not a thing. So if women, I play the Anita Baker song every now and then. I did a video on it. I hope that people aren't like actually looking for these fairy tales where men are like coming to save you and going to provide, because these men will, in one breath, literally tell you that 80% of men are living people are living paycheck to paycheck, including men, right? And then in the next breath, tell you that the men are providers. That's inconsistent. There's an issue there. Right. And so if you are sitting there waiting for someone to come and save you, I'm not sure if you're my kind of people. I will love you for who you are, period. But know that you need something of your own. Please know that. I don't care what these people are saying. I don't care about a masculinity or a femininity. Please have your escape plan. Because that's what it is, an escape plan.
So from my perspective, I do not want a boss in my home. Like at all. It's because it's not yin and yang for me.
I'm cool with a little bossy. I ain't gonna even hold you.
Talk about it.
Yeah, it's cool. Here's the
what
thing.
type of boss though? You gotta identify what you're talking about.
Yeah, what type of boss? So, I'm gonna keep it real. Like my lady don't clean the house. We got people for that.
Yeah.
And I don't talk to them.
Period. Period. Sorry. All right, that's
They're the ugly ones. I need to give me an ugly.
City Auntie, thank you for your super sticker.
I don't even know about them people. I don't know when they coming. She let me know, look, hey, we got people coming today. You understand what I'm saying? And
them other people up there can't relate. I live for this. Period.
Look at the guy next to him. Themis, look at the guy next to him. Look at his face, thinking about what that would be like. What would it be like?
He's like, girl, what are you talking about? Don't be raising these standards.
What I'm saying is, I don't want a woman who gonna sit back, right? Hold on. Here's the thing, though. See, I don't need a woman that's gonna sit back and watch me go out into the world, right, and take on the world all the way by myself without her at least being the watchful eyes, being that discernment. Like my lady, you know, my lady will go to a social event. She ain't gonna say nothing to nobody. But when we get back home, bruh, she know everything about everybody that's moving, bruh. She know everybody's opinion before they even said anything, and she know how to read the room. You understand what I'm saying? And so when you got a woman who just sitting back, kind of like lacking, she just don't want to provide.
Wait, I don't think this is true for everyone, but I do actually appreciate that he, in the way he's talking about his wife or woman or whatever, it looks like he knows her strength and they like work together with each other's strength. And I actually find that for the first time, I just find something that's like actually nice. In an oasis of, there's an oasis in like a sea of dust. So that was nice. This was a cute moment. I'll give them that.
It might be a mirage. You don't know if it's an oasis.
I mean, he cheats. The people are in the chat say he cheats. Yeah, yeah.
It's like that right there is a recipe for something. For me, my personal opinion, I just think that's kind of lame. You know what I'm saying? I want a woman that can add value to the world and me.
So are we doing 50-50 as
So let me speak on this. I'm going from experience.
Are we doing 50-50 as men?
Let me handle this real quick. I got real experience with this. So all right. So I'm 31, my lady 30. We've been married for 1 year, right? Yeah, I'm the guy that spent $115,000 on the wedding. That's me.
The dumbest thing you should.
But let me go back real quick. I'm gonna make it fast. We started off 18, 19. Of course, at that time we young. Everything 50-50, right? Everything 50-50. Once I decided that I wanted to start my entrepreneur journey when I was like 24, 25, guess what? It went more like 70-30, and she was 70. But just
in the beginning, I said I would have made a prediction. This was the prediction. I was going to say a bunch of these men up here were probably being taken care of by their woman. I was literally about to say that. I promise you I was going to say it. A bunch of these women, and a lot of them, thankfully, he say he's still with her. And the only reason a man would admit this so openly is because let me not speak. He's not paying most of it. That's my prediction. Is he's not paying most of it. That's the only.
I don't think they have that level of self-respect.
You wouldn't say that proudly. The stats show that where women out-earn men tend to not speak up about it, and women tend to downplay their own earnings to boost up their mans, and the men don't talk about it. I mean, obviously that's stat, and he could be the outlier. I promise you, in my opinion, he wouldn't have said it that proudly if he was like, this is a group of men. He's not about to admit to a bunch of men that my woman still pay. Like there is an arc, and the arc has him now paying more. It's not even 50-50. He has to be paying more to be saying this so blatantly. I promise you that.
All right.
That's fine. But I was about to say a bunch of these men were being there taken care of by the woman.
And cheating? They're being taken care of and cheating.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Because they're good men. They're the good ones.
With the pookie, see?
No, but they're probably going to lie now and say, oh, we all can take care of these women. No. But in the past, they used to take care of us. Starter wife phenomena, they're lying. The women who take care of them are probably not the ones they're with now, but period.
Just because a man, he may be at 30 and she's 70, don't mean I ain't had that vision. See, more women would feel comfortable supporting if they had a man with a real vision. Just because I was at 30 didn't mean I wasn't a leader, and she respected me still. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, all right. I need just one person. How are you gonna lead? No, actually, don't respond. I'm leaving that alone. I don't know about y'all's relationship. I'm gonna leave that alone.
So as we go along, I started my entrepreneur journey. Guess what? She took a job an hour and a half away, right? I said, baby, listen, handle your business. I got this right here. I'm coming to get you, right? About a year later, I got us a house. I came and got her for a government job. I got her some benefits, and then it turned around. Now I'm 70 and she 30. The time we got married, we 100 to nothing now. I got it because you was there. You stayed.
Yep, I told you. Absolutely knew it. I knew it. He wouldn't have been so proud and bold about it. I also was going to say 100, but I didn't want to be too.
You think lowly of them too. The Mirage, it was a Mirage theme. It was a Mirage.
When they started talking about women and paying and this, I was like, yeah, most of y'all were probably being supported by. I mean, if y'all are internet personalities, you're probably not like. Let me stop. These guys think they are even with all these visions.
Stayed down, you believed in me, and now we're 100 to nothing because she was supportive of what I was doing, and she still respected me as a man. She didn't downgrade me when I wasn't, doing my thing. And that's the problem with a lot of women today. Just because a man may not be up on his feet financially, they seem to down the man, but they don't understand the man with vision, though. Nobody got patience no more.
So I think I have a question that may be more rhetorical of how are we coming up with the equation of 50-50? And when I say that is because my journey kind of mirror yours. So my wife, years and years ago, I ain't gonna tell them how old you are, babe. After she graduated college, I still was struggling. So she paid for everything.
Girl, period. Same story. He then now is paying for everything. Y'all better build a beer. Y'all better build these men. These men are up here talking about masculinity and blah, 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 when these women were literally the pillars holding them up. At least he defined women as a pillar and a pillow, girl. And these women were the pillar in that they were in. And they have the audacity to talk about how they don't want women to build on their own. Girl, these women were literally lifting y'all up.
Yeah.
These women built you. They built. You guys were built. What's wrong with them?
And the thing about it is that like these men also really want you to buy into the idea that you're their, pillar and pillow, and they're going to stick with you through everything. You need to give it your 110%. Don't hedge your bets, to your point, Themis. You need to give your 110%. And trust that when you get somewhere, I'm going to be able to get my 100% back. And no, because of the starter wife phenomenon, like, no, like,
Right.
but they want you to be singing like a daggone, I don't know, like a Muppet around about how much you love men, when we know. I don't know if I'm going to get return on this. I don't know if you're going to turn into Barack. I don't know that.
Listen, for all the men on the panel, listen, hold on. For all the men on the panel, all the men in the world, that pastor has a better chance of getting pregnant than I do of being a starter wife. I'm not building you. I am not your pillar. I'm not your pillow. Don't even lean on me. Don't even snore too loudly next to me. No, you'll get pregnant first, sir. Absolutely not.
I've tried this.
Freddie, what are you saying here? Oh, wait, before you go ahead, wait. So they're failing to point where the women have to pick up their slack, but they want you to submit to their vision. Maybe they should submit to right. I'm talking about submit to a vision. Go ahead, Paris.
I tried this struggle build a man tactic when I was younger. Any ladies in the chat, don't do it. Because just like they're articulating, even through all of that, the reason why it fell apart, which I tried to keep it together, I did all the stuff that we as women do to try to help and be everything they're saying to do, right? Once he started getting himself together, he thought he was going to try to cheat on me and started feeling himself and all that stuff. He ended up homeless messing around with me. I don't play like that. You played yourself. And when he was upset, I called his mom too. I said, hey, remember that time that you tried to say something about me and you didn't like the way I kept house, even though he's sitting at home and I'm at work all day? Call about your son because he's homeless right now. You tried the right one.
Period. Wait, let's go.
100% of everything. No 50-50, no nothing. It's, I ain't got no money to pay my light bill. She was like, no, I got you. But here's the thing.
Were y'all married? Respectfully.
No, we were dating at the time.
And she paid your light bill.
She paid my bills.
Y'all out of pocket. Nope. Yeah. Wait, is this what's happening? So these men, everyone is arguing about a welfare or whatever. Are these women these men's welfare, though?
Oh my God. And remember, this is the one who said that he doesn't stay loyal to his wife. He doesn't not cheat on his wife because of his own urges and his own, because of his faith in him. It's because of his faith in God. Like it is that an act of honor to God, not to his own, his own nature, that he is faithful to his wife, allegedly. It's like, this woman was paying your bills, homie.
Yeah.
Like,
he can't afford to cheat, sir. You can't afford to cheat lest you end up like the woman on the panel, lest you end up like her man, homeless. You can't even afford to cheat. That's really that's the problem.
Yeah, I mean,
This guy said he was paying my bills. Look at the way look at the way he's looking at him now. He's like, oh, that's appealing. I like that. He didn't like the guy next to him when he was talking about having like the housekeepers, but he's saying she was paying my bills. Look at old boy next to oh God, this guy next to him. Look at his face, Demas. He likes that.
Yeah.
Hear me when I say this.
So hold on, keep going. But I do want to answer this question. Would you teach your daughter to do the same thing your wife did today?
Here's why I would teach her this. This is the only reason I would teach my daughter this, and my granddaughter. I told her what I know God told me, and the journey I was taking was going to cause a little bit of a struggle. And if I could teach my daughter to start with a man and build with a man that's struggling but has a vision. Now today, my wife doesn't work. My wife's at home, but she still works. So to me, it wasn't 50-50. It was her investment. Yeah. So now she's reaping a reward for her investment, and now we're building together. So when I say 50-50, what do we, and again, it's subjective to everybody. What do you mean when you say 50-50? So most people in the beginning part, it's like, oh, girl, you're so stupid. I can't believe you do that. Not the same when they call it stupid. Like, hey, they members of the church. Like, hey, so it's
I think we're having the wrong conversation.
Exactly.
And I agree with you, and I think we all do. We just don't like how you're saying it. But here's the deal. The conversation we're having is, how is the money split? And it doesn't matter how the money is split, because it's going to change in seasons of our lives.
Absolutely.
What can't happen is the vision for our household cannot be 50-50, because that's when you're talking about, now we're butting heads. Now, so watch this. The man has to have 100% of the vision, and the wife has to be 100% bought in. It's not 50-50, 80-20, it's 100-100.
Absolutely.
And the whole, wives submit to your husband, and they don't like that in the Bible and all that. Here's what they don't understand. Before you say I do, you get to pick what vision you're going to submit to. So you got to hear that vision and make sure that's something I can 100% commit to. And when we're agreeing on the vision, there's not a conflict, there's not arguing, there's not fighting, and it doesn't matter who's paying the bills in this season of our marriage.
That's right. And I agree with you wholeheartedly. And I want to say this.
Stop. Like,
Demas, you were right.
Stop. No, but it's right. Like, this is putrid. These are the same men who were talking about, you want us to buy in that hard? You want us to be that crazy to buy in like a puppy dog to your vision, when y'all are the same dudes who are going to be having us deal with cheating, having us deal with you calling women who look like me hoes or ugly, you making it seem like my image is inherently less than. Y'all want to giggle about the Black woman and mush her in the face, but then also want this level of loyalty, like where I'm supposed to just buy into a vision. I'm supposed to just sell my soul at one point. Like, anything after I say I do is non-negotiable because I said this thing. It's crazy.
And not to mention, concern, her education doesn't matter, but after she graduated from college and he didn't have anything, she had to take on the financial responsibility of both of them.
I wish you... In closing the panel was Oh Hush into Kevin Hart's Muffin Tops Lace Front Dead. Ladies, don't follow these men unless you're store security. I just don't get it. I don't get it. Like, how do you? I don't know. How do you even talk? Is it done? I think it's done. Let's finish it. That's
what he meant to say. Thank you for taking what he meant to say it and say it the right way.
So that portion, you are absolutely right. 100% of the vision comes from me. That's unquestionable. But when we take that same script,
Was 100% coming from you when she was paying 100 when she was paying your light bill? Sorry, no, this is bad.
It's hard to see a vision without the lights on. That's for sure.
These men, that man.
Totally. So when it says, wives, submit yourself to the husband, the scripture prior to that says, submit yourself one to another.
Demas, have you learned anything about? Let me look at my notes. In the beginning, they were talking about a builder, someone who is responsible, a teacher, emotionally available, being a visionary, and then they said women being an implementer, and then it became all about women. Yeah, no, I have not.
So which means there must be. What is it?
Pastor, now you playing with scripture.
That ain't what it say?
It was no. So in the context, that was talking about the church. So the first part of the passage was talking about husbands and wives. The second part of the passage transition was talking about the church in general. And it said you all submit one to another. It wasn't talking about husband and wife in that
So back up, read that one verse right.
Truth teller, are you here? Yep, I just added you. We're about to get into this because these Christians are telling you men aren't supposed to submit to women. That was about the church. Period. Please note that. Remind me.
Lies. I lie them a tell.
I lie you to tell. Me don't want to hear you. Me don't want to hear you. Me
I
don't
lie
hear you in
him
a
a
minute.
tell. I lie him a tell.
Me will hear you in a minute.
Hold on. Yeah. So one verse right at
not one verse. It was. Yeah, okay.
So let me.
I'm gonna let you rap. I'm gonna let you rap.
Oh, Jesus. We not in church today.
How is a man interjecting when he's not in
Words
subject?
To
meaning
be under.
I'm going to surrender to your opinion.
Come on.
There is not a healthy marriage where one person always gets to make the decision.
And that's my point.
At some point, you've got to put your preference down. So there is mutual submission.
And that's my point. Mutual submission.
You stop it.
Whatever God may be telling you in this season.
So let me ask you this question because I'm not married.
Who said something?
Look.
No, I was just saying, like, stop it. Ew. The bait and switch of it all. Like, y'all want us to talk about mutual submission, but then turn around and know that you're not asking me to have mutual submission.
Listen, right? Like, okay.
Wait.
Can I say something?
No. I don't
Can I
want
say
us to get
something?
into the. I don't want us to get into the discussion yet. I want to finish this quickly because it's almost done.
Okay,
we
go
would
ahead.
finally make it through a video first time in forever.
Very good. And then we got to wrap this thing up. So are we saying that ladies shouldn't have a vision at all?
That's
You know
what I
I'm
heard.
saying? So here's what
I
I'm
heard
asking.
you figure it out, and she listens.
So I just want to respectfully say this.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, cool. I was about to say my woman better have a vision, but it just better align.
If
with
I say
mine.
that, I'm sorry.
So, for example, is an employee allowed to have a vision?
Absolutely.
And then they pick which company where they can live out their vision. They're not hijacking the whole company. It's the same thing. A woman must have a vision.
Okay.
And then
Just
she
making
has to
sure.
pick a man in which she can live out her vision, but not hijack his so that she can live out hers.
Because after I see the booty,
back to the booty.
I do want to see what's in her brains. Because if I am building a multi-7-figure business, the booty ain't going to build the business with me. And so I need to know, because you said employee, can employee have a vision? I think the only reason why I've hired the people on my team is because of the vision that they brought into my vision to make it better. And so I just really want to make sure that we made that very clear. That ladies, you need to have a vision.
Wait, quickly before it doesn't make every kind of analogy done have women looking terrible. There's never it doesn't feel, at least the Hotep call women goddess. This is not giving much.
But here's the thing, though. Okay,
wait.
sorry. Finish playing it, and then I'll comment.
Yeah.
Top of your beauty, because if the last thing we all want. Now you said you want the good looks, but you trying to tell me, Rico, we're gonna end with you. She got the Rico's my guy, y'all. Listen, I love the way this brother man think. I'll be on Rico's show here next month. I'm looking forward to this one. Y'all pray for me though. Real talk though. Anyways, Rico, you trying to tell me, could you date a woman? She is, that body is just it's amazing. But that's all she has.
Never. I wasn't raised by a woman that was only, possessing one trait. See, this is why I say, first of all, I disagree when it comes to a boss woman. I admire successful people, women or men, and the ability
He want to be kept. I'm kidding. Let me stop. Let me not be mean.
to obtain it shows me a lot. about you. And that's the only type of woman I'm willing to actually settle down with. I'm not willing to settle down with one that I have to be the brains of. You know, yeah, she can submit.
Now that's not going to be hard to find. Right? Like if you don't want to be the brains, that's fine. I mean that's fine.
I think Anthony O'Neill is so ironic in this moment because he was like, "Oh, y'all gonna pray for me? I'm gonna go on Rico, the one that you think is the attractive one there. I'm gonna go on Rico's thing. Y'all pray for me."
We're gonna stop this right now. Y'all in the chat, and you just did that where I don't think this man is attractive.
I didn't mean it in that way. Like I don't think I'm not trying to say anything about anything.
No. If I think a man is attractive, I don't mind saying this man is attractive. I'm saying the way women have been talking about this man makes me believe y'all find him attractive. That is the place from which I was speaking.
Yeah, and I'm saying like that one, Anthony O'Neill is making it look like he's better than him. Like, oh, y'all pray for me. I'm going into the underbelly. Like, no, you are not the guy you think you are. You are not the guy you think you are.
They're all terrible except for two. And it's two, and they're bad too because one of them is cheating, the other one is talking about. But like they're the best of the bunch that we have here.
And not only that, as somebody who used to do locks, don't ever trust a man whose hair has that style with the fade in the front with locks.
Good.
Don't ever trust it.
Okay.
Soldier boy voice.
Visions do change, and people do change as they're growing together. So if her vision now makes more sense than my vision, I'm okay with it. How do we make? See, I'm not submitting to the vision. I'm submitting to us and whatever we're committed to do. And our vision can vary from time to time in the seasons that we like to talk about. You know, and if it does go into a point where she is being the breadwinner at that point in time, that's a boss woman. Because she's capable to run the ship. And I've never met, and I know a lot of very successful people in my life. I never met a successful person without a real partner. CFOs, CEOs, VPs, presidents, they're both bosses. There's still a hierarchy, don't get me wrong, but they're both bosses. And for me, right now I don't have to do 50-50, thank God. But there was a point in time where I did have to do 50-50. There was a point in time where there was a girl doing 100-0, right? And she was just.
Is anyone surprised by this?
No.
Is anyone like this revelation was like I was gonna say you're ASAP Rocky, but I didn't feel comfortable doing it. Now I can. Like
no, you can't. Because no, you can't. Don't say anything about Rihanna. Don't say anything
found
about
somebody who thought he was the bee's knees and she paid for everything.
Yeah.
Oh.
Sold on the vision. You know, obviously she's not here today.
Okay. But,
she's not here today.
Obviously.
Today.
Please ask this man why. I'm pretty sure he cheated on her.
That was my wrongdoing. I take that as a man.
All right, there you go. Look, at this point, I shouldn't just watch a video. I should just put up a picture of a bunch of men and just tell you about their lives at this point.
Call Themis for your free reading now.
Right, like yeah. Oh, he's not cute, but y'all are paying 100% of his bills. Someone is lying. Yeah,
wow, that's bad.
That's my wrongdoing. But I just want a boss woman. But more so.
And the fact that you're laughing about it, like, oh my God.
There's a willingness that has to be, there has to be a willingness within us. You know, she has to be willing to sacrifice whatever we're going to go through. She has to be able to sacrifice whatever she might want for that point in time. As so do I. I live on an equal playing field. There is no, hey, my word is above yours.
No, dude. Oh my God, you have to stop it.
And vice versa.
Gotcha. Well,
Themis, he was the one. I distinctly remember him being the one being like, what do you bring to the table? I remember him saying that. I remember his voice saying, what do you bring to the table? Oh my God. He's such a bum.
Let's see. I want to see what. Oh, is it done? I think it's done.
Jesus. This conversation tonight, brothers.
My biggest takeaway from tonight was having a vision for yourself, but then also knowing.
Absolutely not. Nope, I'm not gonna watch women do testimonials because this is gonna blow me up. Like this is.
We almost got there, Phoenix.
Oh my gosh.
Your biggest takeaway, you need to, and all of these men laughed at the fact that he cheated on women who took care of him 100%. Do not sacrifice, period. They did.
No, don't do it. Don't do it.
Wait, let me see what these people talking about. Let me hear what these women learned.
Yeah, I would like to hear a couple of them. I really would.
That you have the opportunity to decide whose vision you're going to align with to make a vision together.
It was nice to hear the men talk about like how they feel about relationships and sex and how they feel about being in a partnership. Because for me, I'm single. And so when I think about being with someone, I'm like, is it really worth being in a relationship? Especially the way the world is today and the way that people are.
Just loving the space of just everybody coming together and having, their own opinions, but really just being able to express those things readily and just communicate, I think is so important. So I think it's been an excellent investment in time. So keep up the good work.
I do agree that love does not sustain a marriage. There has to be more to it than just love. Love is an action, and you can show someone variously how you love them. However, it's not going to hold a marriage together.
In my opinion, I feel like men need to bring something to the table. I'm bringing something to the table. You need to bring something to the table. They need to have vision. They need to have goals and a vision about themselves. You don't need to come to me. What are we going to do? A lot of like they lack leadership skills. They don't know how to lead.
I'm in her energy.
I will submit. I have a desire to be a wife one day, but
I'm not.
You have a vision.
I have absolutely met a man who was not accomplished and I dated him. And
Nope, can't do it. I tried.
Oh my God. Look, first of all, let me say, I love the girl in the gray next to the other girl, rolling her eyes, looking at the time. Yeah, she had it right. And the second girl. So what I wanted to say, lot of mercy.
Wait, let's do this in the after show. Let's just go into the after show because
Lord.
Did we drop a 1 when you came in here if I played what's her name? For Harriet video. Did I play a For Harriet video?
No,
you didn't play it. Like, no, you didn't play it.
No,
I didn't.
You didn't. Not in this live. No.
Wait, really? Let me find this. I literally had it queued up, and I think I might have removed it. But are you sure I didn't play it?
Positive.
Yeah, pretty sure. I mean,
all right, let me play the video that I because it actually goes in line with this, but I didn't know it at the time.
I was dating this girl, right, and we were in a fight. She's like, I just don't know how you can hurt me and not care. And I was like, that's not.
Oh, I heard that video. I watched that on my own time.
This is one of my favorite videos from her recently.
Right,
So
that was a good one.
Mute.
I was dating this girl, right, and we were in a fight. She was like, I just don't know how you can hurt me and not care. And I was like, that's not true. I do care. And she was like, no, you don't. And she started crying. It was that real guttural cry. Sounded like her pure life essence was in pain. That real mentally ill cry where you can tell something's not right up there. And I'm just listening. I'm like, damn, I feel nothing right now. Like nothing at all. And it was so liberating. I told her, I was like, you know what, you're right. I don't think I care. You should probably move on and find somebody else. She was like, what? She was still crying. I was like, I'm hearing you right now. And it's not doing anything for me. I don't know if I was just, pretending to care this entire time. And then I started believing the fantasy, because that's what society wanted me to do. And it's just, it's so complicated, but, it's just right now I'm unfazed. If anything, I'm just annoyed a little bit, but also I like it kind of because it's like, damn, I really meant this much to you. But like at the same time, I guess you're just not the one, because if you were the one, I would probably.
I say all the time, ooh, I wish I was just going through all my old merch and stuff. And I used to sell a sweatshirt that said divest from men. And wow, I'm saying have your fun. You know what I mean? Romance is great. It's fun. Sex is great. It's fun. We love making out in the club. It's a good time. But there's only so much you can do when so many cishet men are socialized to be sociopaths like that. I think a lot about all of the times that I have held things back. I've bitten my tongue. I have only told half truths in order to preserve my romantic partners, and maybe not even my partner, somebody that I'm just on a date with, their feelings. Oh, I am so careful even with men that I've gone out with once or twice. I don't be picking up the phone and being like, look, we're never going out again because you're boring. Okay? Right? I don't, text these men, look, you're a successful single black man in your late 40s because you're weird. And it's not enjoyable to be around you. I don't do that because I'm not malicious. It brings me no joy to hurt people's feelings or upset them or potentially damage them for their person. You know? Even if somebody is not your person, what exactly do you get from potentially ruining, honestly, the rest of their lives and their ability to create meaningful romantic connection? And that man just said it. But I have seen so many cis-het men operate in that way of using women as vehicles to get to the next woman or vehicles to get to their next step, using them up, running them down with no remorse.
That is the starter wife phenomenon for anyone asking. No one asked, but I'm just going to tell you.
But then the second
remorse, right? That man looked like he's in his, like, I don't know, 20s. If there is remorse, oh, it's the 45-year-old coming back and being like, wow, I used to be such an asshole. Wow, I just can't. I'm just really embarrassed by how, meanwhile, you've left decades of mess that you will never have to be accountable for. Women all over the place, boo-hooing, crying in therapy, crying in the group chats, annoying their friends with these same fucking stories because you didn't want to be responsible for your own healing, your own self-work. You didn't want to be self-reflective because cis-het men are socialized to believe that women are just tools for their self-actualization. It's sad. And I think that, when people say men are trash, I know that there's been like a weird, I won't say weird, but there's all of this, dialogue about, oh, don't say men are trash and, whatever. And are you saying men are trash because women are perfect? No, I'm not. I'm not saying men are trash because women are perfect. I'm not saying cis-het men are socialized to be sociopaths because there are not mean, malicious, evil, vindictive, vengeful women. I'm saying they don't get carte blanche like that. They don't get unfettered access like that. I don't see women getting on the internet, building platforms, laughing about how funny it is that they have ruined somebody's life. It's not a thing. Not in mass. I was talking about, the artist formerly known as Corinne Stephens. Now she goes by another name. I forget her new name. I want to honor that name. But I was talking about her to somebody recently because I interviewed her back when For Harriet was a blog, and it was easily one of the most interesting, like truly one of the most interesting people I've ever met. Oh, her name is Elizabeth. Elizabeth, easily one of the most interesting people I've ever had the pleasure of being on the phone with for 90 minutes. And the way people still, because she just announced that she's pregnant, the way that people still bring up the confessions of a video vixen shit as if those men were not willing participants, as if she drugged them and assaulted them. So yeah, I still don't care about the, misandry label. I don't. Okay, y'all gonna call me a misandrist when my niggas, laying up in the bed. That's your prerogative. Okay. That's fine. Because there's so much cultural work to do. Okay, yes, the queer men are doing the same thing. I can only talk about what I have experienced, but I do think that there is something about people being socialized into sociopathy. I, to my knowledge, have only dated cis-het men.
People being socialized into sociopathy. I can't go that far because I don't know. But what I do know is the way in which these men were like laughing when this one guy is like, oh, I messed up because I did something wrong when this woman took care of me. There's something fundamentally wrong with the way that and I'm not saying people can't laugh at like pain because I think it's bad, but like I think as a human reaction, some of us do that. But not even one person was like, yo, wait, that's weird, right? Like even in passing or jest or something, like it just felt like natural that they would do this when two men before him talked about how women helped them and they made sure to turn around and help these women. At least one of those men should have said something, in my mind. That might be crazy. We don't have to do this conversation like this. We can take it anywhere. So like, go ahead. I think truth teller.
Thank you. Thank you, Seamus. Hi,
did I play the outro?
No, you didn't.
Let me do it, and then as soon as it's done, you can jump right in. I'm responding to this. To be honest, Demas, when you laugh in awkward situation, I have that same thought. thought process. Well, you can have your thought process. It's fine. I would laugh while correcting him. I would laugh while correcting him. I already told you about my laughing. I don't care about how comfortable you feel, actually. Go ahead, truth teller.
Thank you, Themis. Hey, everybody on the panel. This video is very, very hard to watch, particularly because, as you were discussing earlier, these men, these men are supposed to be representative of what supposed to be good, quote unquote, good Black men, then we are in so much deep trouble. It's not even funny. Like I stated in the chat, like they are demonic. Like this is like the mindset is so toxic, and it's scary because many of these men profess to be quote unquote Christian, and that's a problem, right? Because it's a guy.
Well, wait, pause. You can think that's the problem, but I think that's par for course.
You think that it's what?
I think that tracks.
That tracks? You think it's par for the course? Well, I mean, perhaps it is.
No, I'm
but
not.
But the thing is that regardless, it's still problematic, right? Because it's very one-sided. And to the guy that's trying to refute the statement about submitting one to another, no. It is in fact applicable to marriage specifically, since marriage is supposed to be a representational mirror of the Holy Trinity. And even if it is to be applied to the church generally, and if you're a man that's in a church and a woman is in a church, it would still therefore apply. So either which way you want to take it, submitting one to another would be a requirement for both parties who are professing Christians. So that's a moot point at the end of the day with regard to him. But what's interesting is that at every given moment, it appears to me that these men just want to escape. What it is that they want is to have their cake and eat it too. They would like for a woman to be submissive and also a builder and also soft and also all of these things, right? Like they're not looking for a true partnership or a true loving relationship. They're looking for domination. And I think part of this has to do with their station in life in the broader cultural context. Right. I remember doing a course in politics, in university called Politics of Sexuality. And there's an issue that occurs, which is why I've said before, I think Black men clearly have some sort of psychological splinter, because there's a consistent need, like a consistent visceral need that I've been observing as I've been watching these videos and listening to the thought processes of these men, wherein they must have domination over women in order to feel validated as men, because that is the only avenue, not because it's the only avenue they can have, it's the only avenue that they're willing to put any effort into. And I'm only saying that somewhat like not all the way, like, because at the same time, they're not even really putting in effort into that either. Like they just sort of want you to be submissive, but they're not doing anything in order for you to do that. So they want, and again, and the discussion came up with the dusty leader guy, the lawyer guy or whatever, where it's like, they want the power. No, sorry, it was with the blue-haired guy. They want the power, but they don't want the responsibility that comes with it. They want the leadership, but they don't understand that being a true leader means you take accountability. Being a true leader means that you know how to delegate and to appreciate the strengths of other people, and then you take input. Being a true leader is not making unilateral decisions all the time by yourself, because that type of leader is untenable, right? Like that type of system does not last. And that is the issue. And that's why Black people continue to fail, specifically because of Black men, because they have no idea what it means to be a man, period. They have zero idea of what it means to be a man. And that is why, though I'm a Christian woman, I am single, and many a man have wondered why you look like how you look, and you're so smart, and you're so this, and you're so da 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 da, and you're single. This is the reason why, because I absolutely categorically refuse to be with no idiot man that does not understand how to operate as such. A lot of these men, as we've seen over and over again, are performative. They want to play like they're men, but they don't know how to be men. That's the problem. The issue is that they are entitled, they are bitter, they are ungrateful of how good women have been to them. And this is the reason why they get nowhere. And they're hypocritical as well.
You didn't say this, but one of the things, as you were talking, it occurred to me, like, give certain people a couple nickels to rub together, and they just start talking about submission. And they start talking about leading and providing. And it's like, girl, you barely have a nickel, which is why I think the passport bros with their nickels going overseas, it kind of makes sense.
Right, exactly. That's the thing. It's like you don't have 2 shillings to rub together. Like, where you, like, you understand?
Oh,
And
is
here's
that
the other thing too.
It's definitely 2 shillings, because I definitely said 2 nickels.
Right. And here's the other thing too. Because I don't know, because it's not just Black women that have done this, by the way, in terms of building up the man. Because I don't know if you guys remember the story. The woman came on the Oprah show. It's this white lady that, you know, when her and her husband got married, she was a nurse. And then I think he went back to school. He was doing like some regular job. They're both white couple. They went back to school. Or sorry, he went back to school to become a lawyer. First, he became a doctor, then he became a lawyer, I think is what it was. And she worked double shift after she was a mother and was taking care of their young children and working all these hours. And then when he became established and he was running a successful practice, he then left her for his secretary. I don't remember the woman's name. And then she ended up taking them out. Do you remember that?
Oh, she took them out?
Yeah, she took both his mistress and the husband out because he started to treat her like she was less than nothing and began to gaslight her when he was cheating, until eventually he was ready to just be with the other woman or what have you. And so this is the thing. It's sad because, and I went on Yanni's show and spoke about this. I'm like, it's sad because in the context of, let's pretend that they're already married, okay? Which was the case for this woman. In the context of marriage, it's 2 flesh become 1. So what's his is yours and what's yours is his. Okay. And so if you fall, the expectation is that he will pick you up. If he falls, the expectation is that you would pick him up. And that's all that woman was doing. But the risk is so high because of the degenerate mindset of these men that it is absolutely not worth it for a woman to do that. Because unfortunately, and this goes back to what you were saying before, Annalise, like reciprocity, I firmly believe in reciprocity. It's supposed to be a sort of symbiotic relationship in the union of marriage. But if only one person is committed to this reciprocity, it does not work. Then it becomes unrequited love, and that does not work. And so that is a fundamental underlying issue, is that it can't just be one-sided.
I mean, you said reciprocity does not work if it's one-sided. Well, reciprocity by its definition cannot be one-sided, but
exactly, it's 2, exactly. But that's the thing, is that like people are going into it thinking that it's 2, because it's two flesh become 1. It's 2 people. A relationship is also fundamentally 2 people, right?
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, Koja.
Reciprocity. These men ain't even interested in mutual usury.
Girl.
These men in this video, have you ever been disciplined in this basic supervisory thing before they discipline you? And they are not bragging on their wives, and they are not saying anything. When you said about their mother's thing, was when a supervisor already has it in their plan to discipline you, the first thing they come in and say, oh, you are great at doing X, Y, and Z. Before they come and say, now take this right up. And that's what they do on these men. Oh, I'm gonna say something good about my mama, and then I'm finna drag that bitch. Then this man was talking about, oh, my wife was paying 70% at one point. He wasn't bragging on her. He's saying, I'm such a great catch that my wife was paying 70% for me. Now, the kicker is this here. He's with her now. Should he divorce her? You know how you used to buy Apple stock at $12, but now it might be worth $300 or $400 a share. If he divorced her, he would expect to give her $12 instead of it being an investment in the marriage. And you get equity like in your home. He would expect her to walk out. Oh, back then you gave me $250 every week for 4 years. I'm gonna give you that $250 back. You ain't gonna get no equity and no appreciation in your investment in me. And that's when you see the true nature of them. He is with her now, and all of these tactics are like when my 6-year-old tried to get over on me as a kid when they were kids. They are not smart. And the fact that they think they smart, it's like any mother sees this and you laughing at them. But I guess ain't nobody told them that. But and as soon as they say one statement, I say they talking points cross cancel each other out like fractions. Cause they can say one thing and then they over to the other side canceling that out, and then they have nothing. And I don't know if you know. And they're not men. They're not masculine. They have gone from trying to go to graduate school and they ain't even past prep math. They shouldn't worry about being masculine. They shouldn't worry about being men. They should just worry about being a semi-decent human being. And once they get that taken care of, the rest of the shit will come.
So I agree with that last bit, particularly in the beginning where someone was like, a man is not just someone who takes care of himself, but his family and his community. I was like, all right, I mean, I feel like this is too aspirational, right?
Yeah.
Let's start with the bare minimum.
He's trying to ice skate and he can't even crawl.
I mean, the thing about it is when I think about the oh, you're supposed to not see this as equity, and they're gonna I'm going to take from you and then expect you to walk away screwed over because that's how it's built and you're supposed to like it. What also I'm noticing too is that when we think about how a lot of the time the men who are the passport bros or the ones who are so vehemently against Black women just in general, like they'll call us, they'll it's not even about only attraction, it's about some sort of competition that they have, like where they're nemesises or something. It makes me wonder to what extent it's like, not that they don't like Black women, it's that they are really, really, really that like insecure and like feeling that ashamed of their failure. You know what I mean? Like where it's like they can't even conceive of it, but it's not when they're talking about other women in a favorable light against Black women, it gives a compliment to see how much Black women run in their mind rent free. Like they only think about Black women.
Yeah. They don't I don't think they're ashamed of their failure, and that's the problem.
Hey Themis, can I say something?
Yeah.
Happy New Year, Themis. Happy New Year, everyone. It's been a minute. This video was really funny to me because I was waiting for the definition of manhood from a whole panel of men, and I did not
You and
get
I
it.
both.
And we're supposed to be the logical people that can answer questions clearly. I was waiting for they were able to define femininity and everything else, but what a man is. There was no talk about discipline. There was no talk about self-mastery. There's no talk about like how to control your urges so you don't do any crazy thing. And it's so
No. They were talking about your urges. They were telling you not to control them.
There's this idea of like men being incapable of controlling their urges. Like we don't go around and eat everything in sight because we know if we overindulge, it hurts our bodies. And so I don't get why they don't understand that overindulging in anything that is pleasurable can be detrimental. And like I've said this before, a lot of these men do not see women as full human beings. They don't think women deserve respect. They think respect is only they think women are a different kind of species. They don't believe we have overlapping emotions. That's why they say women are emotional. I was like, you are acting emotional. You have been screaming all day. You can't even control yourself. You are emotional too. You're just like crazily emotional. So like we all have emotions. We are all human beings. Men have distinct things that are different about them that make them men. We're generally physically stronger, so that is why the burden of protecting and building and carrying heavy things fall on us. Women have their own things that they do, which makes it easy, like that childbirth and nurturing and things like that. But like but but these guys do not believe women are full human beings. That is why somebody else said on the panel that they want to eat their cake and have it. That is all they care about. Women can take all the L's on the planet. That's why I told you these guys want people that will submit to them and listen to all their bullshit, not call them out on when they go wrong, and just follow them blindly even to their death. And when they are done and they don't find any more use for you, they will leave you and move on to the next one. It is the depths of selfishness, and it's crazy to me. Like, but like anytime you talk about their daughters, now the daughters become few human beings. But if when it's not their daughters, like the women are not full human beings to them, and they don't even talk about like men, because the way we are built, being able to provide security, and women have a proclivity for needing emotional and physical security because like we are bigger than them. And like, how do you cheat on your wife and she can be emotionally secure? How do you love your family and love your children and you're able to betray the trust of the woman? If the woman cheats on you, you're not going to like it. So if you respect her as a full human being, then you do not do what you will not like it if it's done to you. It should be common sense, but they're not interested in common sense or logic. They're interested in just wanton consumption of whatever placates their emotions and their appetites without whatever consequence it causes to anybody else.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of continuous consumption without limit just literally leads to destruction of yourself and everyone around you.
It's
And all the,
animalistic.
yeah, and all the, someone asked if I learned masculinity. Oh, Obi left. I don't think so, but I learned something about those men specifically. And I don't think that to say sociopathy is generally a thing. I mean, it is a thing, but it's a thing that I saw here. But what I did see is a lack of care, a lack of willingness to humanize women, but for two of them, the two people that I said was above the rest. Um, Everyone else seems to see women as a tool. Even one of them said women was a pillow and a pillar. So, I mean, at this point, I didn't learn a masculinity, and I learned more about what they view women to be than about manhood at all. Obi dragged them by their toupee, by their phantom follicle. Go ahead. I think the what was next, then UG Rose.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just make my statement short. I don't mean to like change the subject, but about the critical mass, I just wanted to give my little tidbit on it.
Before you do, anyone up here, you guys can go wherever you want in the conversation, just FYI. Go ahead, the what?
And happy Friday, everybody. I think I like how versatile that phrase is, because when I think of critical mass, I immediately think of Congress and how the House of Rep was being held hostage by just 20 people for multiple days because they wouldn't they couldn't elect a speaker. And it's just kind of, so it doesn't always mean majority, but it's a very nice word. But also, I don't know who mentioned the fact that within our community, amongst the men, it is not just the critical mass, it has to be a majority, because way too many Black women aren't married. And I think that was like a good connection to that. That's it.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that. I agree also on that.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you. I think UG Rose.
Hi, Themis. How are you?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm good. It's been a minute. And I'm glad that I tuned in, because as soon as I saw that AO video, I'm like, oh, I hope Themis drag them for them whole life because it was horrible. I was really disappointed in AO because I actually I do like his content because some of
Wait, who's AO?
AO was the gentleman in the Anthony O'Neill, the gentleman in the blue and black cardigan.
The one in the middle?
Yes, the middleman in so many ways. So all that hot trash that was being said. But yeah, I was so disappointed. I've heard him speak with RC Blakes, and he actually seemed like he had some sense that he was really about, spirituality and following some tenets that are plainly outlined in the Bible that they don't know no other part then aside from the part about submission. And to see this, it's disappointed because it just kind of reinforces this mindset that I feel that they have of wanting to be pitied into power and disrespect those who got them there and as tools to their tyranny. Like, okay, now that I'm here, you can go. I don't want you. I don't need you. And I get why. I think that I'm starting to understand why they resent having to appear upright so much. Because Shoemake Way, he made a video about it, but plainly titled "Men Are Hypocrites," and I see it in how they want the external trappings, they want the money, they want the success, they want the car, the house, they want all that, so that they are prettier traps for a woman to buy into, and then turn around and gaslight her and make her stay via telling her, oh, well, you chose this. Oh, well, you married into this, or you invested years into this, or you said that you would be there for me. And with no intention of making good on the fact that they probably made a bunch of bad faith promises as well. And you don't get a payoff for being a good person. That's either your nature or it's not. And yes, you're going to resent everybody who's holding you to a standard because it's a standard that you don't really, it's not your principle. It's not your code. But if you can fake the code and get the benefits, oh, you'll love it. You'll perform it all day. Meanwhile, you want to be a man respected by other men while being treated like a woman. That's what makes up their definition of masculinity is a man that other men admire while being treated like a woman. So they have to hinge every opinion that they have on women because that's what they want to be. That's the treatment that they want.
Period. I think who is next?
Can I go? Because I'm about to pull up to somewhere. I'm gonna have to get off.
All right, go ahead.
I'm gonna try to remember everything because I've been up here for a while. One of the first things I thought about, I kept trying to put it in super chat, but it wasn't trying to go through, is that how they talk about women, especially when it comes to their view of sex and their needs and all this stuff, makes me so thankful that less and less and less of them are going to college because that's where most women get essayed. So good riddance on that. They don't need to be there. They're not there for education. They're there to whore around. So good riddance. Also, when it comes to the religious point of, oh, it's got to be super traditional and this and that, all of those really, really strict, super religious countries that they're trying to send us back to, they have a saying, because I'm from a military town, military family, and there's a saying over there when people interact or meet people of those really repressed countries, that men are for pleasure, women are for babies. So in those really repressed nations where they just can't, have access to women in the way that they want to, they form meaningful, deep, and sexual relationships with other men, and then they're forced to get married, and then they only come around to their wife for sex when it's, trying to make a baby or whatever, because they don't believe in birth control and all that. So if this is the type of thing that they want to do, then I suggest the men over here just have at it, because if they see each other as full human beings, and that's the only type of relationship that they can have a meaningful connection, because a lot of men are sexually attracted to women but not, they don't have any other like about women. Then they need to just have each other and just leave us alone.
I mean,
Especially
I saw Erica played a video where a
oh, go ahead.
man literally. Erica had played a video that had a man saying that explicitly, like, "We don't like y'all. We don't like y'all. All we want to do with y'all is that, and leave us alone."
Was that Kevin Samuels?
Oh
No,
no, it
I
was
forgot
another
what
guy.
the guy's name. Yeah,
I heard
but
him
yeah,
say
go ahead.
something.
Yeah,
It's true though. They need to just have each other, because again, if they don't see any value in a woman besides what we can do for them, and then in the Black community, they're trying to cosplay white patriarchy, but they don't understand part of that patriarchy comes with really nefarious and horrible traits that get bred into men. Number one, they're trained to be predatory by nature. They want the youngest, most naive woman to be with. Their needs come above everybody else's. They will literally attack a child if they can't get to the nearest woman or whatever hole they want to stick it in. It's just ridiculous. And it starts really young with this. So they don't even understand how nefarious and disgusting that they seem. And even though men of other cultures might think like this, they're never going to sit here and say this out loud. They just recently started trying to have like a mass amount of them talk like this. But Black men are so willing to perform this toxic patriarchy to try to gain entry into this white man's respect level they think they're going to get, which they can't buy in with that. They try to, but they'll never be able to buy into it.
I appreciate that. There's someone making a noise. I don't know who. I think that we haven't yet learned tact, and I think that might be a good thing with the proliferation of social media the way it is. I think I would prefer for people to say it out loud so we can do something about it. The question is, are we going to do something about it? I said this in the beginning and I'll say it again. I see the intellectuals already starting a draft of what is happening and blaming white supremacy. I like even with the passport bros, I see them somehow blaming white supremacy. With these men online talking about all this stuff, like at some point, I don't want to go into feminist thought, but the chickens are coming home. Whatever, I'm not doing this, but yeah, and when it does come home, these people are going to be looking like, oh, you know what? I didn't mean to do that. White supremacy made me do it. And it's like, but you had the camera and you had the mic. So how willing are we to use white supremacy and institutional racism to talk about how people behave as fully grown adults?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know how to appreciate that kind of connection. Like, I don't know how to appreciate, because like, at what point can we start saying, okay, now you are responsible for your behavior?
Well,
like I don't like that. Like as someone who fundamentally believes that there is a white supremacist system that disproportionately affect Black people in very degrading ways, I also cannot use that as an excuse or a crutch to justify terrible behavior. After women after women after women are telling you, this is bad, you're hurting us, you're hurting us, you're hurting us. You keep doing it and you keep engaging in this behavior online. And then somehow we're going to find an excuse for you like that. That's not right. We're enablers when we do that. And actually, I'm going to figure out a way, like, I don't want to engage in the academic sphere, but like, there needs to be pushback now in the academic literature about the extent to which white supremacy can and cause this to happen. Even patriarchy, like these very concrete yet amorphous terms when it comes to specific causal relationship is becoming a huge problem for me. Anywho,
I agree with you, Themis. That is something I think that would be very interesting to explore, because it's the question I've also been contemplating while watching these things materialize. And to that end, I've actually wanted to read some of what Thomas Sowell has written. Or even
Absolutely not. Not you
no,
thinking I'm gonna. Not
because
you.
you
Not
cannot. No, listen.
wait.
Pause.
Wait.
Pause.
Wait. Wait.
Please let me
Wait.
finish.
Wait. Wait. Wait.
I have not
Truth-teller,
finished my
not
thought.
you.
I have not finished my thought. I would
Right.
like to explore, because he has said a couple of interesting. I know he's mostly right wing, and he's been like explaining away whites, whatever. But as a critical thinker who likes to see both sides of the argument,
Thomas Sowell is a grifter that uses his skin tone to excuse white supremacy. Go ahead, you can read it.
Yes, he has done a lot of that in a lot of what I have seen. But he has made some interesting points about other cultural groups and their successes and failures of other ethnicities or what have you, that I find to be somewhat interesting. But I haven't done a deep enough dive in it to see sort of, what his full thesis is in that regard. One thing that he mentions that I found to be interesting in terms of how in the Black American context, some of them behave, and the South and hillbillies or something like that, and how the Black people were actually more productive. I recall seeing something, a lecture of his in regard to that, and that Black people were actually patterning the actions of white hillbillies. And sort of like after emancipation, sort of fell into sort of that type of acculturation and became worse and regressed or what have you. So that is, I mean, not just him, but other writings on what's been happening in terms of Black culture, and particularly in the American context, and so on. Because the thing is that I don't believe that you can just fully excuse it on racism, though it does exist. Personal accountability has to come in at some point. And when you're saying that, what are we going to do about it? I agree with you. I'm glad that they're talking, because at least we know what the mindset is. But when you're asking, what are we going to do about it? I keep going back to, it's going to depend upon the individuals themselves, because academics can continue to write about it, right? But it's the people who are living it. They're the ones that are consistently being impacted by the choices that they're making. And Black women, we've already established that half of the demographic are actively and have been consistently trying to do something about it. But it's another half of the demographic that still continues to lag behind and seems to be unwilling to yield nor relent from this toxic mindset. And so I don't know what it is that we're going to be able to do about it, because we've been talking about it for so long.
Yeah. So let me clarify my position. I agree with what I said about Thomas Sowell, but I will add the addendum that he's actually an extraordinarily intelligent person.
Yes,
I just don't like the fact that people who are that intelligent are willing to lend that kind of intelligence to white supremacist thought.
No, and I agree. There's a lot of stuff, like 90% of the things that he says I don't agree with, but there has been a couple of things where I was like, well, now that's kind of interesting. And so before I, beat it all with a broad brush, there are a couple of his ideas that he has put forward that I thought was somewhat interesting.
Give me his economic theory books and I will read them back to front. I don't want to hear him talk about race. I'm sorry.
Fair enough.
I won't read the economics book either, but I would more likely read that because I think he's actually smart. But I do take your point. And it was
unlike Candace Owens, she's a dumbass and a grifter. She's just very articulate.
Look, if Candace Owens wasn't disparaging Black people on her way there, I wouldn't care. I say, look, I watch these people donate and give her money, and she's like talking, and I'm like, there is absolutely no way this woman who got the NAACP to fight her battle believes any of the things she's saying. Absolutely no way. There is absolutely
There's
no way.
actually a Black conservative woman on YouTube who drags Candace Owens so perfectly on her griftership, if that's even a word. And she does a very thorough, if you want to laugh, and deep dive about it. Going in like bullet points for bullet points as to, you know, the fact that she was like a card carrying liberal until she realized that with aspirations of fame, because apparently she wanted to be an actress, and then she realized, much like Trump, that if you want to be able to find fame and wealth and whatever, you go to the most dumbest, most gullible group, which would be the Republican Party. You pander, and then ipso facto, she's living the dream.
You want to know something about Candace that I do like? I will like. I have to say this. I don't have to, but I will. I think her aesthetics is the best. Like I absolutely adore her aesthetics. Like I go to her show. I don't watch really, but I like
You mean
look
her
at her
white woman
aesthetics.
cosplay?
Huh?
You mean her white woman cosplay?
No, I don't think it's a white woman cosplay. Don't do
I
that.
think it is. The way in which she does her hair, the way in which, you know, and I would agree, she dresses well, but there's the way in which she attires herself. To me, it gives that.
It's preppy and it's what I grew up with, and I absolutely adore it.
Yeah, it's preppy. I'm not saying Black people cannot be preppy, but what
Well,
I'm
that's what she
saying
said
is
when she says she's cosplaying as a white woman.
she is. No, because it's not that. There's a certain thing, and if you get it, you get it. Like there's, because I wouldn't say that you're cosplaying as a white man. I love your style. I see you, like there's just a certain way that she carries herself that it really gives that to me. And if other people get what I'm saying, like let me know that you get what I'm saying.
It's the demeanor. It's the demeanor that she adopts or adapts when she's relaying some of her messages. And but I do understand, like Themis' point. I do appreciate the way that she presents herself. I appreciate the way that she presents her ideas. I watched one of her older interviews with Russell Brand, as much as he can be a little obnoxious sometimes with his interviews. He was very leveled, and it turned out to be a worthwhile listen. So I give her credit for that. But sorry to ramble.
No, you're fine. Yeah, I love her style, and I will definitely be forcing my child to take it.
Is this any different from saying that someone who talks proper talks white?
Right, Petty.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Because it's I know what it is that I'm saying, and perhaps it's not coming forth the way that I'm envisioning it, but there's just a certain way that, because she's not the only, you know, Black woman in the public sphere that I see that dresses in like the nice blazers and like whatever. But
Oh no, yeah, you know us.
you know what I
You
mean?
know
It's
us Black
definitely
people
not, because
dressing
I'm
all
like,
the same, and
no. It's like it's a very much so a Republican aesthetic, in a sense, what she's
Wait,
giving.
Republican?
Yes, like it's like a proper, like, I don't know, it just, maybe it's because I'm tying it like so closely to her politics. Perhaps that's what it is.
Yeah, maybe I hope so, because
Maybe it's entangled in her politics. No, but it's because like I've observed that a lot of the women, just do like a cursory glance, that are on the stages of like the Republican Party, and when they bring them up to make their commentaries or whatever, are similarly attired, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, but there are people on the left that's aesthetically like that, but because the left varies in terms of women, and that's where like feminism exists, and the City Girls feminist, right? That's where they are also. So like obviously there's a variety of aesthetics on the left where maybe this is the prominent one. But I promise you, what's that girl, that woman's name that she went after Beyonce? She was supposed to be Candace Owens. She's white.
Remember the girl you're talking about? Oh God, no, why is her name on the tip of my tongue?
It's something with T.
Yeah, I know exactly the girl. I'm seeing her face right now. I can't remember her name.
Anywho,
yeah,
I don't like any. Tommy Lauren. Yes, That
Yes,
that
that's
one.
it. That
I don't like any of their aesthetics. Like I don't like any of it. Candace Owens specifically on the right, she is the only one, and I've seen a lot of people on the right, but she is the only one that I see. And there are other Black women there too, but Candace Owens specifically, whoever her stylist is like pitch perfect to me. Obviously there are times she messes, but like, yeah. And it has nothing to do, absolutely nothing to do with her politics. But and I don't think it's white. Someone said her aesthetics is trash. Period. We just like someone the people are showing me dark academia. Like, let me show y'all. So that is literally my favorite aesthetics.
How could you put us in that white clothing?
Pardon? Oh
You
my
know, Black
God.
people don't dress like that. We sag our
No,
pants.
y'all, that's literally not what I'm saying at all. I am as someone that's very much so into fashion and my style is eclectic, I am not saying that Black people ought to be limited or are limited, because fashion is self-expression, to dressing a certain way, or what have you. I'm just saying that in Candace's case specifically, there's just something about it that is sort of off to me. That is all.
Someone said Omarosa's is better, and I'm like, absolutely not. Nope. I like Omarosa's way of talking, where she's dragging you, and her voice does not. It doesn't. There's no vocal inflection. I think that is like perfection.
Yeah.
Anywho, I think Oh My was next. Oh My, you're muted. Oh My, you are muted.
Oh, is that better? Can everyone hear me?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Awesome. Just first and foremost, I gotta say that this live has been super entertaining. I had a drink. It was just so awesome. So if I stutter a little bit, please forgive me. I took some notes here, so if you would, just give me about 30 seconds. I'll say everything I have to say. First and foremost, I think when you started to get on that feminist bent, man, I got excited. Like my heart started to really just beat loudly, because I think that really summarizes the whole problem, is that the issue mainly is rooted in the patriarchy itself. That's just my opinion on it. With regard to specifically, I think Truth Teller, no, I'm sorry, it wasn't Truth Teller. It was another commenter who actually brought that up with regards to the patriarchal aspect of it. I mean, it can't be overlooked. It is the white elephant in the room, and the reason as to why we will continue having these issues, because it's a fundamental clash in ideology, in my opinion, with regard to leadership, what defines leadership, and what that actually looks like. I mean, simply put, it's just two different styles of leadering when it comes to the male's perspective and the female. Michelle Wallace, as a matter of fact, she brilliantly surmised this in that book that she created. What was it? Black Macho and the Myth of the Superwoman, where she talks about specifically as it pertains to Black males, the main issue with regard to the intersectionality of white supremacy, slash, there we go, had to think for a second, slavery, and how specifically Black males in particular internalize the paternalistic aspects of it. And it's so scary, because what she actually documented 60 years ago could literally be held up to a mirror and you wouldn't see any difference from today. It just goes to show just how little things have actually changed. But essentially that Black males have taken that paternalistic aspect of it and really just ingrained it to where their worth was no longer their individuality as seen for themselves and collectively from the roots of Africa, and totally and wholly became that of the slave undergoing the paternalistic protection of the slaveholder. So she attempted to use that, and I think she did it quite successfully, to kind of identify the cause as to why Black males, in generally speaking, present company excluded, are as inept as they are when it comes to really addressing the issues, and more specifically addressing them in an efficient and prudent manner. So again, that book is just well worth the read. She's a noted womanist, Black feminist, and I think it addresses a lot of the issues that we have today. So as it pertains to the panel in particular, I gotta say, I really, while I didn't agree with it, I appreciated their views, because men, if nothing, show you who they are. We as women, as the great Maya Angelou would say, just don't choose to believe them. When people show you who they are, believe them. And we keep expecting, I guess, this kind of female counterpart in ourselves, when they've proven for over millennia that that's just not who they are. Men are men. It is what it is. So to that instance, if anything, I think it speaks to the testament of the successful level of conditioning that they've done in us, specifically as women, for us to continue to expect different other than what we are shown. We've gotten to the point where we don't believe our lying eyes or our screaming gut in terms of who they are, how they perceive the world, and how they act within it. And we continually expect something different, but then we moan and complain when we are yet again disappointed at the results that should have been disappointing to begin with. So that's the one thing that I never can wrap my head around. They show you who they are, believe them. How will you change accordingly is really the question. With regard to, let me see, the other commentator, Paris, I mean, she hit the nail on the head when she kind of spoke on just how different cultures have their whole social dynamics with the females, and how the men essentially enjoy, there I go, stuttering, enjoy each other's company. And I think that shows that ultimately that's what men do. They prefer the company of men. They do not prefer the company of women, which is again why we have this friction with regard to our relationships. And that's why they can't hold themselves to their standards that they've set in the patriarchy, as far as being married, as far as entertaining the relations of women. It's just not something that they prefer, and they fail time and time again. They just choose the company of other men. So I think it's time that women in turn start choosing the company of other women. I mean, it just doesn't make sense not to do so otherwise. Like, and lastly, they can't fulfill, well, I already said that, right? Yeah, they can't fulfill their own standards. So to that end, women emotionally anyway, I think should start to look to one another as opposed to looking to men to fill that void, because you'll always be disappointed. Were you saying something, famous?
I was not saying
Oh,
something.
okay. Sorry, I was looking at the other screen. It looked like you were moving your hand. I'm sorry. The YouTube screen.
Yeah, I was trying to find something quickly.
Oh, okay. Well, the other screen still has your picture of the YouTube. I'm showing both of them. Anyway, so yeah, I think she hit the nail on that head. Women, we have to start acknowledging the fact that males are males. They're not specifically gifted leaders. They're definitely not protectors in the sense of protecting the greater fabric of society. They protect what they own. And I think that's why we're continually disappointed when they do what they are biologically engineered to do, which is protect selfishly what they own, not necessarily the greater fabric of what society provides. And lastly, I gotta agree with Candace Owens. I think her style is on point. That drip that she wears it suits her quite well. And I'm also a stan in the aesthetics department, of course. So that's how I feel about that.
I heard Stan and I was like, oh, but then all right. Thank you so much. True Stella, you said to go back to what? Yeah, Krishan and is pregnant with Rufus. Girl, this is just one ghetto. I mean, okay, congrats to her.
Oh Lord. That picture, you had a picture, that picture is giving everything what I'm saying. Her hairstyle, the way she, like, that picture is representative of the vibes.
Of what?
It's representative of what I'm trying to articulate. That the way in which she wears her hair like that is very much so akin to more so of a white woman's aesthetic than a Black woman's in terms of hairstyle. And we all know that we have very, I mean, while there's a multiplicity of ways in which Black women can wear their hair, this type of styling, it tends to be more common among white women.
I have no clue what you're talking about.
And you may not, because you're not a woman, but it's something I observed being around a lot of white women. Like, this is something that's very much so like the go-to hairdo that a lot of them wear. in the same way that Black women can say that if you know, white women wear braids or whatever, because we recognize that there's certain hairstyles that, while not all Black women wear, is most commonly associated with Black people. Likewise, there are certain hairstyles that white women wear that's most commonly associated with them. And this one right here, and the way in which she generally wears her hair, is more commonly akin to that. And that's all I'm pointing out.
I'm so confused, but maybe
Uppity gets what Uppity gets what I'm saying, and that's good enough for me. She gets what I'm talking about.
Does anyone else up here get fit? Because I am confused and
You
concerned.
gotta if you look at her head, you might notice that she doesn't have her afro on. There are no, where is the big poof ball hairstyle? It is simply not Black.
I'm trying to see it. I don't see it. I don't.
That's
see
okay.
It.
You don't. It's okay.
But other people are saying they get it.
If I could contribute, like I see the difference between, and it's of course naturally there's going to be a difference between she and like Michelle Obama. The way that Michelle, you know, styled herself or had herself styled, from her hair to her nails to the color palettes that she chose, they always just seemed very just like fitting for her, not her trying to look or appear that fits a demeanor, whether she wanted to wear braids, whether she wanted to wear her natural hair.
Wait, so for me, Michelle Obama was Black because of well, I guess her skin color.
Mm-hmm.
No, Penny, where you're going, that's not it. Because clearly, and okay, and actually, you know what? I'm glad that you guys brought up Michelle Obama, because Michelle Obama never gave me what Candace gives me. And Michelle Obama, one can say, wait, no. Michelle Obama did wear her hair straight and wore like straight hairstyles or whatever. The issue is not that her hair is straight, or that she dresses well, because Michelle Obama killed it in terms of how well she dressed. And I loved her style, but it came off as more authentically her and unique than that of Candace Owens, is what I'm trying. It's what I'm trying to articulate here. And for me, and my opinion will stand, it gives very much so a preppy white girl aesthetic, as opposed to like a unique self-owned aesthetic that is, you know, cultivated by within the imagination of Candace Owens herself. There's something about it that seems disingenuous to me, and that's the vibe that I'm getting. And as someone that spent a lot of time in fashion, like, it gives that. Period.
Well, you gonna call my daughter a white girl then, because this is gonna be.
No, not if your daughter gives Michelle Obama.
So are we talking about like Michelle Obama's person as opposed to Candace Owens, or are we still on?
And maybe that's what it is too. Maybe it is Michelle Obama's personhood, and you know, that sort of like bleeds out, because again, I can acknowledge that she dresses well. I'm just saying that it doesn't feel authentic. That's what I'm saying.
Wait, what is authentic? An afro and braid? I'm kidding.
No, because Michelle Obama did not have an afro, nor did she have braids while she was in the White House. And I still felt that her style was authentic.
But didn't a lot of people call Michelle white for not wearing like blackity? I mean, I feel like that's something levied against Black women generally who don't wear natural hair, is that they're white.
An issue is not that her hair is not natural. It's just a particular way. And I'm not going to belabor this point. I know what it is I'm saying, and a few people in the chat get it, and we can just leave it at that. And perhaps one fine day you may come to know too. But if you don't, that's fine.
Pink oil moisturizer. AJ, I'm a woman that works in fashion, and is around a lot of white women, and no, ma'am, her style is also Black. Please stop. Most of the women I know, Black women I know, is this aesthetics, like is this, like I try to like kind of break out of preppy, but that's my, like, I also like the aesthetic. So I don't know. I mean, Tommy Hilfiger is a white man. So ma'am, stop your bias of your politics or racializing her appearance. She's dressing prep. That's it. That's all. Uppity says, whatever. Theme is not putting up any of my comments because my shit is the proper pushback. Let me go back and see what Uppity Unicorn is saying. Black women get silk presses all the effing time and perms. It's not about her here being straight. All right.
Yeah, that's y'all putting that in there and making
She's-
those assumptions. I feel like I've explained myself numerous times, but you're committed to misunderstanding me, and that's all. That's on you guys. That's on you
It
guys.
looks
Because
great.
that's not what I'm
Love the
saying.
look. We are not saying it's bad. We're saying there is a dog with her. Oh, you guys think she is intentionally dressing for the gaze of white people?
Yes, yes, yes. That's what it comes off as. That's what it comes off as. And it's specifically, I repeat, specifically.
So wait, I feel like you can't divorce that from her politics then. I feel like
And that's what I said before. I said maybe it's because of her politics and me knowing the discomfort with me and the way in which she presents. It just feels very much so like a part of the grift.
Oh, all right. I mean, I don't know, and I don't see her and think, oh, she's dressing white. I see her and say she is put together and she's trying to be at least appeal to the intellectual. She's trying to present as an intellectual, but like not.
Yes, I agree with that part.
But can I ask a question though? I mean, isn't that her demographic? So where's the grift? So it makes sense to me how she looks. That's her demographic.
Yeah, her whole being is a grift, is what I'm saying.
But how though? That's what I'm asking. That is her demographic, white folks. She's that token black who has crossed on to the other side.
Oh,
so
it's a
what is the
grift?
grift?
That's not how she started out. She had the NAACP fight for her. She brought a case within her state because of racism in high school, and then she just flipped the script suddenly just ahead of the 2016 elections, or whatever it was, the 2020 elections rather. And so it's a whole thing. And so that's why.
Well,
Yeah.
but we're gonna stop this there. I'll say on Candace Owens' outfit, I don't know if it is a grift. I don't actually care if it is a grift. All I know is I like the aesthetics.
And that's fair. And I've never said she didn't dress badly or whatever. She
Yeah.
dresses nicely in it, and she dresses nicely. I'm not gonna, hold her on that part. She dresses nicely. I'm just saying that for me, it feels like an extension of the grift, or what have you. And so for that reason, it.
Yeah, I bet y'all $5 she doesn't own shea butter. Period. So, anywho, I don't know. We went into Candace Owens because period. Annalicia is asleep. Yes.
I'm sorry. Can I just use that to tie back to the point of everything? Is I like the fact that we kind of just went into the optics of people and how in the Black community there's a lot of emphasis that's put on optics versus the fact that certain people their behaviors, their modus operandi is really about the utilization right of those who they know can further their cause or get them to, or more rapidly help them achieve their own ends.
Okay, wait. I didn't push back initially because I don't think it matters. But all of this is a performance. What we wear, how we present is a performance. So when I say, oh, if you call it a grift, I don't care. What I'm hoping that we are extending that to unconscious or subconscious level is, yes, we put on clothes and we show up in a very specific way for a very specific response. It is part of what we do. It is part of the performance. The performance requires an audience, and the audience interpretation of us depends on the costume we're wearing at the time. Absolutely. I dress up because I love it, but I also realize that if I look like a bum, which I have, after going to the gym, I get treated differently than if I'm dressed up. I
Very
think
true.
it is a performance, and we perform it.
Yes, absolutely. I'm not disagreeing at all. Like I love that you meant that you said that, because as far as the performance that is masculinity, if this is a performance for something or to get somewhere, then that means that your audience has to go along with your performance. And if women are ultimately the ones who are the audience for the performance of masculinity, then we're going to have to stop being such a receptive audience to this particular display,
Oh,
no matter the outfits it shows up
bring
in.
around. I love how you just brought that back around. That
So
was, Rose, that was pitch perfect. Like,
that's all I wanted to do, and y'all helped me do it. So thank y'all.
period. We're going to end it there. We're going to end it there. That was beautifully done. I think I usually do this, but I think Prince Petty did it once during the podcast also. But I love a moment like this. Period. Rose came in for the win. Anywho, thank you all so very much. Truth teller, we're hopefully just like this is all in jest. Like, I do actually like her aesthetics, but it doesn't matter to me. I really appreciate you, Prince Petty. Annalisa is asleep. Thank you all for being here. Have a wonderful night.
Thank
Bye.
you.
You too, Themis. Bye.
Yeah.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, everybody.